This guy just died on the battlefield. An enemy general took his head. Unexpectedly, after opening his eyes again, he was reborn in the enemy nation. This is wild. His dad is a level 6 knight account of the Empire. His mom is the best killer in an assassin organization. His eldest sister is the magic genius, and his second sister is a summoner. He was born the eldest son. Talk about a war god reincarnated, born at the finish line. Although both his mom and dad love him dearly, it's kinda weird. His old man wants him to be a knight and fight enemies. His old lady wants him to be an assassin and backstab people. The kid was speechless for real, and there's a lot more about them I'm not even gonna mention. After he turned 1, the Count's family held a selection ceremony for him and invited many guests to attend. Everyone would guess the child's future, based on the item they chose. The old man wanted his son to follow in his footsteps, so he placed the green dragon's tail spear, a family heirloom, among the items. The old lady also wanted her son to become an assassin, so she put in a dagger that could absorb all kinds of toxins. Even his 2 older sisters prepared items of their own. The whole family wanted him to pick their item. The kid was sweating bullets like, what the heck? I'm only 1 year old, you know. Is this really okay? While Din was wondering which item to choose, all 4 items suddenly began to glow at once. This meant he possessed all 4 talents: spearmanship, assassination magic, and summoning. Seeing this, everyone was utterly shocked. Even the top genius in the family could only awaken one type of talent. And so Din became the ultimate genius the family had ever known. The Count's family. Time flew by, and in a blink Din turned 7. At this time, he was practicing spearmanship with his old man, since his son's birthday was approaching. The Count gave Din a new spear. Its sturdy black shaft combined with a silver spearhead was incredibly sharp. Moreover, it was lightweight, so he really liked this spear. Next, the Count wanted to teach Din a new skill. He told his son to watch very carefully. A wave of magic power emanated from him, shaking the entire training ground. Then he immediately focused his strength and delivered a piercing thrust. Even space itself was distorted by this single strike. This was the ultimate skill of concentrating magic power in one spot. It took him 7 years to perfect this technique. Then Din began to try it himself. Immediately, the Count's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. Din had succeeded on his very first try. After the shock wore off, the Count was ecstatic. He never expected his son's talent to be so much greater than his own. Little did he know his son was a top-tier player in his past life, starting a new account to grind from the bottom. The Count was certain that one day, his son would definitely become an outstanding warrior. Soon, Din's 7th birthday arrived. All the important figures of the Empire were present to celebrate his birthday. Here, Din met Duke Thermion again. He was the one who took his head in his previous life. That year on the battlefield, the two had a fair duel. Each fought for their own country, so Din held no grudge against him. Today, he even brought his youngest daughter, Lady Layla. The party continued in a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone chatted animatedly. Aachen asked, "How has your wife been lately?" "I've tried everything, but there's been no progress. I apologize for the trouble. If I suddenly disappear from here, I hope you'll understand. I might have to return to the capital urgently. By the way, where is that boy Din? I'd like to talk to him more." Aachen shook his head. "I don't see him or Layla either." In another corner, the 2 children seemed bored with the party. "Honestly, I don't really like following my father everywhere, but now I feel excited to be with him." Layla thought for a moment. She continued, "In Thermion, there's always something going on. Nobles come and go frequently. Sometimes even the royal family shows up. Every time I have to greet them, which is a hassle. I prefer freedom, wearing simple clothes and sword fighting." Din thought, "She knows how to sword fight." "Well, I like both," Din replied. "This place isn't as lively as the capital, but every day I look forward to practicing with my spear." Layla asked, "So are you planning to join the academy?" Din quickly replied, "No, that's not why I train." She was surprised. "Why not? Doesn't everyone dream of getting in there?" "Well, I train to get in and do better. But what if you don't get accepted? Then I'll try again. And if I still don't succeed, I'll just assume that path isn't for me." The girl seemed unconvinced. "Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family?" "Not really. My family values honor a lot." "Forget what I said." Din thought to himself, so even noble families have their own worries. Pausing for a moment, Din sighed and said, "Why would you think that? You seem very skilled." "Really? So do you want to see my swordsmanship skills?" Layla asked. Din agreed. "Okay, but just for a little while." "Thank you. Where is our training ground? Can we go there for a bit?" Not long after, Layla demonstrated her sword forms. While Din watched and thought, her offense and defense are very flexible. She strikes at the right moment. But after a few minutes, her rhythm became a bit chaotic. "So how was it?" Layla asked. Din replied, "It was great." "Really?" Hearing the feedback, Din felt awkward and thought to himself, "Maybe I should say something more." "But starting from the 3rd stance, it seems like you were off by half a step. The other stances were the same. The subsequent sword strikes were a bit off. Sorry if that upsets you. It's been a long time since I've seen a sword style like that, Din said. So that was the piece I've been missing all this time. Thank you, Din. You're so sharp to have noticed my mistake immediately. Din laughed and said, You're suffocating me. Can you put the sword away? Oops, sorry. He thought to himself, why is she hugging me like that? Just then someone ran over in a panic. Young Master Din, where are you? All right, Lady Layla, they must be looking for us. Let's go back. Where have you two been? We've been looking for a while. Happy 7th birthday, son. And congratulations on receiving your first monocore. Happy birthday, Din. Thanks, Mom, Din replied. Opening the gift, Din's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? He thought to himself, a pin with the family crest, the kind my sisters always show off. Keep it safe, Din. This pin will serve as proof of your honor within the family. Happy birthday, young Master Din. Finally, you've become a worthy member of the family. From a distance, Din's parents, the Sogras, smiled faintly as they witnessed this moment. Din thought to himself, this is the first time I've been recognized by so many people. At that very moment, a strong tremor threw everyone around into chaos. What's that noise? What's happening? Damn it! Could there be an intruder? Stay calm, don't panic. This is starting again. I thought today would be quiet. His mother beside him added, Can you guess who it is? He wondered to himself, no way. From the ceiling, a magic spell was summoned, quickly drawing the attention of everyone at the party. As they panicked and shouted, What is that next? A figure from the spatial hole gradually descended to the ground. Look at the time, little bro. Your big sis isn't late, is she? The people around started murmuring, It's Lady Arabella. Why does she look like that? Did the young lady just use teleportation magic? You need to be at least level 5 to open a portal. That's small. Our young lady is truly a genius. He thought to himself, she's as loud and flashy as ever. At the same time, people looked outside and screamed, There's a monster in the sky. Look, oh my, it's a wyvern. Lady Clara, you're so late. Clara walked in, and people started gossiping again. I heard she's a genius summoner, but to be able to tame a wyvern, is she really only 16? Sisters, you're here. Yes, both said in unison, congratulating Din. Happy birthday, little brother. The two girls held out gift bags in front of Din. I wish you a very happy birthday, Din. Me too. Thank you both for coming to celebrate with me. Arabella chimed in, Of course we had to come. Now open your present, I'm sure you'll love it. Sis, isn't this a spatial bag? Exactly, I designed it myself. It uses the highest level of applied spatial magic, but my professor was the one who made it. Din replied, Thank you so much, sis. He thought, I know how difficult it is to engrave spatial magic. Onto an item. Arabella continued, Give me your hand, let me put it on for you. He thought to himself, but even harder is designing an item that can withstand the magic engraving. Arabella added, Just so you know, I've already embedded your genetic code into it, so only you can use it. This is a one-of-a-kind item. Clara beside him said, Judging by the faint mana wave, within it seems to be made from a top-grade magic stone. If you channel a little mana into the ring, it will create a subspace. That way you won't have to waste effort opening your inventory. Such a valuable item. Thank you so much, sis. Din thought to himself, this is an item that only the wealthy can use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or mages. I never thought I'd get to use one of these. He held out his finger and tried to activate the magic circle on the ring. Arabella next to him said, The ring will resize itself as you grow, so don't say... Instantly, everyone around widened their eyes in amazement. You opened the subspace even faster than me. You're a real genius, Din. You're truly outstanding. His father chimed in, It seems both of you already have your mana cores. Din, hurry and open my gift too. Yes, thank you. Seeing the egg inside the box, Din picked it up. Why this egg? Clara explained, It's not just any egg, so you need to be careful with it. Slightly puzzled, he asked, Then what is it? Clara leaned in and whispered in Din's ear, It's a familiar. I summoned a Dakaran once and this appeared. I don't know when the summoned beast will be born, but it's very precious. Looking closely at the egg, he remembered, That's right. I've heard about them. A familiar is different from a summoned beast. It's a separate entity, but they share some similarities. Once a familiar is summoned, it can exist in this world forever, unlike summoned beasts. Yes, Clara said, nobody knows about this yet, Din. You're the only one who knows. So keep it a secret until it hatches, okay? Yes, I'll keep it a secret. Arabella added, Why are you two whispering for so long? Clara continued, I don't know when it will hatch either. Remember to channel mana into it every day, once in the morning and once at night, so it recognizes you as its master. Yes, I'll definitely do that. Haha, look at these wonderful gifts. It's really good that your sisters came back, isn't it, Din? Yes, Mother, it's really great. Ahem, all right, my princesses. Although I'm very happy that you were able to return, even though you said you couldn't. Shouldn't you greet your parents as well? Father, how have you been? I was so focused on giving Din his gift that I'm sorry. It's okay. You both seem to be healthy. You've come a long way to see your little brother, so get some rest. Yes, father. Not far away, a girl looked on with envy at Din's family, happily gathered together. He glanced over and felt a little startled. Layla, she's already gone. But why did she look so lonely? The scene changes to another location. He muttered to himself, she's beyond my expectations. Just as expected from the most talented mage at the academy. Truly a precious talent. She would be a good match for my son, the best swordsman at the academy. If our two families could unite, we would create a power that even the imperial family would have to be wary of. That way no one would dare to act recklessly in front of my family and descendants again. That's right, I should bring up the matter of an engagement between the two children during our conversation. Today, where is that sound coming from? Are they training? Who would be training this early in the morning? Elsewhere, Din was training diligently, executing precise techniques. Having just arrived, Bild watched from a distance, thinking, oh, so it's the youngest son of the Sogris family, haha. How surprising. His movements and focus are nothing like a 7-year-old's. Even his basic attacks are at a masterful level, something that even seasoned soldiers could learn from. It's hard to believe. I've heard many rumors about his outstanding talent since he was just 1 year old. I thought they were just rumors, but it turns out they were true. Switching his stance, he immediately applied another skill. Wait, that stance and movement look very similar to a swordsman's. Could it be that he's already learned swordsmanship at this age? Raising his spear high, Din spoke coldly. I don't know who you are, but it's better to show yourself than to hide there. Thinking to himself, Bild panicked. Damn, I've been spotted. Din also pondered. Moreover, that footwork is really familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. The man continued, my apologies, young Din. I had no intention of spying on you. Oh, it's you, Your Grace. Bild thought, just looking into his eyes is enough. To know this is no ordinary child. I am Din Sogris, youngest son of the Sogris family. Greetings, Duke Bild. I was so captivated by the impressive training of the Sogris recruits this morning that I lost track of time. Please forgive me. I forgive you, Din said. Bild thought to himself, ho, this kid has guts. It seems like he just realized something. How is it that his body isn't trembling? Even after training for so long. When I was his age, I didn't even have mana in my body. Bild praised, your thrust is excellent. You must have inherited your talent from Aachen. Right, the spear you're holding? That's right. Someone told me my father crafted this spear for me. I'm grateful that you noticed. He smiled to himself. That was a pretty good answer. My son also has talent and excellent training, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should consider arranging a marriage with this family. He continued, actually my Layla is also practicing the sword. You two are the same age, so you could become good friends when you enter the academy. Yes, Your Grace. I'll be sure to become friends with her. Ho, I like your straightforward personality. Anyway, it seems I've disturbed you during your training. Well then, Din, I'm curious about this. Have you ever practiced with a sword? Din thought to himself, oh no, I've accidentally revealed my old habits. He understood just by looking at me once. He replied, no, sir. I've only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I've never practiced. I see. He thought, interesting. Perhaps I sensed something before, like a warrior's spirit in this boy. Haha, what am I thinking? That's definitely not possible. He's just an ordinary kid. He continued, oh, I only intended to take a stroll and it's already been this long. Well, it's time to say goodbye. See you again, young man. Yes, Your Grace, have a safe journey. If you ever come to the capital, be sure to visit me. I must return the hospitality I've received at the Count's castle here, and because I've taken a special liking to you too. Of course, sir. Din thought to himself, interesting. I wonder if he remembers me. Defeating the one who once defeated me? Just the thought of it gets my blood boiling. If I start preparing step by step now, I might be able to do it. Bild Thermion, in this life I will definitely surpass you. The screen changes. Young master, it's time to head back. Herman, have you been waiting for me all this time? My duty is to silently fulfill all your requests. Ah, thank you. He thought to himself, maybe Herman should learn some stealth techniques. That sounds good. Din asked, so how are things? Is everyone busy? Oh yes. It seems they're preparing for the next party, and many other nobles are on their way here. After all, having over 30 noble families gather on the same day is quite difficult. Oh, right, how are my sisters? Herman replied. They opened a portal together and teleported to the academy. They said they had no choice but to participate in the upcoming midterm exams. That's a shame, but it's okay. Let's head back. Yes, young master. Din thought to himself. When I have a chance, I should check out the gifts my sisters gave me earlier. And so the parties continued. Din tried his best to greet the guests. Oh, the life of a noble is so tiring. My schedule is even more packed because it's my birthday. At least finding some relaxation in the garden like this is quite nice. The gardener takes such good care of this place. I feel so at peace when I see these flowers. My older sister said that in nature, flowers contain their most mana. When I have time, I should analyze the mana of these flowers. I've been training a lot, but neither my magic nor my summoning has improved significantly. I still don't know which one to focus on. Having multiple talents can be difficult sometimes. The mana from the flowers is so full of life. Such a small flower contains such a strong flow of mana. If someone could sense the mana in nature and make it their own, then it would remain in their body and form a magical layer. The mana pull from this body is so intense. I can perceive what others feel with their sixth sense. Haha, this is it. Before I could only vaguely sense mana, now I can feel it much more clearly. At this moment, he clenched his fist and space instantly warped. Ah, another voice rang out. Huh, what just happened? Ugh, I'm so bored. The moment we got here, Dad rushed off to talk to the other nobles. Looks like he's abandoned us. After greeting everyone, we'll probably have to go back to our rooms and rest just like last time. Can we really do that, bro? You're acting like this is our birthday party. Who cares? You think the young master of the Sogris family would care about this? Damn it, I feel like we've gone the wrong way. I don't know why they built such a huge garden. Bro, there's someone over there. Is that kid lost too? Hey, you. With that outfit, you must be a servant, right? Come on, anyone will do. Hearing this, Din's eyes filled with anger as he looked at the two speakers. Show me the way out. Hurry up and go. Din shouted loudly. Get out of here now! Can't you see what you're stepping on? One of the two replied, What? Din continued. Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You've ruined that flower pot. The brown-haired guy said, Ha, you've got a loud mouth for a little kid. Do you know who I am? I do. A thug who vandalizes flower beds. What? A thug? Do you know who you're talking to, you servant? He is the son of Count de Gron, an honored guest of this castle. He thought to himself, Count de Gron, that's the nobleman. I defeated on the battlefield. He was really annoying, like father, like son. The brown-haired guy continued, even in the rural south. You must have heard of the Digron family, right? They're very famous in the capital. My family could make you disappear without a trace, so watch your mouth. Din thought, it's useless talking to this guy. He continued, Are you crazy? A mere servant, like you dares to look at me with those eyes. While his eyes were still wide with surprise, Din unexpectedly headbutted him hard in the face. The younger brother next to him shouted, Bro, are you okay? This psycho, what the hell, my nose is bleeding. I'm gonna kill that bastard. Try me. Have you lost your mind? All right, let's go all out. Bro, take care of your nose first. You stand still, seeing him about to move. Din easily dodged him. Damn it, this crafty kid. Din thought to himself, looking at his footwork. It's clear he's not a weapon user. He must be a mage or a summoner. Outside, the younger brother cried out in panic. Bro, this kid is too fast, you can't catch him. Din began to think. The flow of magic I saw earlier. If I can control it with my will, can I turn it into a physical form? Should I give it a try? Din held out his hand, and suddenly a magic blast pushed the guy back 10 meters, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Din thought to himself, oh no, the flower garden is ruined. Damn it, he can use magic. Who are you? Bro, stop it or something bad will happen. Get out of my way, I'm gonna kill that bastard. Hear my call. In the next moment, he released the mana layer, within his body causing Din's eyes to widen in shock. He's a summoner. From a magic portal, a wolf gradually appeared. Ha ha ha, this is Zenbu whom I've summoned. I'll show you the consequences of messing with a Digron. Digron this, Digron that. Zenbu tear that guy to pieces. Din calmly thought, a regular wolf is no match for my sister Clara. After all, she can summon dragons. The guy continued, that's right, bite that dog's throat out. Step by step, he advanced towards the wolf with a furious look. However, the wolf's expression quickly changed as it stood close to Din, leaving the two brothers in shock. What's happening? How did you make Zenbu? Is it wagging its tail? Ugh. What did you do? Hey, Zenbu, good boy. The young man Din thought, frankly, how is this possible? Come to think of it, even my sister Clara's summoned beasts seem friendly. Anyway, it might just be because we share the same bloodline. Besides, there's no connection in this situation. Maybe I just have a high affinity with it. But that also means that bastard has lowered his affinity. This is ridiculous. How can a summoned beast betray its master? Huh, you want to keep going, this kid? Bro, let it go, we lost. The older brother replied, shut up, I'll cancel the summoning spell. He turned to look at his younger brother's pants, realizing they were wet. Damn it, how embarrassing. Din added, listen, the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building. You just wait there? I'll be right back, let's go. Hey, Din thought to himself, hey, at least take your summoned beast with you. Actually, that's pretty simple. Just like how Sister Clara taught me. The fainted connection between that bastard and Zenbu. So after carefully overriding it with magic, Zenbu is now connected to me. To think that I, with no connection to summoning magic, could summon something just because of high affinity is really quite special. At that moment, a voice sounded from the side. Isn't that the boy who bullied you, son? Yes, that's him, Din thought. Haha, that fool messed up again. He didn't just bully me and Dina. He also broke the bond between me and Zenbu. His name is Mogat Digran, head of the Count Digran family, one of the most prestigious noble houses. You're the one who injured my son and stole his summoned beast, aren't you? Yes, that's right, Dean thought. He looks fatter than when I caught him. As a guest, I could let it slide, but this can't be taken lightly. Why are you in a place like this all alone? State your identity now. He let out a long sigh. Dean replied, I am Dean Sograss, youngest son of Akin Sograss, Lord of the South and head of the Count Sograss family. Is that true? They both thought. This kid is Dean. He thought, the youngest son of the Sograss family. Well, the tables have turned. He was captured by that Arik and won nothing in the battle. I'll spin this to make the Count take the blame and demand the mining rights from it. Those condescending nobles, they'll have to kneel before me. How interesting. This kid is the host of the birthday party. That's right, he continued to think. He didn't come to the remote southern lands just to celebrate your birthday. Now tell me, what are you going to do about this? You injured my son, a guest that you personally invited. You even took his summoned beast. This is clearly a crime. That's right. Today is your day of reckoning, kid. I will report this to Count Sograss and demand that he takes responsibility. Let's go. Yes, you can see that clearly. I understand, but first I demand an apology. An apology. What a surprise, that damn brat. Dean cut in. Yes, indeed. I did punch your son in the nose and injure him, but I only acted because I was being threatened. It was just self-defense, and I didn't steal the summoned beast. Zenbu came with me willingly. Zenbu would never do that. Father, that kid is lying. Yes, he thought. Wait, I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. Of course. Maybe she taught this kid how to sever the link, he continued. Even if you're telling the truth, it's still upsetting that the summoned beast was taken, and yet you dare to demand an apology? Yes, that's what I demand, he replied. Who does this kid think he is acting like that? Such arrogance. Talking to this child is a waste of time. He said, all right, I won't scold you anymore. Let's see what Count Sograss decides about this, Dean thought to himself. It seems he's really looking forward to the decision on this. Just then, two other people approached from a distance. Were you looking for me, father? Why are you here? Ah, Count Sograss, Duke Thomian is here too. The red-haired man explained, my brother and I got lost in the garden, so I wanted to ask your son to show us the way. That's my father, all right, Dean thought. He cares a lot about his family, but he isn't one to play favorites. Even when there's a conflict with others, he can still tell right from wrong. Suddenly, he hit me. He used some weird technique to taunt me, so I had to summon my beast to scare him. But then he stole my beast, and even tried to attack me. How can he lie with such a straight face? Dean wondered. I'm actually impressed with his potential, Count Sograss. I was only trying to warn the kid. But stealing someone else's summoned beast is unacceptable. Akin said, we can't just hear one side of the story. I want to hear the story from Dean. Then I will assess the whole situation and draw a conclusion. If you're concerned about my judgment, I suggest we let Duke Thomian give his opinion. If you insist, then that's how I'll decide. Damn it, he thought. Having Thomian interfere only makes things more complicated. I have a bad feeling about this. Akin spoke up asking Dean explain. Father, Dean thought. I just need to give a general overview of what happened. Dean began. Although there are some differences from the truth, some of what Digran's son said is correct. However, he carelessly trampled on the flower garden we had been tending to. He was the one who got angry and grabbed the other person's collar. That's a lie. Since when? Continued Dean. Also, I heard very clearly when he summoned Zenbu. He ordered it to kill me. In reality, I didn't steal the summoned beast. His summoned beast ran to me and sensed my kindness. Theobald thought to himself, for a 7-year-old child to speak like that. I never stole his summoned beast. Nonsense. There's no way a non-summoner could tame a summoned beast. The kid must have used some kind of secret skill. No, I have a natural empathy with summoned beasts. A summoned beast that isn't close to its master will see me as a master. That's ridiculous. Is that really possible? Yes, it is. Haha, he doesn't want us to believe it. Right. The two stories are completely different. If that's the case, we should prove this with the summoned beast. He thought, damn it, the Duke is interfering. Dean, can you prove it? Yes, father. At that moment, the father's gaze swept over to his son. His son's eyes were wide and he was breaking out in a cold sweat. What should I do now? He thought, I can't summon Zenbu. Digran, what's wrong? Summon it. Father, it's just, I can't. Suddenly you can't summon something you used to do every day. I severed the link, he thought. Of course he can't summon it. Father, I'll summon it now. It seems I need the sigil that he possesses. What did you say, my sigil? No way, you want my sigil? What nonsense is this? Even using a sigil with another summoner's unique code will have no effect. Based on what you're saying, even if the boy uses your sigil, it won't have any effect. So there's no harm in trying, right? Won't it just prove what you're saying? He thought, damn it, since he's not wrong, I can't argue with that. The father beside him chimed in. Let them see your sigil for a moment, Digran. But father... He turned his face away. The father raised his voice. Hurry up, Dean thought. with a summoning sigil that has a unique code that a summoner engraves. No one else can use it. But Zenbu, that doesn't mean I won't be able to keep it. The summoning sigil is just a medium. Zenbu, who has already bonded with me, will answer my call. Looking at the newly summoned beast, which was happily cuddling with Dean, left the two people beside them in astonishment. Father, how, my Zenbu? It's impossible. How amazing. You said the boy has never studied spearmanship. Aiken admitted, that's right. I'm not sure what led to this. Sorry for summoning you over something like this. And thank you for coming out. He thought to himself, damn it. This has turned into a disaster. Aiken asked, so what should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summoned beast. Do you acknowledge it? It seems Dean was telling the truth. Turns out we misunderstood about the summoned beast being stolen. My son had no intention of killing Dean, right? Yes, Father, I just wanted to scare him a little. I never thought about killing him. See, the boy had no such intention. Dean thought, this jerk just makes stuff up as he goes. And at that moment, another voice rang out. That's not true. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. It was the little girl Layla who appeared. Layla, what are you doing here? The girl replied, I heard Father's voice as I was passing by. Greetings, Count Sogras and Count de Gran. Oh, right. He wondered, is this child the Duke's daughter? Anyway, what did she want to say? Was he lying? The little girl continued. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while I was taking a walk. Before that, he thought to himself, what the girl heard everything. Is that true, Layla? Could you tell us everything you heard? What happened was, Dean thought to himself, I didn't expect this. But thanks to her, everything was resolved smoothly. Digron, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and apologize. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Aiken continued. I want you to save that apology for my son, not for me. I understand. I was about to tell him to do that anyway. Digron reluctantly walked towards Dean. Sorry, Dean. Dean thought. He's just bowing his head and admitting fault because he has no other choice. Is that really an apology? I don't want to accept this. But in my experience, it's better to appear generous than to be stubborn. Dean replied, all right, I accept your apology. Thank you. He thought, phew, that was a close call. Theobald thought about the situation. I knew he was special. He could have been stubborn and not accepted the apology, since the fault was clearly with the other person. The two of you can stop this argument here. Dean has already accepted the apology. By the way, I have no intention of letting this incident go. You intended to kill my son with a summoned beast. Oh, Count Sogras, that's not it. And Aiken added, I don't want to hear any more excuses from you. Count Digron, take your family and leave this castle immediately. What do you mean? He thought to himself, I came all this way without any complaints. If I get kicked out now, everything will be for nothing. I need to stay in this castle at all costs. He continued, Count, please forgive us. I'll do whatever you ask, just this once. I don't need anything from you. I'll send soldiers to your room right now. Let's go, Your Grace. Let's go, Layla. Dean thought, serves you right. They were the ones who caused this trouble. They really reaped what they sowed. Anyway, I didn't expect my father to be so scary when he's angry. Yes. A moment later, Dean asked, is that really true? You took it down with a single mana bullet. Yes, that's right. Skill with a spear summoning and now magic too. That's incredible. Has there ever been anyone in history as talented as him? Truly, I am really proud to have such an outstanding son. Actually, talent is one thing, but the boy is very calm, isn't he? Usually when children fight with each other, they get upset and are determined to win. But Dean isn't like that. I have no doubt that your son will become a man of excellence. Aiken replied, it's still too early to say anything. We'll have to wait until the boy grows up to know for sure. Today's incident was resolved smoothly thanks to Layla. If it weren't for you as a witness, things might have gone in a different direction. Theobald thought to himself, oh, is he seeing Layla in a positive light? If so, then. But right after that, Theobald said, the girl simply recounted what actually happened. If there's nothing else, why don't we discuss the marriage between our two children? Aiken thought in confusion. Don't tell me he wants Dean to marry his daughter. Stopping his thoughts, Aiken continued, oh my, the sun has already set. It's almost time for the banquet. I'll go back first to prepare. Count Sogras, Layla. Take your time coming back with Dean. Mr. Aiken, let's talk for a bit. As their figures faded away, the girl asked, why didn't Father stop him? Anyway, why did the summoned beast listen to you and abandon its summoner? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but I've never seen anything like this. Dean replied, I'm not sure either, it just happened that way. The girl continued, you're hiding something, aren't you? That's not fair. I helped you out. What do you mean, not fair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you? With the swordsmanship matter. Now that you mention it, that's true. He thought to himself, well, she really did help me a lot this time. He continued, then let's just say we're even for this one, and we can help each other out in the future. Hearing this, the girl cheerfully replied, wow, that's a great idea. I want to put it into practice right away. Dean thought, she's so impatient. I wonder what she wants to ask. Dean asked, so what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use a mana bullet. What? Why do you want to learn that? Because I want to get stronger, of course. I want to at least form a mana core before I enter the academy. Dean thought to himself, she's so young, why is she in such a hurry? The girl continued, I want to become really good and make my mother happy. You see, my mother loves me very much. She would definitely be very happy if I became stronger, and even faster. Dean remembered what he had heard, right. I heard the adults talking about this. Duchess Tomian is seriously ill. Dean continued, all right, if that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really, are you serious? Then let's start tomorrow. I'll be here until then. Or do you want to start tonight? All right, that works too. Mana bullets aren't difficult once you understand the flow of magic. The girl said excitedly, I'm so excited. Dean, it's your turn. What's your request? What I want. At another location, a conversation was taking place. I heard Count Digran was kicked out of the castle. I wonder what he did to end up in such a state, one person asked. I heard it was because his eldest son caused some trouble, another person replied. Yes, there's information that he picked a fight with the young Master Dean and was dealt with accordingly. It's a real shame that it happened right here. Also, have you heard about... There's a rumor that young Master Dean is an excellent summoner. Oh, so the Sawgrass family will become a prestigious family of summoners. Not only that, he also knows how to use magic. Oh, is that really true? So you're the young Master Dean, the one from the rumors, right? I am Baron Open. Do you know anything about the open territory to the east? The young man asked. I know a little. I heard that region is famous for its grilled salmon and sapphires, Dean replied. Haha, what a smart boy. The salmon and sapphires of the Open family are #1 in this continent. I've heard you're very talented in many fields. That's definitely true, isn't it? Anyway, I've brought my daughter here for me to introduce, Baron Open said. Sylvia, go say hello. He gestured towards his daughter. Dean thought in surprise, why so suddenly? Hello, I'm Sylvia. It is a pleasure to meet you. The girl introduced herself. Ah, yes, I'm Dean, Dean replied. You'll be the heir to the Sawgrass family in the future, right? The girl asked. What, I don't really know, Dean answered. Don't be shy. I hear you're very talented. I hope you'll keep me in mind. Who knows, in the future, we might become family, Sylvia continued. Yes, it's a pleasure, Dean replied, wondering to himself, why are kids these days so forward? As the two were holding hands intimately, Layla approached Dean. You're here, she asked. Layla, right, Princess Layla? Dean replied. Layla looked at Sylvia with a wary expression and asked, Who is this? Ah, I am. It's an honor to meet you, Princess. I am the eldest daughter of Baron Open, Sylvia. Open, the girl introduced herself politely. Oh, is that so? It's a pleasure to meet you, Layla replied with some hesitation. Yeah. Dean thought to himself, there's a familiar tense vibe here. Girls are often scary. Layla said, Excuse me, I need to borrow Dean for a moment. We had a prior engagement, didn't we, Dean? Dean was taken aback. Yes, sorry, Sylvia. We'll talk later. And what a relief, yeah. Is she subtly implying that I'm the bad guy? Layla turned away, showing her dislike. How do you two know each other? Is she your fiancé? Layla asked. Dean confirmed, fiancé, no way. We were just greeting each other. Really? Of course. Layla smiled brightly. Look, we're here. This is a secret place that only I know about, Dean said, piquing her curiosity. Oh, it's surprising that a place like this exists. Layla was surprised. Exactly. No one will bother us here, Dean said, going deeper inside. Layla looked around with interest. Wow, this is amazing. I didn't know this place existed. No one will ever know what we're doing here. Layla was excited. It's a great place to practice. Do you know how to sense mana yet? Dean asked. I've tried a little, but it's not enough to create a mana core, Layla replied. You probably haven't reached the awakening stage yet, right? Dean thought to himself, let's start with the basics. First, you need to feel the mana you absorb into your body. Dean instructed, feel it inside your body, Layla asked. Yes, if you want to release mana from your body, you need to learn to control the mana inside first. Imagine, Layla wondered. Close your eyes and visualize the mana swirling inside. You like your circulating blood. All right, I'll try, Layla said, closing her eyes. Dean watched her with concentration. Dean, it's not working, Layla said after a while. Dean encouraged, just try again, it's only the first time. Focus. Nearby, Aiken was secretly watching the two of them. Oh, even though he's still young, my son already knows how to teach others. He's really grown up, he thought to himself. Theobald, another person, suddenly appeared. What are you doing here? Aiken was startled. Oh, your grace. Theobald laughed. Haha, don't be so jumpy. Is there a couple having a secret rendezvous in the dead of night? Aiken was confused. Huh, a couple. You're here too. I'm just following my son. Haven't you realized? Being so sneaky. Only your wife could do that. You haven't learned anything from her. Aiken criticized, I tried. Theobald wasn't fazed either. If the master of the mansion spies on others, it'll get a bad reputation. My old friend, I'm just following my son. And you're no exception, Aiken retorted. Layla asked, you have a space pouch like that? Yeah. My older sister made it and gave it to me. Oh, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid attention to me since they entered the academy. But why are you using a mirror? Layla asked. I bought it for convenience. Dean replied, really? Layla was surprised. Yes, looking in a mirror makes visualization easier. Dean explained, is that so? Layla asked again. Yeah, stand in front of the mirror and look at your whole body. Dean advised, all right, let me try, Layla said while Dean observed her with attention. Layla seems to have developed feelings for your son. Theobald, with a thoughtful expression, replied, it's only on the surface. The girl must have something mysterious about her. After her sons left for school, her mother became seriously ill and couldn't be by her side as before. This makes it difficult for her to open up to others. Aiken asked, is that really so? But why are you so cold to your own daughter? Theobald explained, you know I do it for a reason. When I raised my sons, I spoiled them too much and now they're all rotten. I don't want Layla to suffer the same fate. So that's why Layla asked Dean for help. You've been nagging just like the old days, Aiken commented. Are you planning to send your son to the capital? If so, will you allow him to stay at the ducal mansion? Theobald asked, can it be that I succeeded right? Dean exclaimed happily, yes, you did great. Aiken replied, I'll let Dean decide just like with Arabella and Claire. If Dean wants to go to the capital, I'll do exactly as you say. Theobald said, oh, it would be wonderful if you visited. What's more, do you want to confront me all day long? You're sharper than before, aren't you? Dean, thank you, Dean. You truly are a genius, they said. Many people have called me a genius already. But compared to you, I'm not really that talented, Dean replied. This is just the beginning. You'll become even stronger. In his heart, Dean thought, those two left quietly. Are you planning to go to the academy too? That's where all the geniuses of the Empire gather. Maybe. I'm still not sure if I really need to go. I can train on my own to get stronger. You're silly. Studying isn't everything. It's a place to form noble connections. You have to go if you want to network from a young age. Dean thought to himself, haha. This girl is really determined and understands how the world works even at just 7 years old. Yes, I know, but right now, I'm not really interested in studying at the academy either. I still have a lot of books in the library I haven't read, and I still need to learn a lot from my parents. That's right. But don't you want to play with other kids? I heard all your older sisters are attending the academy already, Layla asked. Right, but I'll think about it, and then decide if I'll go or not. Dean replied, remember to tell me if you decide to go. Okay, when you come to the capital, don't forget to visit me and watch me practice. I promise, definitely. If I get a chance to go to the capital, I'll send you a letter. Oh, by the way, Dean, when are you going to tell me your request? I'll tell you when I get to the capital. What the next morning, Dean said, let's go. Holding the item in his hand, Dean asked Theobald, what is this? This is a birthday present for you. I hope you like it, Theobald said to Dean. The gift looked very expensive. The symbols of our House Tomian are revenge, the sword and the forge. The history of House Tomian begins with my ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our family came to possess the leading forge in the Empire. Not just in the Empire, but in this entire continent. All weapons made by House Tomian played a large part in leading the Empire. Dean thought, yeah, I know there are all sorts of ores and all kinds of weapons, and mystical artifacts forged there. If you go to the forge and show them this symbol, they will forge a weapon for you according to your wishes. Dean realized this symbol was a means of identification, certifying the identity and quality of a skilled person. Surprised by the gift, Aiken exclaimed, oh my, this gift is too precious. This is something that even the royal family desires. Grow up well and help your father. Thank you for the gift. Your Grace, Dean said as Layla waved goodbye. Are you sad? Is it because you have to say goodbye to your old friend? Lily answered, yes, I'm very sad. She was my first friend. When I go back to the capital, I'll see her again. Try to become a handsome young man to surprise her. He thought, yeah, I can't stay here forever. I'll see you again when I visit the capital. Take care, Layla. Bill thought to himself, how strange. Every time I look at Dean, I'm reminded of that boy, a warrior named Auric, as talented as a level 3 warrior despite being so young. If he were still alive, he probably would have become a level 6 knight of the Empire. Dean, I hope to see you grow up quickly. A few days later, Dean said to himself, I've been feeding the egg mana every morning and evening, but it still hasn't hatched. This is truly a mysterious egg, even though I'm not a summoner. If I feed it mana and imprint myself on it before it hatches, I'll be able to permanently control the summon, which can usually only be used temporarily. My mana quality must be compatible. Perhaps there are still many complex conditions that haven't been met. I've heard some eggs never hatch because the conditions aren't met. I hope that's not the reason. I've tried adjusting the flow and strength of the mana, but there's still no reaction. Sigh, I was too greedy, expecting to succeed on the first try. Young master, are you finished? Herman, you're here, Dean answered. Suddenly, the egg behind him began to glow, and Dean curiously turned to look. I thought I just heard something. Young master, what was that sound? Wait a moment, let me check the egg, Herman said. Dean thought, I don't see anything strange. Maybe I was mistaken, haha, what a letdown. Herman asked again, did the egg react at all? No, Dean replied. It was probably just my imagination. Let's get going. Moving to another place, Dean was engrossed in training with his sword. Amazing young master. When did you start practicing swordsmanship? Herman asked. I'm just swinging it around a bit. Truly a genius. You can even wield a sword, Herman praised. Dean thought learning to use a weapon is really interesting. I haven't been able to hold a sword for a long time, because Father was always watching closely. Thankfully, my skills haven't gotten rusty. Let me get you a light snack before you continue. Sounds good, thank you, Dean replied. Dean felt happy because training here was really enjoyable. Scene change. Someone remarks, Sigh, this is so tiring every year. But we have reaped many things from the last party. Clearly, many nobles are paying attention to the south, where the climate is good, and there are many desirable things. But that interest can't compare to the amount of attention that Dean is receiving. The conflict between him and Count Digran's eldest son was unexpected, but the boy calmly and confidently explained everything. To the adults, he's so mature. Sometimes I wish he would act like a child, his own age. Perhaps that's just my own wishful thinking. It's almost time. The dragon's tail. Let's have the boy try swinging it today. Entering another room, Aiken stopped involuntarily when he saw Dean training with a sword. He thought to himself, swordsmanship. Why is Dean using a sword instead of a spear? The old Duke must have said something to him. Otherwise, why would he be practicing with a sword after spending so much time with the spear? But still, it seems the boy has some experience with the sword. The power he displays is something that even many who have trained with a sword their whole lives would find hard to imitate. When did he learn to do that? However, one thing is undeniable. The boy is talented in swordsmanship. Aiken spoke up. Dean, I've been watching you for a while now. When did you start learning swordsmanship? Dean thought to himself, I guess I've been found out. It's probably best to confess to Father. Dean replied, I didn't really learn it. Aiken raised an eyebrow. So it's natural talent. Magic assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship as well. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could be so talented in all these fields. Dean, do you want to explore the outside world? Father, what do you mean? That's right. The world beyond these walls. I feel that this territory is perhaps too small for your talent. Staying here would be a great disservice to you, Dean thought. It seems he's realized I can't stay here forever. Aiken continued, Then it's settled. We need to prepare for you to step out into the world. Really? Of course. Although I have some regrets. I must still respect my son's wishes. Today I've brought you a special gift. Do you recognize it? This is the dragon's tail, the one that reacted to you on your first birthday. Dean recalled, That's right, I remember. It reacted to me. He reached out and touched the spear, and felt a surge of power spreading through his body. It's incredible, the power feels immense, Aiken thought to himself. The reaction now is even stronger than when the kid was a baby. No one can deny it's meant for him anymore. I will help the boy make his talent with the spear, shine its brightest on this continent. Before you go, I will help you master this spear, so be ready. Yes, Father, replied Dean. One day this spear will be yours. Before that day comes, become strong enough to wield it with pride. Of course. Rather than just coveting the dragon's tail, I will diligently follow your teachings. Just what I'd expect from my son. All right, then. Then let's begin. Yes. The outside world, I've always been curious about it. Even during my days on the battlefield, in my past life as Arik, I only knew war. Cleaning the barracks, maintaining weapons, eating bland food, and going out to battle again. The only way out was for the war to end, or to die on the battlefield. There were only two choices. I couldn't imagine what life was like outside the battlefield. But now, as Dean, things are different. I don't know how my talents will be used, how the world will receive me, or what I can do. But I have the chance to go anywhere and do whatever I want. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to Father's question, my mind has changed. All right, let's go out. At that moment, another voice spoke. So you've decided, son. Mother, when did you come in? Don't worry, it seems you were so lost in thought that you didn't hear me knock. Is that so? Yes, I heard from your father that you've been thinking a lot. Do you want to explore the world outside? Our territory? Yes. Yes, Father said it would be a waste of my talent to stay here. After thinking it over, I've also become curious about the outside world. I'm sorry, Mother. There's no need to apologize, Dean. Dean spoke up. But my two sisters aren't here either. If I leave, will you be all right, Mother? I understand you, Dean. I know how talented you are. Whether you want to stay or not, the outside world will still call to you. If I could, I'd wish for you to stay longer. But life doesn't allow for that. So go and do what you desire. Dean replied, Yes, Mother. Even if I leave this home, I will visit often and tell you about the things I see in the world out there. Yes, thank you, my son. Now perhaps we also need to prepare to send you out into the world, just like Father. What do you mean by prepare? I plan to teach you how to scout and slowly guide you from there. But you'll probably also need to learn how to set and avoid traps, Dean thought to himself. I'm going to have to learn special lessons from Mother, too. His mother continued, and also, you'll need to learn how to dispose of enemy corpses. And human anatomy as well. He thought to himself, oh crap. I'm going to be exhausted before I even step out into the world. His mother said, anyway, I will teach you many of those things. Yes, mother, I'll do my best. Dean thought, these special lessons from my parents taught with all their love. If I want to go to the outside world, I need to be fully prepared. In the southern region of the Onthien Empire, the county of Shogris, a place with a warm climate and abundant natural resources. This land has become a focal point for the Onthien Empire. In the context of war, ensuring its maintenance and development. Thanks to the skillful rule of Count Shogris, this place has always maintained its peace. When the war came to a close, the remnants of the rebellion were quelled. Finally, the era of peace, which felt like it would last forever, has returned. Screen transition. Have you heard the rumors? I heard young Master Dean visited a few shops. Really? Yes, he went to buy something. Apparently the shop owner's daughter fainted that day. Oh no, so the rumors are true. I hear he's getting more and more handsome. I wish I could see him just once. I don't think he has a sweetheart yet. Should I give it a shot? What, are you crazy? Geez, he's only 14 years old. But from what I hear, he doesn't look his age at all. Really? Yep, they say he's already as tall as the Count. Oh my. Is it because the Countess is also tall? Talk about good genes. If you saw him, you'd definitely think he was 20. Platinum blonde hair and jade green eyes, too. My heart would stop if I met him. The next time he comes, I'm definitely going to see him. I wonder when he'll be out. It seems he often visits that shop. Oh, right. The forest ranger told me about it. Really? So it'd be much easier if I meet the ranger first, huh? Are you really going to do it? Yep. In the outskirts of the county, where ancient magic permeates, lies the Forest of the End. Here, Dean is carrying out an escape mission, given to him by his mother. The wind is from the south. I've seen cherub spiders here before, so I have to head west. 1 more hour, I need to get out before sunset. One of the key principles of an assassin is not letting the enemy capture you. Within a certain period, Dean must avoid the trap set by his mother and find a way out of this dangerous forest. Breathe in the surrounding air and mana. Hold it for a moment, then exhale. After hiding and blending into the surroundings, the hidden traps are revealed just like now. Transparent threads are hanging everywhere. It seems that just touching them will trigger the traps instantly. This is a basic but very dangerous type. Fortunately, this type is easy to disable. Suddenly, Dean was startled when in front of him, a pack of growling monsters appeared. Oh no, it's a pack of Roodles. I didn't expect them to appear here. They're charging at an incredible speed. I have to deal with them quickly. Wait, if I move and touch a trap, it'll be very dangerous. No other choice, I have to get out of here fast. Stopping his thoughts, Dean fled with all his might as the pack of monsters followed closely behind. Unexpectedly, they accidentally triggered the traps, and poisoned needles immediately shot towards them, taking down the monsters one by one. Haha, they fell for the traps. I took care of them without breaking a sweat. When he turned to look back, one of the monsters had escaped the trap and was growling, baring its sharp teeth at Dean. It's so fast. Then it gathered its strength and spat a liquid from its mouth. That must be something very dangerous. Can't stay here long? Just as he thought that, Dean's eyes lit up. With the spear in his hand, he sliced the monster into pieces. At least I got out of the forest safely. What else is there? Damn it, how could I be so careless? Suddenly he froze, when his mother's figure suddenly appeared before him. Well done, Dean. Total time 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You're even faster than I was. You were watching me the whole time, Mother. Of course, I couldn't let you cross this forest by yourself, even though I know your talent better than anyone. As a mother, I can't help but worry. Yes, you did very well. I saw no flaws. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Really, if you keep this up, you might just get scouted as an assassin. Here, take this. It seems to suit you more than me now. This is your dagger, Nihon. Are you sure I can have it? Of course. I don't use it anymore anyway, his mother continued. Nihon is crafted from the mysterious ore Ethereum. This ore absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, you can even have it hold every poison in the world, he thought. I know it can also absorb and use toxins. Yes, thank you, Mother. I'll take good care of it. Thank you. Let's go home. He immediately thought, phew, this is probably everything Mother has taught me. Just then a loud noise suddenly echoed, drawing the attention of them both. Mother, did you hear that? Yes, it sounds like someone is in the forest. Let's go quickly. Yes. In the annex tower of the county of Shogris, a man jolted awake, gasping and muttering, where am I? I think I ate some mushrooms in the forest. Just then a young man entered and said, You're awake. You're still being detoxified, so don't move too quickly. The man wondered. How did this young man know? He asked. Detoxified, did you save me? Yes, you ate a red-cap mushroom. Luckily, we found you in time. A red-cap mushroom, so it's poisonous. If we had been any later, you probably would have been a goner. Drink some water. Thank you, Dean thought to himself. The emblem on his belt belongs to the Nixon Magic Tower. He's no ordinary person. Without Nihon, I wouldn't have been able to save him either. Returning to the present, the man said, Thank you. So where am I? Dean replied, in the annex tower of the county of Shogres. The county of Shogres? Yes, the man thought. So not only did I get lost and end up in the south, I also got poisoned by a mushroom and ended up all the way here. Dean continued, all right, you should rest. I've already informed my father. He will be here to see you soon. Your father, then you are... That's right. I am the youngest son of Count Shogres, Dean Shogres. Huh, really? You're Arabella's younger brother. The genius that every magic tower is keeping an eye on, right? Yes. How did you recognize me so quickly? Didn't you see me training with my mother in the forest? What training in that forest? The man probed. Don't you know? That forest is extremely dangerous for outsiders. The mana flow has shifted countless times. Even an 8th circle mage like me can get lost in there. That forest with its traps everywhere is our family's legacy. The man sighed in relief. Yeah, I was almost a goner in there. Wait a minute. This kid is strong enough to train in that forest. Is that right? Yes, I was the one who made the antidote. He thought to himself. He's still so young, yet he possesses that kind of knowledge and skill. Unbelievable. If during the war, the county of Shogres had, it probably would have become one of the most powerful forces in the Anthean Empire. Ha, it seems I owe you quite a bit. That's right. He thought, this kid's got guts. Well, I'll have to repay you. But first, let me introduce myself. I am Siren Ghost, until recently the master of the Nixon Magic Tower. Just tell me what you need. He's referring to a subspace. Dean thought, for real? Dean thought, many mages don't need homes. They survive by storing everything in a subspace. Siren wondered, why don't you look surprised? You won't get a second chance. Dean appeared thoughtful. I'll think about what I want and then I'll let you know. Siren was baffled. He thought, this kid is hard to read. Anyway, you should rest and get well. Looking at the closed door, he thought to himself, the first person to treat me like that. Initially, I only planned to stay for a day or two, but now I've decided to stay longer to learn about this. Interesting kid. In another area, a guard asked, the master of a magic tower, he must be a master of magic. That's right, rumor has it he's an 8th circle mage. 8th circle, that's even higher than Lady Arabella. He's truly an important figure. Magic towers are independent territories. No one could have imagined that he would get lost in a terrible place like the Forest of the End. Just surviving is a miracle. Definitely. It's lucky the young lord was able to save him. Herman, bring me a new sword. The ones I have now are all too light and short. They're all swords, damaged from the war that the Count brought back. I'll prepare a long sword for you for tomorrow. Dean suddenly remembered something. The seal that Duke Tomian gave me. 7 years have passed since that day. If I have the chance to go to the capital, I'll definitely see him. Sometime later. What do you mean I'm still not fully recovered? I'm about to go crazy from being in this room for so long. You must not travel far. And you are not allowed to use magic. Why not? Your mana flow has not returned to normal. We still haven't neutralized all the poison in your body. I guess I'll just have to wait. It's been quite a while since I've used magic, so I could consider this a change of pace. But if I stay here any longer, I'm sure I won't be able to stand it. So let's go out. If anything happens, mages are only one of 2 types. Talented on the left and insane on the right. Listen, you've gone up and down every floor of this house 10 times. Now you're staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. But you're supposed to be the strongest mage, right? So what if I am? Then you must be insane. But Lady Arabella needs to have a normal life. But I'm curious who created this garden. I could never have predicted that these flowers would contain such a wondrous amount of magic. Just then another person approached and said, I stopped by to see how you were doing, but I didn't see you. Turns out you were here. Haha, where did you think I ran off to? Someone told me. I have to stay here until I'm fully recovered. That's right, that's what I want as well. He continued. This area is truly an ideal place to rest and recover. Now I understand why the nobles often come here during the holidays. Dean replied, it's true, this place is wonderful. I'm a little sad I have to leave so soon. What, you're leaving? Where are you going? It's not too far. I am planning to go to the capital. The capital? You must be planning to attend the academy, right? Ah, and your sisters are there too, aren't they? Yes, they'll have an easy life there. He thought to himself, his sisters are famously talented. I wonder how talented this boy is. I think I should check. What is this dense mana? His mana is unbelievably condensed. If the geniuses, his age, are considered streams, then this boy is a mighty waterfall. An amount of mana, like that, is usually very unstable and prone to bursting out. But how is this possible? Beside him, Dean added, don't you think? Judging someone's magic without their permission is a bit rude. Ah, so you noticed? You're quite perceptive. Ahem. I apologize, that was thoughtless of me. He thought it's impossible for someone to have mana as incredibly condensed as this boy's. Dean thought to himself, what is he so surprised about? The man began to panic. Why don't I see any magic circles? With that density, I should be able to. Could it be that you have 2 mana cores? After a moment of thought, he asked again, how did you form your mana core? Is there a problem? Of course there is. You already have such an abundant amount of mana and you still want to wield a spear, and you possess a type of magic that only requires a core without needing magic circles. Do you really want to throw away the greatest talent that has ever existed? Why not just use both? I'm getting frustrated. I don't even know where to begin explaining. Do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are strong because they possess both a mana core and magic circles. But they interfere with each other, and when they collide, problems arise. It's a law of nature. The mana compressed in the core is channeled into the magic circles, so when the circles can't handle the pressure, they explode. Dean thought to himself, well, I've figured out quite a bit on my own. But is this really impossible? What a waste of talent. Is it impossible to use magic without magic circles? It's not that it's impossible, but without the refinement of magic circles, how can you possibly cast spells that require pure magic? Besides, there have been others who thought like you before, but most of them failed. Well, then I'll give it a try. Hearing that the man asked, bewildered, what did you say? I've never tried it, but it might be possible. The man thought, what is this crazy kid saying? If I rearrange the magic code. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean held out his hand and began to channel his magic. Instantly, an explosion occurred. Oh, it worked, but that was just a basic first circle spell. What? How is that possible? He thought to himself. This child doesn't have any magic circles, yet he can still use magic. He continued, this is unbelievable. You should only be able to use raw magic through the modulation of magic circles. And yet, Dean replied, my sister Arabella said that I have a high affinity for magic. Perhaps that's the reason. Anyway, he thought, this is exactly what normal people say when they describe talents that cannot be replicated. So this is what innate talent is. Dean thought to himself, it really worked. So, it's possible to use magic without magic circles. Now I understand. Trembling, he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. In his heart, he thought, innate mana affinity, and pure mana that is denser than anyone else's out there. Does such a person really exist? He spoke again. Do you want to be my disciple? Wait a minute. I just want to talk for a bit. It would be a shame to let a rare talent like you go to waste. Do you know how to use second circle magic? I don't know the code for it, so I can't. Oh ho, amazing. If you become my disciple, I will teach you 8th circle magic. No thanks, I'll pass. Hearing this, he became angry. Just then Aiken arrived and asked, haha, I didn't expect you to be so friendly with my son. Father? Son, what were you two discussing? Dean answered, he kept insisting that I become his disciple. But I refused. A disciple counts progress. Your son has the talent of a great mage. Haha, is that so? Perhaps he is even greater than you imagine. Yes. He even succeeded in using chain magic, without magic circles. Without magic circles, is that true, Dean? Yes, father. Aiken continued, I guess he... But you don't have any basic magic knowledge. The old man beside him chimed in. That makes the kid's talent even more impressive. As expected of the former master of the magic tower, you recognized my son's talent immediately. It's not just mere talent. Your son is a genius. The boy could even become a magic swordsman, a rare one at that. A sword is still better than a spear, he said, his face falling. Din stammered, asking again, a magic swordsman? Din thought to himself, oh my god, you shouldn't have said that in front of Dad. That's right, a magic swordsman. Finally seem interested, huh? If you become my disciple, I will take full responsibility. Now, I will make this boy the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. What is he thinking? Why do I get the feeling that he shouldn't become a magic swordsman? But why not a swordsman with magic? Wouldn't he be a perfect fit? My son Din will not be a magic swordsman. He will be a magic spearsman. He thought to himself, what is that the issue? Haha, why is everyone in this family the same? For a mage, becoming a disciple carries deep meaning. Traditionally, mages often guide their successors through a process called inheritance. This has existed for a very long time and continues to this day. Even in the modern era, with the advent of common magical education, this connection remains very important. In fact, the master of the magic tower isn't just looking for a disciple, but also for a successor. Having a level 8 archmage by my side is incredibly valuable. It shows that my talent is truly outstanding. After receiving so many compliments, I feel a strange excitement in my body. I get it now. Sis, whenever you want to see me, just pour mana into this crystal ball, okay? Let me ask Arabella. Sis Arabella, it's me, Din, my brother. What is it? You were able to cast level 1 magic, but you don't even have a single magic circle yet. Din replied, it's true I don't have one, but I can still cast it. I knew you were a genius, but I didn't think you were this good. Din continued, a magic circle is just a tool to filter and circulate mana. Maybe my mana is already very pure. Arabella agreed, that makes sense. I have a way to check, Din. I'll send you a mana stone. through the teleporter in your room. Just pour a little bit of mana into it, okay? I understand. He thought, my big sister is so good to me. Mana has always been something I've longed to understand. Advice from a level 6 mage would be invaluable. Arabella added, come to think of it, if you can already cast magic, you're going to attract a lot of attention at the academy. Din replied, I don't want that. You can't avoid it anyway. Talent attracts attention. Just remember to tell me if you get bullied at school, okay? I'll take care of anyone who dares to touch my little brother. Din reminded her, I almost forgot since you didn't mention it. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who kept hitting on you. Right. Wasn't he the second son of Duke Yao? Arabella sighed. Don't mention that bastard's name again, even without a magic circle. I wonder if over time, your mana can become even purer. Din thought, I don't know. Arabella replied, I'll look into it later. Senior Arabella. The professor is looking for you. Din, I have to go. I'll call you back later. Okay, see you later, sis. I'll send you the mana stone as soon as I can. Din thought to himself, I'm about to discover a whole new world. How exciting. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Could it be that I have the heart of a dragon? But elsewhere he sighed, damn it. I've already probed his mana. The result was much worse. I had planned to leave this place a long time ago, but I can't go until he accepts my offer. A scene from the past flashed through his mind. Oh ho, wonderful. If you agree to be my disciple, I'll teach you level 8 magic immediately. No, I don't need it. He wondered to himself, what do I have to do to get him to agree? Should I gift him some magic artifacts? Or share knowledge from generations past? No, that's too much. If I choose wrong, I'll leave empty-handed. At the same time, a call from outside broke the silence. Are you in your room? It's me, Din Grace. He thought, what is he doing here? Could it be that he's agreed to my offer? Come in. Good you're still here. I have something to talk to you about. What do you want? He thought to himself, wait a minute, I was right. You surely want to become the disciple of a level 8 mage, as talented as me. Right. So what are you here for? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic? It's not that I'm not interested, I just don't want to be your disciple. Why do you already have a master? No, I don't? He thought, ugh, is this kid messing with me? He asked again, if not, then what purpose brings you here? Going to the second floor to be taught by my sister is too hard. Since she's too far away, the best way is to learn from Mr. Siren, the one who owes me his life. Din said, I don't want to be just an ordinary mage. So you want to be a magic spearsman? No, I will be a mage, spearsman, assassin, summoner. What do those professions actually exist? And a swordsman too. That's ridiculous. Too difficult to say. So you're still refusing me? Isn't this your only chance? That's right. He's too stubborn, he thought. There's another way to make it so he can't refuse. Do you want a letter of recommendation? A letter of recommendation? I heard you want to enter the academy, right? If I write you a letter of recommendation, you'll be admitted directly. Din thought, this condition is really tempting. All right, good. Now let's discuss the details. Can I set a condition? He thought, he's starting to waver. I'll seize this opportunity and not let him escape. Of course, go ahead and say it. Can you teach me the mechanics of how level 2 magic works? Of course. I understand every type of magic in this world. Really? Then I'm counting on you. It's nothing. He thought he's still young. A letter of recommendation or the mechanics of level 2 magic are nothing to me. Shall we start right away? My physical condition isn't great, but it's fine. All right, let's begin, he thought. He's fallen completely into my trap. I'll consider this as repayment for saving you in the forest. What you yourself said you owed me a favor, so I can ask for anything from you. And what about becoming my disciple? No way, he thought. Did I just get tricked? Tricked by a 14-year-old kid? Wait a minute, you asked me for 2 things. I only owe you 1 favor. I don't think so. What do you mean, Din continued. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Furthermore, I carried you on my back from there to here. I'm not even counting that. He asked himself again, how can this child be so clever? My back hurts a little. The scene changes and he thinks it's all right. If I persistently persuade him, the important point is that you can cast magic, even without a circle. The method of channeling level 2 magic will be very complex. Many people give up at this step. So listen very carefully, okay? He thought to himself, it seems he's very interested. But I won't easily let you achieve your goal. I will teach you about respect. He explained, magic. Level 2 is a completely different tier from level 1. You have to calculate the amount of mana yourself, the mana level in the air, and even your physical condition. That's why many people give up learning magic due to its complexity. Complexity. He wondered, do you understand what I'm saying? Surely the kid will need me to explain it in a simpler way. That's the gist of it. Got it. Yes, I understand. I need to learn a lot. Not just how magic works, but also the unknowns. Really? Then tell me about the laws of magic's operation. The first law is coexistence. Mana can exist in parallel with the physical world and other mana sources. A mage uses their own mana and the mana around them to cast spells through coexistence. The second law is conservation. He thought to himself, it's unbelievable. He completely understands the nature of magic. Din continued, if the mana gathers enough physical elements, through conservation, it can cast magic based on all different elemental attributes. He was surprised. Is he adding his own interpretation? Many people find this boring, but clearly he's not like them. How can someone like him exist? He continued, with each level up, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, I'll demonstrate for you. This is level 1 magic. It can be cast using simple principles, but starting from level 2 onwards, things are different. Level 1 can't compare to level 2. This is how level 2 magic operates. Din thought. They connect in a very complex way. It seems much harder than the theory. He continued, this is the magic that creates the level 2 fire magic fire arrow. If you want more, you need to cast the same spell multiple times. He thought, you must be very surprised, huh? This is the first time you've seen the mechanics of level 2 magic. He said humorously, doesn't it look complicated? Most people take at least a year to start casting level 2 magic. After mastering level 1, he pointed out, yes, no matter how smart you are, you can only understand a part of the magic. The core here are the laws. If you can't grasp that, then everything becomes meaningless. I will observe you for about a week and slowly show you the technique. All right. Din beside him replied, should I give it a try? You try. Yes, but it will be very difficult. All right then. Din closed his eyes, focusing, releasing his mana energy. This is level 1 magic, right? Right. He thought, oh, he can create lines of a specific length and width. Impressive. So he just used level 1 simply. He wondered, how did he copy the operational mechanics of the magic of level 2 perfectly? Just from observing. At once, he asked again, how did you do that? Din replied, while observing, I memorized the rules and patterns. When I visualized the magic, it wasn't too difficult. He thought truly beyond imagination. Even for a magic genius like me, it took a while to be able to cast level 2. This boy can actually materialize it without needing a magic circle. Then I'll try the fire arrow too. Really? As soon as the words left his mouth, Din began to softly chant the incantation. Oh, it seems to be working. He thought, he cast it that easily, it's absurd. If I had talent like his, I might have already reached my dream of level 9. Din asked, am I doing it right? The man replied, yes, very impressive. You learn faster than I expected. Yes, I'm also surprised I could do it on the first try. He thought, a mage with no magic circles. The world will be in an uproar when they see him. I must hide this talent. Many people will try to approach and bother him, at least until he becomes my disciple. He continued, all right, let's move on to another spell. Yes. He thought, how should I go about writing the letter of recommendation to the academy? Sometime later, Din said magic class was more fun than I thought. I need to study both theory and practice very carefully, but now I can use magic. Thinking back to his past life, I was forced to give up magic, in a situation where I didn't even know when I would lose my life. Spending time to learn magic was too much of a luxury. To survive, I had to swing my sword. Magic required prioritizing theory over execution. Flash forward to a certain point in time. That makes me feel much better in this life. Combining the theory I learned from my sister with my natural talent, I can show explosive growth with just simple instructions. Furthermore, I am also being taught by the former master of the magic tower. What magic will I learn tomorrow? Half a month passed. The man said, what? You want to make a magic reagent? Yes, but we're missing materials, so we'll need to go outside the territory. Starting with reagents already. Don't worry, the boy has already learned the mechanics of magic, up to level 4. Usually it takes a month to finish one level. Information about magic reagents isn't easy to find. Where did you learn it? I learned it from reading magic. Books in the library. They're really interesting. As expected, you're a genius. I never thought you'd be curious about this. Magic reagent. Many people find it very boring, but you feel happy just picking out materials. Of course. All right then. This experience will be very valuable for you. Since I'm going out, I should also check on the territory. Yes, father. The scene changes. Young Master Din. Young Master, please take some snacks with you. This is a new product. Your silver hair fluttering in the wind today is so beautiful. I hope everyone is doing well. I'll come back for the snacks later. He thinks, it seems Count So Grace isn't a bad person. Well, considering how he treats me, that makes sense. This southern region has a lot of charm. From the delicious food, pleasant weather to the friendly people. A rare sight in the capital. It's so warm here. How much longer until we reach the magic tool shop? I'm not sure since I've never been there before. Herman, please lead the way for us from here. Yes, young master, it's not far from here. That's a relief. Arriving at the magic tool shop. Oh my, is that young Master Din? Your silver hair and emerald eyes. It's incredible, just as the rumors say. Thank you for having us. How has your business been lately? Still the same. Not many people buy magic tools in the territory. I only sell to foreigners, and those who love magic. I never expected to have the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower, Master Siren here. Din thought. She recognized him with just a glance. That's not surprising, since not many people become masters of a magic tower in the Empire. Feel free to look around the shop. If you need anything, just call me. All right. Since this is your first time visiting a magic tool shop, feel free to explore. I'm going to talk to the shop owner for a bit. Din felt excited. Wow, there are so many interesting things here, and there's something strange like a feeling of déjà vu. Moreover, if I touch a magic tool, I can feel its magical reaction. It must be because I have high magic sensitivity. What was that sound? There's a fairly strong reaction coming from that direction. What could it be? The girl standing behind him added, Young master, it's just a decoration. Ah, is that so? The old man interjected. Why don't you come over here and check out some potion ingredients? Moonroot is also very good, an excellent choice. There are at least 50 types of potions that contain moonroot. I grew this myself, so the quality is guaranteed, Din thought. That's strange. Yes, that's it. That stone is making a sound. Ah, young master, what is it? Herman. I feel something from this stone. It's just a decoration. I'm not sure either, but this stone is very strange. He thought, the more magic I channel into it, the stronger the reaction. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? You have a good eye, sir. It's perfect to use as a specimen. In that case, please get me this pile of moonroots and a few berries. Din asked, Excuse me, what is this? Where did you get that stone? Does it have any meaning? Oh, that pile is just for decoration. Decoration? He thought, no way. How can a decoration react to magic? The girl said, Ugh, just thinking about that stone makes me feel annoyed. Why did someone trick you? A few years ago, there were some street vendors who paid me with a large package. When I opened it, that rock was inside. That person had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I took it to be appraised. In the end, it was just a rock, nothing more, nothing less. I didn't know where to put it, so I just placed it there. He thought, that's strange, this stone is clearly not ordinary. Young master, if you want something better, please take a look over here. I have some special magic artifacts. I'll show you. Okay, this is a business card holder. He thought, even though this place has a lot of cool stuff, I only want this one thing. The girl continued, if you place it in there, it will automatically save the information you want. Just call out the other person's name, and their business card will appear. Okay? All right. Din interrupted. I'll take the business card holder and this stone. Why would you want that useless stone? He thought, I'm definitely going to need this stone. What are you planning to do with it? Hearing that, Din just smiled without saying anything. I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art. Or is there something special about that stone? You noticed? Of course. Otherwise, why would you want to buy a useless rock? Exactly. I also think this stone is more than just a decoration. It can react to my magic. Is that so? I'm not sure what that stone is either, but hearing you say that has made me curious. There are too many people here. Let's go back to the mansion to examine it more closely. Okay. The screen changes. Do you know what it is? Are you underestimating my precious experimental tools? With these, we'll find out what it is, Din replied, although a mage already appraised it and said there was nothing special. All right, the old man continued. No matter what he said, how can it compare to this thing of mine? I spent money on this pile of advanced tools. It can analyze anything you put on it. Great, let's try it now. All right, I'm quite excited. Okay, place the stone here and then channel your magic into it. Hearing this, Din immediately placed his hand on the stone. Light emitted from it. Din thought, there's something really special here. Siren thought, yes, finally I can be proud. Seeing the scene before him, Din spoke up. Is this a magic code? Yes, but it's not just ordinary magic. He thought to himself, amazing. This is a spell that contains structural laws, a casting method I've never seen before. It might be as complex as a level 6 or even level 7 spell. So the magic hidden in the stone is what's appearing. That magic exactly. Your magic is the key that unlocks this spell. I say that because it only reacts to your magic. He wondered, what is it? What is the magic inside this stone? Why does it only react to my magic? The sealed magic inside is a bit unfamiliar to me. But since I am the former master of the magic tower, I'll give it a try. If I succeed, maybe I'll find out the reason. Why my magic is different from everyone else's. Well, it's possible. I hope it works. In Arabella's private laboratory, she carefully observed a strange phenomenon. It's definitely different. It's clearly not a common type of magic. It has a unique property that Din shared with me. It's unlike any magic I know. But what field could this magic be related to? Among the results I've gathered, nothing appears. Magic reagents, magic gates, or magic engineering. If it doesn't belong to any of these types, then what in the world is it? It must belong to some field. That's right. There is a forgotten field of magic. Din's magic must be related to it. Where did I put it? Found it. Alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and even a primitive magic code. Just then a book next to her fell down, attracting Arabella's attention. Is this an ancient magic book? Come to think of it, there was a magical kingdom that existed a long time ago. In particular, there was magic inherited from Akina, because it was an ancient form of magic from 200 years ago. No one knows how to use it. Haha, why am I talking about this? Its magic disappeared 200 years ago. Din's magic couldn't possibly be related to it. But it's okay. I have nothing to lose. Let's just try and see. As she spoke, Arabella began to resonate the items she had prepared beforehand. When she opened her eyes again, writing appeared on the blank sheet of paper. Something began to appear. Could it be alchemy, divination? Or could it be? No way. Necromancy. Unbelievable. What is this? In another room, Din and a man were intently observing a glowing object. Oh, it seems the seal has been broken. Din surmised, there's definitely something inside, right? The man asked, yes, let me take it out. The object looked like a simple silver bracelet. It looks like a normal type of bracelet that anyone could buy at the market. I thought there would be something special inside. That's the reason why. This bracelet only reacts to your magic, so you should try wearing it. Yes. Din quickly complied and put on the bracelet. Immediately after, a stream of light emitted from the bracelet. Oh. As expected, it reacted. Huh. I see some strange characters. What is this, do you know? That's right. These characters are in an ancient language that no one in the world can read. Ancient language. What are you talking about? They are the characters of the ancient magic kingdom, Akina. Looking at this bracelet, Din suddenly remembered Akina. When I was little, I heard Arabella talk about it. She said that during that era, everything was created from magic. But then one day that era came to an end. Now only a few relics remain, and stories that have been passed down. And there's this magic code too. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but I never expected it to be related to the magic kingdom of ancient times. That's probably the reason why moving through the forest with ease these past few days. That makes sense, because the magic in that forest originates from Arcana, he thought to himself. I've always wanted this child to be my disciple, but looking at this bracelet, I see nothing else. You can take your time exploring it, but don't let this get out. Yes, I'll do as you say. Suddenly, they were both startled by a noise. What was that sound? Don't tell me it's a monster attack. Haha, luckily my body has almost fully recovered. Maybe I should loosen up a bit. Finally, I can return the favor. What are you doing just standing there? Go get a spear or something. Hearing that, Dean fumbled in his coat and took out an item. What is that? It's making a sound similar to the one from over there. Dean replied, this sound has nothing to do with monsters. It's the sound of my sister trying to contact me. What? Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Haha, there's no way a monster would appear here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to talk to my sister for a moment. Yes, what is it, Sis Dean? Why did you take so long to answer me? I'm sorry. What did you call me for? Arabella continued, while analyzing the magic code. Wait, is someone with you? Don't tell me you realized it too. That my magic is ancient magic. You know what? How did you know? Oh, I see. When Sidran and I were analyzing some stones, I guessed it came from the ancient magic kingdom. The stone only reacted to my magic. Dean confirmed. Yeah, that's right. Sidran thought to himself. She figured this out just from analyzing the kid's magic. I knew she was a genius, but it seems she's even more talented than I thought. Arabella asked again, does anyone else know? No. Good. Now listen to me carefully. Sir Sidran, please pay attention as well. It's best if you keep this a secret. If you let it get out, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Sidran interjected, Ahem, Miss Arabella. I've heard a lot about you from Dean. Oh, Sir Sidran. I apologize for getting straight to the point without introducing myself. Sidran continued, don't worry, I will keep this a secret. If this gets out, not only Dean, but the entire Sogras family will be in big trouble. Arabella agreed. Indeed, you grasped the situation immediately. Sidran asked, is this conversation being recorded? No, it will automatically disappear as soon as it ends. Good. No one wants to leave behind ambiguous evidence. My plan is to return to the Magic Tower to investigate further. Arabella said, thank you for helping us. No, Miss Arabella. I'm doing this out of my responsibility as a mage, so it's nothing worth mentioning. While we're talking, I heard you were looking for a magic tower to join. Have you decided which one to join yet? Not yet. But I have no intention of joining the Nixon Magic Tower. It doesn't align with my preferred field of study, Sidran thought to himself. I was wondering before who this kid took after to be so decisive. Perhaps it's from his sister. He continued, ahem, ha, I understand. You don't necessarily have to join our Magic Tower, Dean. Thought she's pretty blunt, Arabella added. There will surely be other talented people joining your Magic Tower. All right, Dean, we'll discuss the details later, okay? Okay. Take care, sis. Your sister has really become a very talented person. Yes, she has. This item is also a product of her creation. She said that this compact crystal orb is the current trend among young mages. Yes, exactly. Very impressive. However, an item like this isn't really necessary. Once you reach the 8th circle, Communicating with others is not something they desire. If there's something important, it's enough to just come and see me in person, right? Ah, I see. He thought, it seems like he has no one to talk to. The screen transitions. When you talk about ancient magic, it makes me feel worried. Haha, Father, don't worry too much. If anyone targets Dean, I will make them pay the price. Lily chimed in, wonderful. I'll make anyone who targets you silent, in my own way. He thought, haha, they're really serious. But having two protectors like this is really safe. Ah, but if that's the case, does that mean ancient magic runs in our lineage? Right. That's an interesting question. And we don't know if any of our ancestors possessed it. I'll check on my side of the family. Dean thought to himself, if both sides of the family look into this matter, will they discover anything? Although it's not too important, I still find it interesting. Yes, Mother, he continued. Anyway, it seems you've surpassed many limits. Dean, if you continue to stay here, it will hinder your growth. You should consider moving to the capital now. The capital, yes. You know, you have to be 14 to be admitted to the academy. And now you're old enough. Actually, I wanted to keep you for another year or two before sending you off. But it seems you've learned everything you can here. Dean, if you've made up your mind, you can go anytime. He thought, it's surprising they think that. Dean, you'll do great. Go and develop your talents in the way you desire. Yes, I understand what you're both saying. I will prepare to enroll at the academy. This is a reasonable decision. He thought, great, it's time for me to take the next step. Scene change in a room. Sidran asked, is that your choice? Yes, faster than I thought. You've made a good decision. Staying here any longer would only limit your talent. That would be a waste. I also have some advice for you. Don't be too quick to reveal all of your talents. Although the academy welcomes talents, not everyone thinks that way. Dean thought to himself, right, my sister Arabella told me about this before. She had faced insults before, but ordinary kids won't be able to keep up. Ah, but the Thomian family is a different story. Dean thought, that's right. I promised her I would visit if I went to the capital. If I don't visit, she'll be very disappointed. Ah, I should also think about what to do with the sigil that Duke Thomian gave me. Sidran continued, let's see. If you only have 3 months until you join the academy, then it's reasonable for you to depart from here in 2 months. What about you? I plan to return to the magic tower because I have things to do. Yes, thanks to you, I don't feel bored anymore. If there's any information about ancient magic or anything related, I'll let you know. Really, if so, I would be very grateful. Yes, about your studies. If time is short, we need to speed things up to reach the third circle. It's not a simple matter. The second circle is nothing compared to the third circle. Yes, I will study hard. Ah, I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? That's right. My sister sent me an item via teleportation magic yesterday. This is a new product. Oh, Dean continued, this is a new compact crystal orb, not yet on the market. But Arabella invented this product. She's very fond of me, so when I asked, she agreed. Sidran replied, it's quite compact and beautiful, but I don't need this. However, I will gladly accept the gift you've prepared. Please don't hesitate to use it to contact me. Oh, I can record my code here. He thought to himself, although he says he doesn't need it, he looks quite excited. Yes, please do. Haha, this thing is so simple and easy to use. Dean thought maybe he won't contact me too often, huh? The academy, huh? I need to seriously prepare for the remaining 2 months. My preference is to be able to use summoning magic to a certain degree. My goal is to be officially admitted to the summoning magic class, receive a summoning sigil, and have the opportunity to take the proficiency assessment test. Since my sister Claire is a teaching assistant, I'll probably see her often when I enroll at the academy. The screen changes. Currently, the entrance exam system is very simple. There are 2 exams to pass. 2 exams, that's right. One is a general exam and one is a major specific exam. Then could you explain it in more detail? The general exam is a preliminary test to sort candidates. This is a test on culture, history, and issues related to the empire. You can definitely pass it without any difficulty. Of course, doing well is even better, as it will be counted towards your admission score. And the next exam is the major specific exam. As the name suggests, you'll choose a major and be tested on it. The exam content will depend on the professor, but I'm sure you'll pass. Besides, you have a letter of recommendation. Dean replied, I remember. You both passed that exam easily too, right? Arabella continued, that's right, it wasn't difficult at all. However, once you've chosen a major, you must stick to that major for the major specific exam, unless you want to change it later. So be careful in your choice. I still hope you'll choose the magic major. He thought, ha, she still hasn't given up on that idea, huh? Dean replied, all right, I'll consider it. If I want to change my major after enrolling, is the only way to transfer? A voice replied, usually yes. Unless you graduate and want to start over from scratch. Yeah. Of course, you can still take classes from other majors. Usually from the 3rd year onwards, advanced major classes will not allow students from other majors to attend. Dean said so. That means I have to choose a single major to study. The voice added, that's right. There's a program called the Free Major for talents like Dean. Is there really? That sounds interesting. But unless they intend to fail, no one wants to apply for it. Dean asked, why is that? Arabella explained, because so far no one has ever passed that exam. Huh. That's interesting. Don't tell me you're thinking of trying it. Huh. Dean added, no way. Sis. Sir Sidron is coming. I'll call you back later. Am I putting too much pressure on him? No, but magic is still... Arabella Sr., the professor, is looking for you. Okay, I'm coming right now. Here, this is the letter of recommendation I promised you. You really wrote it for me. Not just the form, but the content as well. I put a lot of effort into investing in it. I've written a few letters of recommendation before, but this is the first time I've put so much thought into one. Consider it an honor for you. I will try not to disappoint you. It would be wonderful if you accepted me as your student. But to be honest, even if I did, I don't think you would. Obediently call me master. He thought to himself, haha, how did he know? Sidron changed the subject, asking, by the way, have you prepared everything for your trip? Yes, I have. Actually, I don't have many things to bring. Besides, the facilities at the academy dorms are very good. Most of the necessary things are already provided. Sidron added, the facilities are indeed good, but there are only a few people who are monopolizing them. But you're not the type of person who would let yourself lose to those people, are you? He thought. Hearing him say that, it seems like the academy is like a gathering of vicious nobles. Don't forget that place can be quite harsh. If you show any contempt, many will immediately show their true colors and bare their fangs. Dean thought to himself, I guess it's no different from a battlefield, huh? Yes, I understand. If you need anything, just contact me. That thing you call a crystal orb is actually very useful. I'll make good use of it. But why are you talking as if you're about to leave? You noticed I plan to leave tomorrow? Really, I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father invited me to be a magic advisor, but I'll think about that later, when I have nothing else to do. You know there are many things waiting for me when I get back. I thought I was done, but there are still many tasks I need to complete. Dean thought, is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him is like helping myself. Not at all. Anyway, thank you, kid. Dean replied, thank you very much for everything. Yes, I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you'll be when we meet again. Well, then I'm off. Don't see me out. Otherwise, I'll feel embarrassed. Dean said, yes, please take care. He thought to himself, maybe because we've been together for a while, I feel a little sad to see him go. Scene transitions. Sir Sidron has departed safely. It has also been announced that he will depart today. We will use the teleportation gate that Arabella has prepared. There's no need to worry about any problems. I was really worrying for nothing. Say what you will. I think we've raised our children very well. While the children of other families are busy fighting for the position of family head, we also have to make a clear decision one day. But I don't favor anyone? Meanwhile, Dean walked in and spoke. Father, Mother, I'm here. Oh, Dean, you're here. Are you getting ready to leave now? His mother cut in. Did you bring the sigil I gave you and the place, dear? Of course. If you run into a difficult situation, go to the place I told you about and present the sigil. Yes, I remember. The people there are my old colleagues, right? That's right. They are my very close friends. Although it's been a long time, I'm sure everyone will help you. His father thought to himself, don't tell me Dean. From our family is going there to start the path of an assassin. Really regaining his composure, he continued, hey, Dean, when you get to the capital, go see Duke Tomian before entering the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, Father. Dean realized Dean has grown up so much that he's about to leave us like this. Ha ha, let's send him off with a smile, my lady. Hurry now. We're not going too far. He thought, tense. Now that I'm about to leave, my feet suddenly feel so heavy. Well, then I'll be on my way. Huh. Juliet, you must keep a close watch. Make sure Dean reaches the teleportation gate safely, then come back and report to me. Yes, my lord. In another room. Long time no see, Shadow. You know what to do, right? Pay attention and see if there are any unusual situations when Dean teleports. Hearing this, the Shadow gradually disappeared. But in another place. Young master, to witness something like this with my own eyes. It's truly impressive. That's right. This is the teleportation gate my eldest sister prepared beforehand. Lady Arabella is truly remarkable. Dean replied, indeed. Now I understand why she spent a whole year investing in this. If I step in here, will the instant teleportation be activated? Yeah, it most certainly will. He thought to himself, I wonder how much effort she put into this. Instant teleportation isn't just a simple matter of arranging codes like other spells. It also requires combining, rearranging, and constantly transferring energy. Only then can the spell be cast. But the gate my sister installed is a perfect device that meets all the conditions for using instant teleportation. Well then, young master, take care. Yeah, you too, Herman. And so Dean slowly approached the gate. He thought to himself, Sister said, I just need to channel energy into the gate and it will activate. At that moment, Dean spread his arms wide and began to channel his energy. A powerful light quickly radiated from the spatial gate. As soon as he opened his eyes again, the light illuminated everything around the forest. People bustled about cheerfully. Dean had arrived at the entrance to the capital Athena. I've been waiting for you. Young Master Dean Sogras, I am Louis Asma, captain of the First Knight Order of the Tomian family. Dean replied, Ah, it's you. He thought to himself, it's quite an honor to have the captain himself come to greet me. He continued, from now on we will be your escort. Ensure the travel route is secure. Yes, Captain. Then let's depart immediately. I look forward to your support. He thought, actually stepping in here feels strange. I never expected that one day I would set foot in the heart of the Athena Empire, which I once hated. Moreover, as a very promising figure, no less. Captivating sounds echoed from a voice. Come here to witness miracles? You won't always have an opportunity like this. Hurry, the price is very reasonable. For just 1 silver coin, you get 3 freezing spells. He thought to himself, haha, so many strange things. I didn't expect the capital to be so lively. There is the mansion of the Thomian family. Hearing these words, Dean looked ahead. What a magnificent mansion, he thought. But something feels strange. It feels like someone is watching me. Maybe it's just my imagination. A moment later, the voice spoke again. Welcome, young Master Dean Sogras. We are delighted by your presence. Dean thought, what a neat line. The etiquette and ceremony are performed so naturally and with such power. It's completely different from what I saw in the south. As soon as he arrived, he bowed before Duke Tomian to greet him. Dean Sogras at your service, Duke Tomian? That's right, long time no see, Dean. How have you been lately? Your journey must have been tiring enough. Please come inside and rest. You look so different from 7 years ago. Among the children of your age, no, even among those a few years older than you, there is no one who can compare. Aiken must be very proud of you. Dean replied modestly, you flatter me. Although I can't compare to Bekgang, I have prepared quite well for the academy entrance exam. Of course you can rest comfortably. We will arrange a personal servant for you. If you need anything, just let me know. Yes, of course. Ah, by the way, how has Layla been lately? He replied. She's been well, but... Have you been arguing with Layla? Dean was surprised. Yes, what do you mean by that? Whenever your name is mentioned, she seems unhappy. Really? I'm not sure either. Maybe it's partly due to the pressure of the entrance exam. But with Layla, I believe she can pass it easily. I'll go and ask her myself. He thought to himself, why is that, I wonder? Is it because of puberty? Oh well. This can be dealt with later. Yes. And I'd advise you not to be too harsh with her. Yes. He added, you'll understand soon enough. Dean wondered, what does that mean? All right, go back to your room and rest. A servant will show you the way. Well then, I hope you can rest comfortably. Thank you very much. He thought to himself, now I'll be here for about a week to prepare for the exam. But this guest room seems a bit too luxurious. First I'll unpack my luggage, and then find the training ground. Yes. At the same time, a girl entered my room. I'll take you to the training ground, she said. Dean was surprised. This voice is... Dean, what took you so long? I've been waiting forever. Layla, long time no see. How have you been? The girl replied, yeah, I've been fine. Really good, actually. But don't you have anything to say to me? Huh, what do you mean? Why didn't you write to me? Dean's eyes showed his confusion. A letter. Why didn't you send a letter? You should have at least given me a heads up. I was going to reply, but I forgot. I'm really sorry. Is a simple sorry enough? I came all this way? Because I had to prepare for leaving the capital. I wasn't in the mood to do anything. Please forgive me this time. He thought to himself, she must be really annoyed. Dean continued, so what can I do for you? I'll do anything you say right now to apologize. Looking at him, Layla's eyes suddenly became suspicious. Really? He thought to himself, first I have to get out of this situation. But what does she want me to do? Dean offered, what can I do for you? How about a light duel? A duel. That's right. You don't mind sparring with me, do you? All right, let's see. Are you confident you won't regret it? I may not look like it, but I've become much stronger than before. I'm no longer the person I was when I was learning how to release mana from you. He thought to himself, looking at that confidence. It seems she's grown a lot in the past 7 years. Dean continued, come to think of it, last time in your letter you mentioned winning a competition. Layla replied, you remember, I won the Dancer Cup organized by the royal family. Dean continued, that's right. That's the competition. Between teenagers under 15 in the Empire. Right, it's a very high standard competition. If you had participated, you would have definitely faced me in the finals. What a shame. Dean said, that regret can be settled now. Layla asked again, are you really sure it's okay? You still have to take the entrance exam. What if you get injured? He thought to himself, who should be worried about whom? Dean continued, I'm fine. All right, good, it's late today. Let's have a match as soon as we wake up tomorrow. But what about using practice weapons? Are you still using a weapon without a blade? Dean replied, no, this is just a light match. If that's the case, using practice weapons is fine. No matter how talented you are, you can't handle every situation. What if you get injured during the match? Don't worry, because Heller, the best healer in the Empire, is taking care of my family. What if an incident occurs that Heller can't treat? If you want to hold a bladed weapon, you need to have that kind of mindset. Yes, this is just a match. Why are you being so serious? All right, using practice weapons is fine. Good, bring me the practice weapons. Yes, my lady, he thought to himself. As expected, she's become a proud young lady just like the rumors say. People also say that she will soon achieve outstanding results, like her two brothers who are actively working as knights. Perhaps Duke Tomian has produced the first female family head. Indeed, overcoming her mana has become a powerful driving force. Layla recalled she thought to herself, Dean, thanks to you I learned the basics of mana control faster than my peers. Now I have 2 mana cores. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. If I win, maybe you'll feel sad. Just then, the butler approached, interrupting Layla's train of thought. My lady, the weapons have arrived. Thank you, Dean thought. Right, since this is just a practice weapon, its weight is quite light. Will it be okay? On the battlefield, I can use anything. All right, shall we begin? Yes. While observing Dean preparing to attack, Layla thought to herself, thankfully, I've faced an opponent using a spear at the Dancer Cup, but it wasn't too difficult. The spear has a long reach, but its power diminishes as the distance closes. Then let's charge in. Dean took a breath. Pausing to think, Layla charged at Dean with all her might. Just as the sword was about to reach Dean, her eyes widened in surprise. Right. An illusion. Where did you go? By the time she realized it, the tip of Dean's spear was right beside her. Dean, when did you get there? Good thing it's just a practice weapon. If this were a real weapon, it would have been a disaster. I was sure I touched the sword, Layla thought in disbelief. All right, let's start over. But the same method won't work again, so move carefully. Humph, Dean, you. She told herself, it's been a while, so I'm a little tense. I definitely won't go easy on you this time. Layla glanced over to the side at the railing. Her father was also watching their match. He thought Duke Tomian came to see the final result. I understand your intentions perfectly. After winning the title at the Dancer Cup, because Layla had worked so hard, he was very worried. Today I'll help her dispel those worries. Dean, get ready because father is watching too. I'm going to fight with all I've got no matter what. At that moment, Layla slammed her staff on the ground. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards Dean. He used his strength, quickly spinning his weapon in a circle, blocking the attacking gust. How about that, Dean? Not so easy, right? This is far from over. Give it your all. The battle between the two continued evenly matched. It's hard to say how it will proceed. But what is this uneasy feeling? The smile had completely vanished from Dean's face. He now had the look of a soldier preparing for battle. Powerful blows were exchanged. Dean only used the staff in his hand to block Layla's mysterious techniques. Suddenly, she shifted her footing and stepped back to prepare for a thrust. But Dean just leaned to one side and easily dodged the attack. Immediately after, he used his staff to parry Layla's sword, leaving her stunned and motionless. It seems I've won this time. From another angle, other people were also watching the match. She lost again. What do you think, Asma? Maybe Layla will become a little less complacent now. Hearing this, Asma stood still for a moment, then broke into a cold sweat and replied, So you knew about it? Of course I knew. The signs were there before the Dancer Cup. And after winning the championship, it became much more obvious. I was planning to have a serious talk with her, but I thought it would be better for her to realize it on her own. That was a wise decision. In your opinion, how many mana cores does that boy have? Looking towards the dueling Dean, Asma replied, At least 3 cores. I think differently. He has at least 2 and at most 3. Why do you think so? Look closely. Although his spear speed is formidable, it's not because of his speed that Layla, despite her inexperience, is losing. It's his tactics. He can block everything. I can follow all of his movements. Is he a cautious swordsman? Probably. Maybe he lacks real combat experience. I can't believe it either. The time Layla was at her most successful. An image from memory surfaced. Hello, Count Sogras? It was after the Southern Inspection Tour 7 years ago. After meeting Dean, and maybe this time is the same. How interesting. The young lady won the Dancer Cup, but she can't use her full strength. Clearly, Count Sogras has trained him very strictly. No, you don't understand, Aiken. Even if he is strict, he's not the type of person who would teach in a harsh manner. Unlike you and me, he doesn't need harsh training. Yes, what are you trying to say? An outstanding talent that ordinary people cannot compare to. Dean is a genius with a spear in his hand. Dean continued to knock away Layla's wooden sword, leaving her astonished once again. Maybe he didn't participate, because he wasn't interested in the Dancer Cup. Really, Ozma wondered. Impossible. He's not interested in the Dancer Cup, a tournament that everyone in the Empire dreams of. Currently, no one in this age group can compete with his abilities. The old man thought to himself, Layla, I hope you will recognize your weakness in this fight. If you give up that complacency and focus on sword training, more you will surpass other opponents. Layla thought to herself, it really is Dean. I absolutely can't beat you. He's a talent. But I never expected the gap between us to be so large. You're tired, let's stop. Layla said, all right, you win. Dean thought to himself. Duke Tomian's wish has been fulfilled. Surely, she has now realized that she is not number 1. From behind, Layla asked, How did you train? Dean replied diligently. Everyone needs to be diligent. Just be more diligent. I'll go on ahead. You won't win next time. All right, I'll be waiting, Layla thought to herself. Dean is the only child I admire. The image from her memory returned again. Yeah, but from the third match, your foot seems to only move forward half a step. At the same time, he's also the person I want to surpass. Just being taught and waiting, all right. Is that right? Yeah. A great success. I want to prove I'm no longer a little girl. Why does he keep getting further and further ahead of me? Just you wait. Next time I will definitely win. But talented individuals from all over the Empire have flocked to take this entrance exam. If you include their families and retinues, the number of people gathered in the capital could be close to 1,000. About 600 candidates have registered for the exam at the Royal Academy. Although they paid the examination fee, this number is not enough to apply. However, 2/3 of them failed to pass the first round of exams. Now, after the preliminary exams have concluded, more than 200 candidates are preparing for the second, specialized exam. But elsewhere, a lively conversation was taking place. 200 people passed the first exam. Interesting, but I think only about 200 people will pass the next exam. Another person wondered, are there any standout candidates this year? There are some potential talents. No one has summarized the results of the first exam yet. The person in charge that would be Professor Denabo, head of the magic department. I wonder who will get the highest score. The girl named English, head of the spearmanship department, continued. Surely the top student in spearmanship is the daughter of Duke Tomian, right? That's right. She was the winner of the Dancer Cup. It was a truly fantastic final. Duke Tomian has raised his children very well. The person opposite them took this seriously. In my opinion, the top student in spearmanship is really something to look forward to. And this is Dean Pinnis, head of the summoning department. It's truly admirable. This is almost a certainty. The other person explained, who is that young man? Another person asked. Professor SCHD, head of the swordsmanship department. Perhaps no one is strong enough to compete with him. There's one thing that puzzles me. This is a letter of recommendation from Sidran, stamped with the seal of the Nelson Magic Tower, imbued with magic. Does that mean Sidran really recommended someone? Whoever it is, it's hard to surpass the winner of the Dancer Cup. Right, Sidran, the man famous for not taking disciples, sent a letter of recommendation for a 14-year-old boy. Who on earth is he? Dean Sogras, someone in the group spoke up. Count Sogras. It's the Sogras family again. People began to murmur. There are already 2 geniuses in the magic and summoning departments. If the youngest son is also recommended by Mr. Sidran, then the Sogras family can't be ordinary. 2 renowned families of the continent enrolling at the same time. It's sure to be a hot topic. One person said, wait a minute. Isn't the Sogras family famous for its spearmanship department? But now there's a letter of recommendation from a mage. It seems this family is rising to prominence through magic. I thought for sure he would enter the spearmanship department. If he joins the department, he and Arabella would be very strong. One of them mused, and at the same time someone else ran over quickly from a distance. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, but the results of the first exam are out. Let's check the data quickly. Results table: swordsmanship department 367 people, magic department 227 people, summoning department 152 people. As expected, the swordsmanship department has a huge disparity. It's understandable that Thomian is at the top. Dean Sogras, his name isn't on the list. Is that true? What about Sidran's letter of recommendation? My department doesn't have his name either. Are there any candidates in liberal arts who aren't on the list? No. That means there's one candidate who applied for the liberal arts major. The liberal arts major. What a surprise. Out of 600 candidates, Dean Sogras scored the highest in the first exam, but elsewhere a sense of nostalgia filled the air. I've been here for a month already. Time flies so fast. The fight with Layla now feels like it just happened yesterday. Now the first exam is over and I'm waiting for the results. Luckily, the exam wasn't too difficult, Dean told himself. Right after Layla ran up and asked Dean, did you get the results yet? What's your rank? An announcement rang out. Results of the first academy exam. Wow, you're first place. Yeah, of course it's you. It's so annoying that I missed first place, Layla exclaimed. How on earth did you study? Dean replied confidently. Mostly based on the questions my sister sent me, Layla interrupted. I looked at them too, but I still found the military science part the hardest. Dean thought to himself, my strength is my education from my past life. Layla continued, do you think a 14-year-old can understand tactics, strategy, and military management? Dean replied very confidently, for me, that was the easiest subject. Don't you find it interesting? You're definitely not a normal person. Not just military science, but also fine arts, music, and even the history of the Trinic Empire. That's my major, Layla reacted. Dean thought about the countless things he had unintentionally absorbed in the past. So which major did you apply for? There are 3 in total, right? 7 out of 3 places. But did you really apply for the liberal studies major? To be honest, I just plan to study what I like, Dean replied tactfully. But why did you choose the liberal studies major? I just can't understand it. Because I want to learn everything. The acceptance rate is very low. I heard that. The liberal studies major allows you to take any class you want until graduation. You can even conduct research with the professors, Dean emphasized. Is it because nobody knew that, so no one applied? You don't like studying with me, so you intentionally failed, didn't you? That's not it. So you really think you'll pass? Besides spearmanship and summoning, what else do you know? Tell me right now. Haha, Dean laughed, thinking to himself, should I reveal it? The scene shifts to another location. We've finally made it to this place. To take the liberal studies major exam, one must pass in 4 majors. It seems that practical skills will be important. Summoning, spearmanship, and magic. It's truly so different from cores and magic circles. I wonder what he's thinking. Dean Pinnis, head of the summoning department, continued to speak. Initially, some people managed to pass 2 liberal arts majors, but almost no one is strong enough to pass even 1 major. Professor Dambo, head of the magic department, chimed in. Either choose spearmanship or magic. One is good enough. The liberal studies major has existed for about 200 years, right? But almost no one has passed. Another person expressed doubt. It wasn't as difficult in the beginning as it is now. Back then, the academy needed talented individuals during the Age of Conquest. They were all nurtured. But it's not like that anymore. The standards have also gotten higher. Most candidates don't dare to apply for the major they are best at. The head of the spearmanship department asked further, so why does this major still exist? A department with no applicants and no one passing? It's because of the symbol. The symbol that only the most outstanding talents in the Empire can pass. Right, that's also important. Although it has now become a declining major and is only kept to maintain its name. According to the results I researched in the last 100 years, only 2 people have passed this exam. One dropped out and the other was the previous emperor. In other words, if you're not a genius, it's almost impossible to pass. If you are the youngest son of the war hero Arkanso Grace, then your family is not to be underestimated. I also have expectations, and maybe he's just an arrogant kid. If we follow our way of thinking, we could let him enroll. But as a professor, I can't be careless. Is that kid really confident enough to challenge this? At the second exam hall, Dean Sogras introduced, I am Dean Sogras, applying to the Liberal Studies Department of the Royal Academy. Hearing this, a voice interjected, do you know what applying to the Liberal Studies major means? Dean replied, of course. I know that all 3 majors require a passing grade to be admitted. The voice continued, your name is Dean, right? It's not too late now. The questioner added, I have great respect for Count Sogras. He is the best spear master in the Empire. I don't want to see his son eliminated and have to return home. Dean humbly said, thank you, Professor, for the compliment. But I came here with the determination to do my best. Denabo, with a critical gaze, thought to himself, that's right. If he were someone who easily gave up because of such words, he probably wouldn't have applied in the first place. Then there's no other way. There are 3 tests depending on the major you choose. If you fail one of them, you will be automatically disqualified. I understand, Dean replied. Then we will start with the summoning department, as decided earlier. Immediately, the figure of a young woman appeared before Dean. He thought to himself, that's Professor Dean, Penis, the highest-level summoner of the Antian Empire. She set a record with 3 summons of level 2 or higher. The woman declared, the testing method for the summoning department is very simple. Impress me, in any way related to the art of summoning. Dean thought to himself as expected. A free-form test based on preference. There are no specific standards or format. He continued, if that's the case, Professor, could you summon a beast for me? What, a summoned beast? Dean nodded. Yes, any summoned beast will do. His question piqued the interest of many around him. Denabo felt sweat trickle down his back. Pinnis wondered, what is he planning? I haven't seen any indication yet. I thought he just wanted to talk theory. Does he want to see a summoned beast? After a moment of contemplation, the woman looked away and said, all right. It's bold, but also very interesting. You certainly have a taste for the unconventional. Open your eyes and watch closely. Dean watched with a bit of nervousness from the other side. The woman began to chant incantations. As her eyes glowed, she exclaimed, answer my call. Instantly, a spatial rift opened in the sky, startling everyone around. Even the eyes of the 2 department heads were filled with astonishment. Is that the frenzied summoned beast Ezra? Dean thought to himself, the roar sounds terrifying. It's the most ferocious beast among level 4 summons. No one has ever summoned it without being attacked. Because this is the entrance exam, I wasn't confident enough. But this time it's really interesting. The woman continued, now I've summoned whatever beast I wanted. Now what are you going to do? Hearing this, Dean just smiled silently. Ezra is the most ferocious of the level 4s. Even knights would have a hard time defeating it. What are they going to do? Step by step, Dean approached the monster. Denabo called out, what are you doing? Stop right now. If you provoke Ezra. At this moment, the beast's roar echoed as Dean faced it. I just have to prove myself in any way. Right, the woman confirmed, right, but proving it by jumping into a pit of fire. Yeah, Dean replied. That won't happen. Everyone don't worry. This statement made Pinnis break out in a cold sweat. Incantations were uttered by Dean, creating words of magic. The monster's eyes began to change and it became docile. Strangely enough. Yeah, good boy, this finally means it's quite a bit bigger than Zenbu, huh? Pinnis silently thought. Unbelievable. I can't believe the ferocious Ezra would submit so easily. Is it because of the mana thread connecting to Ezra? The color is faint, so it's not subjugation, but it completely erased Ezra's hostility. Standing from a distance, Dean smiled slightly. Haha, even though I've seen it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Is that innate empathy? It's wonderful. The woman wondered, did you approach Ezra? Quickly analyze the mana thread, and then create a similar thread to connect with it yourself. If that's how he tames them, then this is a talent that surpasses even my own, and I was praised by my master. If so, the future is truly something to look forward to. Pausing for a moment, the woman approached Dean and said, Dean Sawgrass, your ability has been fully confirmed. Courage, calm judgment, and solid fundamental skills. There's no doubt about it. You've passed the exam. The two department heads from afar confirmed in unison, I agree. Thank you. The screen transitions. Finished in just 30 minutes. So you're the valedictorian. What's wrong? I heard you were also the top student in swordsmanship. No, you're the valedictorian. Cheer up. They're throwing a party to celebrate our passing. Layla sighed. I can't believe the difference is so great. It's like an irresistible force, a natural disaster. Watching the girl's figure slowly walk away, Dean called out, Layla, she wants to be alone. Let her go, Dean advised. Still don't worry too much. Layla will get through it. Have you contacted your father yet? The Count must be very proud. Yes, everyone is very happy. He said that if you chose the liberal studies major, then you deserve it. Everyone was surprised. The exam is over. Rest up and prepare for enrollment. Dean replied, yes, thanks to the Duke's consideration. I had a good time. Have you thought about the item commissioned to the forge yet? I'm thinking of a sword, but I don't have a specific plan yet. Dean explained, my body is still growing, so I don't know what kind of sword to make. I need more time to think. This is a good opportunity. Right, there's no rush. All right then, Duke. You should go to the Duchess. I know, I'll be going then. As his figure faded away, Dean was lost in thought. The Duchess's illness seems to be ongoing. An image from memory surfaced. Fortunately, the symptoms are not getting worse, but not getting better either. For many years, it's a shame. As someone who has never seen a family member sick, I can hardly understand this feeling. Should I go and comfort Layla a little? 2 days later, a voice echoed throughout the space. It is a great pleasure to welcome the new students of the Academy, Royal Academy. I am A. John Thomas, the headmaster of the Academy. This year, I am delighted to see the new students, who have overcome fierce competition, to stand here. I believe the future of the Empire will be brighter than ever with such excellent talents as yourselves. Especially this time, we have many outstanding talents. One of them has been accepted into the Liberal Studies major, an extremely rare achievement, as only 2 people have achieved it in the past 100 years. This student was approved by the 3 department heads of Spearmanship, Magic, and Summoning. The announcement caused a stir among the crowd. Oh, a student accepted into the Liberal Studies major. I can't believe it. Who could be so talented? John Thomas continued. The representative for the new students, valedictorian Dean Sawgrass, please come forward. The crowd murmured again. That kid got into the Liberal Studies major. What? What kind of blessing does the Sawgrass family have? Do you see Dean? He's so majestic. I see that clearly. Oh, he's the valedictorian. You've raised him very well, Aiken. Compared to you, it's nothing. Raising 2 sons with nothing to show for it. My daughter isn't even at the entrance ceremony. The older one is far away, the younger one ran away from home. You have 2 daughters, that's really nice. I'm very jealous. You have Layla too. Upon hearing this, Aiken's eyes filled with a hint of sadness. He looked towards his daughter and thought to himself, I wish my wife could be here too. Yes. Pinnis asked, have you been close with summoned beasts since you were young? Yes, Professor. As expected, it's an innate ability to connect. She thought it's truly a miracle. The boy, this unremarkable-looking boy has more ability than other summoners, Professor. With Dean's ability to connect, could he summon a beast from beyond the horizon? She wondered about another world, where summoned beasts have lost connection for over 100 years. Would the summoned beasts there choose a mage? Who knows, you're the rumored Dean Sawgrass. I hope your talents will shine at this academy. I will remember that, headmaster. Next is the oath-taking by the student representative. He thought, I've finally entered the academy. The journey to get here was long and winding, but I won't waste this new life that I've been given. This is just the beginning. At the Academy's main lecture hall, another voice spoke up. I will conclude the introduction to the Academy here. We will take a short break before moving on to the next part. Please take this time to eat, drink, and rest. A voice from the crowd called out, Listen, Dean! From now on, many people will be targeting you. Whether with good or bad intentions, you must be careful. If someone proposes something, be sure to consider it carefully. I heard there are many people here who aren't well educated. Yes, I understand. Whispers began to spread. Don't refuse, just join. Participating in a club is an honor at the academy. In our club, sorry, I have no intention of joining. Haha, so many and yet another new member. Grab the redhead over there. This is the talent we've been looking for. Layla interjected. Oh, the upperclassmen are recruiting for clubs during the break. He thought, I heard from my sister that there are a lot of interesting clubs. Just then a loud shout came from the crowd. Find the valedictorian kid, Sawgrass. No, we must get him to join our club. Hearing this, Layla cut in. Dean, everyone is targeting you. What should we do? First, let's get away from here. Where are you going? Join the physical conditioning club, where you can improve and train your body. Hey, freshman. Are you interested in our map exploration? Research Society. If you join now, the new map will... The Research Society of Astrology brings together the best talents. Next to him is Thomian's daughter. Don't let the Duke's daughter get away, Layla continued. Oh, I'm not joining. I'm really not joining. Dean thought to himself, I'm used to being pursued, but this is the first time I've been in this situation. Being the valedictorian is so much work. The others whispered, Is that Kenta Sheffin? That's right. I heard that after the 7th Royal Knight retired, he immediately became a professor. An excellent successor, but there's a rather difficult problem. So a new student enrolled in the liberal arts major after 15 long years. Before this, it was a cushy position for him. He only had to write the occasional thesis and get some mediocre results. Now that comfortable life is over. Looks like he actually has to prepare for classes now. If it were me, I'd be pissed too. He continues, the new student orientation is over. He thinks this is absurd. Why did a student have to pass at a time like this? Meanwhile, Dean stands before the door, his expression pensive, saying nothing. You're Dean Sogras, right? You're early. Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you. All right, come on in. A moment later, he thinks, I worked my ass off to get this position. Head of the Liberal Arts Department, Kenta Chevin. I came here to chill, not to teach. If I had to teach, I'd already be sick of the knights. Tired of mentoring knights, Kenta speaks up. Why did you want to apply to the liberal arts major? To do what I want. And you don't intend to transfer to another major? No, I don't want to waste this opportunity. Kenta thinks, if that's the case, I guess I'll have to guide him. Is there no other way? Wait a minute. It seems he didn't take the swordsmanship exam. Did he skip it because he lacks confidence? Kenta asks, Hey, do you know anything about swordsmanship? Swordsmanship, I don't mean to hide anything, but since you're my professor, I should at least know what your skill level in swordsmanship is like. Dean thinks, why is he suddenly asking about swordsmanship? I'm getting the feeling I'm not welcome here. Dean adds, it's not that I'm not interested in swordsmanship. Perfect, then I'll give you a little test. Okay, great. He thinks he took the bait. Kenta continues. Then let's go to Dacton, my training ground. He thinks I have the right to evaluate students. I just need to use his poor swordsmanship as an excuse to make him leave. Entering the weapons room, Kenta signals for Dean to freely choose any sword he wants. The training ground is a mess with swords strewn about, mixed with filthy trash on the floor. This makes him feel that something is off. Even though he knew the liberal arts major didn't have many students, this terrible condition is truly too much. He hesitates before the array of swords of all shapes and sizes, unsure which one would be suitable, and how to even judge what a good sword is in this chaotic mess. Yes, despite his initial hesitation, Dean quickly steps forward and decisively draws a single sword. Kenta had secretly guessed that Dean would choose dual blades to fight, but seeing him hold only one, Dean with an indescribable confidence affirms his choice. Yes, this one is enough. The condition Kenta set sounds simple enough, but everyone knows this professor's strength is nothing to scoff at. If you can touch me even once, with that sword, you will pass the test. To show his generosity and simultaneously show off his talent, the professor even sets a limit for himself. It won't be hard, because I will only move within a 2-step radius. Dean's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I understand perfectly, he replied. Kenta also looked forward to the new student's performance. All right then, let's begin. However, a doubt crept into the professor's mind. Is he that confident? Seeing the radiant smile on Dean's face, Kenta suddenly had another thought. Could there be a hidden meaning behind this? Instantly, Dean takes the initiative, lunging at Kenta. The sword in his hand moves at a not only astonishing speed, but his face also shines with the determination to win. Kenta can't help but be startled as the sword tip gets incredibly close, less than a hand's breadth away from him. Even after dodging the first attack, the professor can't stop thinking about the unexpected strength of Dean. Whoa, that was fast. Is this why he was accepted into the liberal arts major? But with just a single sword, Dean unexpectedly unleashes a series of dazzling sword strikes, as if multiple people were fighting at once, creating an afterimage effect. Each strike is powerful, decisive, and full of force. It's hard to understand how Kenta still has time to think, while another sword strike just grazed past his face. What is this? This is... The professor can't hesitate for another second. He immediately raises his sword to defend himself, but still resolutely keeps his initial promise, not to move more than 2 steps even, though Dean is still attacking relentlessly. How can Kenta stay calm when sword tips are continuously and dangerously swiping past him? Oh my god! Any slower and it would have been a disaster. This swordsmanship is unconventional. Is he an idiot who just happens to know how to use a sword? Dean stops his advance in time. Otherwise, the professor might have been injured. Clearly, this was just a small test. Dean's heavy breathing can be heard. Kenta, too, has long since started feeling tired. Suddenly, he starts analyzing Dean's background. Moreover, this kid fights exactly like a swordsman on a battlefield. Not the stance of someone from the nobility or knighthood. The professor still stands in one spot, only continuously swinging his sword around to block. Dean's sword strikes, both decisive and powerful. Dean's fighting skills seem a bit chaotic, but the way he attacks his opponent from all sides is incredibly effective. When Dean's attacks swipe past his face, Kenta can't help but be startled by his inability to block in time. Even the way he fights as if splitting himself in two, each sword strike radiates formidable power. But Kenta is stunned as Dean continuously changes his attack positions at a dizzying pace. Unbelievable. I've reached level 6 and I have to concentrate this much. He has to dodge skillfully, while constantly contemplating his own strength. Am I fighting a 14-year-old kid? He doesn't even need the weapon advantage. The professor's feet only dare to move a small step to the side to dodge the blow. Dean lowers his center of gravity 1 foot back, as if preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, Kenta grimaces. His expression now looks unnatural compared to when he was talking, but this posture is strangely familiar. His sword strikes remind him of a past battle of his. Before him is a chaotic battlefield, but one person is sweeping through everyone. His sharp sword strikes flash by, annihilating countless enemies. His face is expressionless. This astonishes him. Who is that person really? Returning to the present, the battle between Dean and Kenta is still undecided. The tips of both their swords are pointed directly at each other. But suddenly, Dean's sword tip is aimed straight at Kenta's heart. The professor doesn't understand why he was so dazed, not focusing on the fight. Oh, why was I thinking about something else? A victorious smile blossoms on Dean's lips. He gently retracts his sword and asks, Professor Kenta, I believe I've met the requirement. The air suddenly falls silent. Kenta grinds his teeth and closes his eyes, not knowing what to say after losing to a child. The sword in his hand slowly lowers, but the professor still grips the hilt tightly, trying to suppress his rising anger. Finally, he is forced to acknowledge Dean's ability. You passed. But while Dean is still panting from exhaustion, Kenta is not tired at all. His mind is constantly calculating. Without the handicap, this fight would have been really tough. As expected, the strength of a mere royal knight wouldn't amount to much. In fact, Dean had shown his extraordinary ability from the moment he decided to apply for this major. Only now does Kenta think to himself, but this kid is truly a genius, a special kind of genius. Even with a handicap, he was not inferior to me, someone who has reached level 6. After the recent confrontation, Kenta has understood many things he had carelessly forgotten. Now I understand why he wasn't interested in the swordsmanship exam. The professor feels quite surprised by the superior talent of Dean. Why with this level of skill didn't you apply to the swordsmanship department? No one expected his reason to be so simple. Because I thought my family would be sad. Kenta seems to be cut off, unable to understand what the student is saying. What? Suddenly, the professor seems to want to say something, but hesitates. Quickly, Kenta has looked up the abilities of Dean's family. Everyone is exceptionally elite. Dean's father is a master of the spear. His 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Could it be that he chose all 3 majors to meet the expectations of his family? Could it be that he isn't lacking confidence in his swordsmanship at all? Did I misjudge him? Suddenly hearing a confirmation. Professor, have you completed all the procedures? Yes. All right, you can go. I'll send you the official notification soon. Dean once again shows his exceptional politeness. Yes, thank you, Professor. The annoyed expression of the professor is hard to read right now. Is it because he just lost the test? Or is a deep curiosity stirring within him about Dean's true abilities? Kenta just stands still, watching the young man's back as he slowly walks away. Even as Dean approaches the door, the professor can't stop questioning himself. Did I let my personal feelings interfere with the evaluation process? What an unwise decision. I wonder if the other department heads, who served as judges, have felt this way before. Today, Kenta tries to take a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, though his heart is boiling with frustration. All plans to get rid of the kid and live a comfortable life for himself have gone up in smoke. Suddenly, he shuts his eyes tightly, carefully reconsidering everything once more. Who is that person really? A distant memory floods back, recalling the time when Kenta was still a warrior. He remembers the moment. He focused all his attention in one single direction. Back then, he couldn't utter a word, only daring to stand motionless and observe the situation. Suddenly, amidst the scene of a single young man brilliantly handling hundreds of rebels, a voice calls out. Dean doesn't turn his head. His eyes are still fixed on the sun, which is casting its final rays before night falls. Professor Kenta is utterly bewildered. A cold sweat suddenly trickles down his face. With a slight hesitation, he still blurts out a name. His image immediately becomes clear in Kenta's mind. Yes, that's the name? On the academy grounds, a group of students is gathered, buzzing with talk about the just-finished exam. Dean's two sisters are no exception. Then Clara asks again, her voice full of surprise. You really passed the test? Dean hesitates, a hint of confusion on his face. Yes, I guess so. Clara places a hand to her mouth, clearing her throat lightly. She closes her eyes to think for a moment before speaking. That's strange. Professor Kenta isn't someone who lets students pass easily. Dean stands opposite her, his forehead beaded with sweat, silently groaning to himself, this is unexpected. She recalls a previous incident. Professor Kenta Refuel once went before the principal. She frowns and says, that professor only participates in regular teaching once a year? But this time the principal personally summoned him. He hates troublesome things. But in the end he agreed. Clara agrees. Yeah, that's why I'm so surprised. Yeah, he says. Then she suddenly moves closer, gently taking her brother's arm. She places a hand on Dean's shoulder, then leans down slightly and says, it's a relief that nothing terrible happened. Dean smiles and replies, yeah. The girl flashes a radiant smile, letting out a sigh of relief as if a weight has been lifted. Seeing that smile, Dean thinks to himself, my sister isn't praising me. Like, that's my Dean. She's just purely relieved that I'm safe and sound. As the two siblings are happily chatting, someone rushes towards them from a distance. The person's voice rings out loudly before she even appears. The newcomer is Arabella. She exclaims, oh, Dean, I was wondering where you were. Hearing the familiar voice, the two siblings turn to look. Dean happily calls out, big sis. Arabella gives both siblings a bright smile and asks, our little brother passed his test, right? The three of them standing together quickly attract attention and cause a small stir. The students standing nearby point and gossip excitedly about the Sogras family. Look, the Sogras siblings are all together. I thought just Arabella and Clara were already incredibly brilliant. But now their younger brother is even better than both his sisters. What kind of family are they anyway? The scene shifts to another area in the city. Mo's voice drones on. I am Mo, in charge of all dormitory management. The dormitories are divided into 3 areas, based on the students' entrance exam scores. Among them, the highest-ranking area is called Jiaone, named after the first emperor. The two walk slowly along the stone-paved path. Dean is still listening intently to his story and replies softly, yes, sir. Seeing him nod, Mo continues, Student Dean, you are the valedictorian of the liberal arts major, so you will be staying in this area. The cafeteria, training grounds, and library here are all of high-class standard. Moreover, there are private lounges and convenient magic projection rooms. He pauses for a moment, then says mysteriously, in addition, there's also a special secret device. Hearing that strange phrase, Dean is a bit surprised. His eyes quickly glance at Mo, and he thinks to himself, what? A secret what now? Mo, holding a key in his hand, turns back to warn, although this might not happen. Depending on your future scores, it's possible you might have to move out of this area. He adds, Arabella and Clara also stayed in this area, but only until graduation. Dean isn't too surprised. He thinks to himself, oh, of course my sisters would. He holds up the key engraved with the number 705. This is the key to the student's room. Dean carefully takes the key with both hands. Mo continues, we will issue you 2 for backup. So if you happen to lose one, please report it to me. Dean looks at the key and nods. Yes, I understand. Mo adds a final piece of advice, be careful from now on. There are many students here with strange personalities. They're not bad people, but sometimes unexpected things can happen. All right, you can go check your room if you have any needs. Report to the logistics office. Hearing Mo, Dean contemplates with a sigh. Should I go check out the room now? Entering his new living quarters, Dean looks around. This is pretty fancy. He walks around observing every nook and cranny. But why is it so quiet? Suddenly, Dean stops in his tracks. His whole body freezes. He feels that something is wrong. A very strange feeling. A school this big, and there's not a single servant. Not even a single guard in sight. This feeling is really not right at all. I can't sense anyone's presence. It's as if they've all vanished. His eyes stare at the door in front of him. He wonders in a low voice, what on earth is going on here? Dean begins to use his magic to investigate. Blue rays of light appear. Let's try to spread my aura. The blue streams of light envelop his body. He closes his eyes and concentrates his investigation. The light stream seeps through every corner inside the castle. After a sweep, as he passes through an area, a brown stream of air and the smell of slimy moss wafts to his nose. He hears the faint whirring of machinery, the soft clicking of gears. Dean opens his eyes, instantly realizing this is a trap. After understanding everything, he smirks. Dean stands alone looking ahead, muttering, so that's it, a welcoming, Ceremony, I wasn't wrong. In another room, a group of students is watching the new student on a screen. Seeing the other person not moving, one asks doubtfully, why isn't he moving anymore? Is his intuition really that good? Rand spreads his arms and asks, hey Anne, do you think he already knows there's a trap? Anne pushes up his glasses and speculates, absolutely not. This person's full name is Julat, the eldest son of the Baron. Julat currently a third-year student in the archery department. He boasts confidently, my Julat clan is the best family of hunters, existing for hundreds of years. I am completely confident in the traps I've set. Another person looking worried, still not fully convinced, asks, so is it dangerous? An nods in confirmation. Of course I've removed anything that could cause injury. The goal is just to make him a laughingstock. He laughs triumphantly. Just you wait. He'll definitely be scared enough to pass out. This first welcoming ceremony is really something to look forward to. He continues, by the time that kid gets here, he'll be a complete wreck. Another one still feeling it's unreliable asks again, are you sure it's okay? That's the Sogras family. Anne raises an eyebrow. So what? All of us have been through a very memorable welcoming ceremony. As soon as he finishes, a blonde girl's voice sounds from behind Anne. But he's the valedictorian of the liberal arts major, so this time it might be different. This beauty is Priscilla Nelliel from the Nelliel family, a fourth-year student in the theology department. And Priscilla continues, his older sisters are both exceptional geniuses. If he also passed the liberal arts major, it proves that he is an even more outstanding genius. Anne is utterly astonished and turns around. What? Are you saying he won't fall for my traps? A brown-haired young man standing nearby suddenly interjects, his tone probing. Not that, but it seems you're not very confident, are you? And with absolute confidence in his sophisticated trap, and still resolutely refutes. Don't be ridiculous. Absolutely not. He slightly pushes up his glasses, his mind darkly scheming. No, there's no way he could have detected my trap. I carefully used an invisibility spell and even greased the mechanism to completely eliminate the noise. Suddenly, as Dean takes a step, this action makes the entire group in the room gasp in amazement. All eyes are on him. Shouts of astonishment begin to ring out. He's moving again. Really, get out of the way. Dean walks on, looking up with an unreadable smile. Starting with a tripwire, huh? Just a light touch and the trap will spring. He reaches his hand forward, gently opens the door, muttering to himself. So the magic bullet stuck to the ceiling. Must be the next trap. As the door opens, everything happens just as Dean predicted. The moment the door swings open, that object immediately falls and shatters. Dean stands still, not moving an inch. If he had taken one more step, his whole body would have been covered in water, drenched like a drowned rat. But these simple tricks couldn't possibly fool him. He glances down at his feet, looking at the puddle forming, and clicks his tongue. Less water than I thought. Following that, a secret mechanism is suddenly activated from within. A brown smoke quickly billows out. The entire hallway, in just a moment, is completely enveloped in a thick layer of brown smoke. Dean quickly covers his nose and grimaces. I almost puked my guts out from that smell. He can't hide his discomfort. He thinks with a frown, geez, what is this? This stench is so childish. He stares at the hole in front of him, where the brown smoke continues to rise. The group, seeing Dean still unharmed, having not fallen for any of the traps, begins to panic. What is this? He found out. Rand angrily turns to question, and what the hell? You said it was absolutely impossible to detect. The red-haired guy next to him also wonders with confusion, how did it turn out like this right from the start? And hurriedly defends himself. It's just a coincidence. It's purely a coincidence. Priscilla's blood boils hearing these excuses. A coincidence. Anne quickly nods his head. Yes, I went a little easy at the beginning, that's why it was detected. He still believes that. The next phase of this plan will go as expected. Anne defensively says, just you wait and see. He'll definitely fall into the trap. The red-haired guy looks at the screen and agrees. Yeah, there must have been some mistake. Rand says, let's just trust Anne for now. And Priscilla looks at Anne with an annoyed expression and sighs deeply. Seeing this, Anne can't help but feel frantic, thinking, oh, why do I feel so uneasy? On Dean's end, as he moves forward, he sighs softly. The second trap is just as clumsy. Should I just destroy it? As soon as Dean steps in, a series of fists suddenly emerge from 4 directions, aiming straight for him. But Dean is unharmed. His body moves gracefully, skillfully weaving through each bag. Next, Dean uses his feet to launch himself off the wall, gaining momentum to leap forward. Feathers suddenly fall from somewhere. As Dean lands, what awaits him are sharp wooden stakes, plunging down from the ceiling, intending to form a prison to trap Dean. However, with his extraordinary agility, Dean easily weaves and dodges them all. The group witnessing this can't help but exclaim, as expected from this Count's family. I heard his sisters also had a very memorable welcoming ceremony. Anne is watching through the screen. When he sees Dean dodging so easily, his jaw drops. My trap. Behind him, Priscilla's eyes are wide with disbelief. An puts his hands on his hips and paces back and forth restlessly. It's like he already knew what was going to happen. Ran exclaims, "Did Anne really try to hide it that simply, damn it," and grits his teeth, his face covered in sweat. He clenches his fists, unable to believe it. It's too early to give up. There's no way he can avoid the final trap. Priscilla, who had been silent until now, finally speaks up, "What is the final trap?" Anne smirks, "Haha, you'll see." On Dean's side, a giant red dragon, with majestic wings, stands before him. It lets out a deafening roar. Next to the red dragon is a goat, with 2 pairs of long horns. Dean looks at the 2 beasts with suspicion. This time it's summoned beasts. The red dragon roars as if in affirmation. Looking at the 2 beasts, Dean is somewhat impressed. They managed to prepare some pretty strong ones. But he suddenly feels something is not right. A strange feeling. He looks down at the dragon's feet and sees they are slightly blurry, and the image seems a bit small. And next, its wings seem to be able to pass through the wall, but the wall is unharmed. Dean instantly guesses, so it's an illusion. Dean secretly chuckles to himself. They're being too careless. Just by the sound alone, they seem powerful. If it were a normal student, they would have definitely run away. Seeing the 2 beasts about to attack, he thinks there's no need to dodge or retreat. Then a blue spiritual energy begins to gather in Dean's hand. His eyes narrow slightly. I just need to break the flow of magic to stop them. Watching the screen, seeing Dean still not moving or running away, the group looks bewildered. That kid isn't running. On the contrary, he looks quite calm. But one person in this group suddenly notices, hey, it looks like he's about to do something. He's gathering magic power. Anne hears this like a thunderclap, his heart trembling. His face is covered in sweat. He thinks, could it be that in just that brief moment But he already knew it was an illusion. Unbelievable. How is that possible? Priscilla stood nearby, arms crossed over her chest. Her eyes glanced at Anne, who was frozen in place. She clicked her tongue. Oh dear. Meanwhile, Dean, after concentrating all his power into his hand, unleashed an extremely powerful attack towards the 2 beasts. His attack formed a slash, as sharp as a blade, slicing straight into the red dragon's neck. Next up was the goat-like beast. Dean sidestepped as the red dragon charged. Dean slashed repeatedly at the 2 beasts, then looked at them with a scornful smirk. Done. Then he retracted his aura. Dean was still looking forward to it. Now how do I meet the person who designed this trap? Let's see who the trap designer is. Professor Dean easily destroyed the 2 illusionary beasts. The entire group started to scatter and flee in a panic. Priscilla shouted as she ran out the door. It's an orc! Get out of the way. Why is it here? Royan ran the fastest, not even forgetting to turn back and curse, and damn it, do something. He was only halfway out, when another beast, a wolf, suddenly blocked the way. Anne stammered as he fled. I don't know what that is. It's not the beast I prepared. The beast approached, letting out a ferocious roar, terrified. Anne collapsed to the ground, only able to let out a long ah. Dean walked over to see the group sitting on the floor, threatened by a beast standing before them. So this is where you were all hiding, huh? Hearing the voice, Anne looked up, stammering slightly. New student? He quickly pleaded. If it's yours, then do something. We're sorry. Please just call it back. Without a word, Dean held out his hand, creating a stream of blue light. He muttered some kind of incantation. A portal immediately appeared behind the beast. The beast was surrounded by streams of blue light. The light was seen, pulling the beast directly into the portal. Then it vanished, leaving only a flash of light behind. And still unsteady on his feet, asked doubtfully, "It's gone. Was that an illusion too?" Royan, regaining his composure, walked towards Dean. So much for the initiation ceremony. He held out his hand, wanting to shake Dean's hand, and introduced himself. Hello, new student. I'm Royan Valentine, a 3rd year in the alchemy department. I am the sole direct heir of Marquis Valentine. Royan gave a thumbs up and a praising smile. You're pretty well built and very handsome. Your sisters are all beautiful, so that's to be expected, right? Dean thought for a long moment before extending his hand to shake. Yeah, hello? He thought to himself, what the hell is this guy talking about? Looking at the mess in front of them, Royan praised him profusely. You really are skilled, I heard. You got into the liberal arts major, so that's why Anne's traps didn't work on you, huh? Anne is pretty disappointed, and standing hidden in the back quietly turned his face away. He raised a hand to scratch his hair, muttering with annoyance. Just my luck getting caught in the crossfire. Damn it! How did my business turn into this? Royan paid no attention to Anne's expression and continued to introduce him. He's the heir to the famous Jun Hunter family. Hearing those words, Dean smiled faintly. A thought flashed through his mind. So, this kid is the mastermind. As soon as Royan finished, he turned his head and gestured to the 3 behind him. Hey, you guys should come and say hello too. The remaining 3 slowly came forward, replying a bit hesitantly. Ah, yes. Royan then pointed to a girl and introduced her. This is Priscilla, a 4th year in the theology department. He added in a low voice. It's best not to mess with her. She's an aspiring cleric, so she's relatively... Before he could finish, Priscilla cut him off in a cold voice, her tone somewhat emphatic. Kind and beautiful. Then she continued, introducing herself with a blank expression. Hello, I'm Priscilla Neliel, the abandoned child of the family. Once you study in the theology department, don't even dream of getting married. Dean flashed a charming smile, nodding politely. Yes, it's a pleasure to have your acquaintance. As soon as she touched Dean's hand, Priscilla's face suddenly showed immense shock. She quickly pulled her hand back, asking urgently, What is this? How can his magical power be so strong? The surprise was clear on her face, as if she still couldn't believe what she felt. Seeing how young Dean still was, she exclaimed, This isn't the kind of magic someone our age should be able to possess. Royan, standing beside her, was also shocked to hear this. What? But Priscilla completely ignored Royan's words. Her eyes remained fixed on Dean as she murmured, This level of magical power is truly unbelievable. Anne, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, his voice full of curiosity. Is it really that amazing? But Priscilla didn't answer directly, only staring at her own hand, her expression still stunned. Yes. Anne glanced over, a flicker of annoyance in his heart. Using strong magic to show off and stand out. Just then a red-haired boy came forward from behind, unhesitatingly squeezing between Dean and Priscilla. Hey, Dean, he said. Priscilla frowned in annoyance. Don't just shove in like that. Completely ignoring her, the boy continued his introduction. I'm Sachbro, a second year in the martial arts department. I'm completely different from those brats in that obnoxious bodybuilding club, so don't get the wrong idea. Hearing the mention of muscles, Dean suddenly thought of two well-built guys he had met before. Ah, those guys, Sachbro explained further. Muscles are important, sure, but martial arts aren't about showing off. If you're interested, just let me know. I'll teach you what real martial arts are all about. Dean nodded in agreement. Priscilla then glanced at Anne. Well, just one last person left. Anne maintained his arrogant attitude, crossing his arms and turning away. Seeing Anne still with his back turned, Priscilla prompted him, and introduce yourself. It's your turn now, Royan chimed in. Don't tell me he's still mad about that whole trap thing. Anne kept his eyes closed, ignoring them, letting the words echo in his ears. He thought to himself, just because of that. So petty. After a few seconds of thought, Anne had a change of heart. He turned, walked over to shake Dean's hand, and introduced himself briefly. I'm Anne. Dean smiled in return, a pleasure. He looked at Anne's expression, a hint of suspicion rising in him. Maybe he's upset, because I destroyed all the traps he worked so hard to prepare. Maybe I should praise him a little. Dean held out a hand in a praising gesture, but also pointed out the shortcomings. They were really good traps. It seems you have a solid understanding of mechanisms and triggers. But the most glaring issue was, hearing this, Anne was shocked and yelled, What? Dean ignored Anne's disbelieving face and continued to offer his suggestion. Next time, instead of using F6 break, maybe mixing F3 silver with D6 break at a 4-to-6 ratio would be better. But with this level of brightness, they'll be less likely to be detected. Anne stood there listening to Dean's explanation, his expression gradually showing agreement. Realizing that what Dean said made sense, Dean continued, Other than that, anyone would have easily fallen for your traps. Priscilla's jaw dropped in astonishment as she looked at Dean, then turned to Anne and spoke protectively. Who are you to lecture my Anne on trap-making? How rude. Someone else quickly interjected. Okay, that's enough introductions. Dean, I'll show you to your room. With that, the group walked together down the hallway to the dorms. As they walked, Dean thought to himself, what an interesting bunch. Anyway, I'm not in a bad mood, because I've made some good friends. He watched them, their cheerful laughter echoing. One person said one thing, another said something else, occasionally arguing, and shouted angrily, You all heard him, didn't you? He said the traps were well made. Priscilla teased, Oh, how adorable, and immediately got defensive, protesting, I'm not a kid. Stop talking like that. Dean smiled, a sense of amusement growing within him. There will definitely be more interesting things to come. In front of the academy, Layla shouted loudly after hearing the study plan. Look, we have 6 major classes this semester. Dean, standing opposite Layla, nodded in confirmation. It's 3 majors. That's all. Each major requires attending 2 lectures. Plus, there are general education courses, too. Layla looked displeased. What am I going to do? I won't even have time to sleep. With one hand on her hip, she pointed at Dean with the other. And you even signed up for more general ed classes. Can you handle it? You won't even have time to sleep, you know, Layla said with a serious expression. Usually, first-year students only have 4 classes. Think about it. Can't you skip the first class? Dean glanced at her, a slight smile on his lips. And what's your reason? He added. Is that even a real question? That's the reason. Why military studies was added as 2 general ed lectures. Layla remembered being in the classroom earlier. Her eyes wide and jaw dropped as she looked at her report card. Ah, you're so cruel. I'm really scared of military studies. My first semester, my grades were dragged down a lot because of that subject. Well, of course. It's a tough subject, back in the present. She stood with her legs crossed, looking at Dean. spoken like a true valedictorian. See you later in the swordsmanship major class? Okay, I have to go to my general education lecture. Dean was a bit curious. What's your general ed lecture? Seeing Dean's curiosity, she winked and pulled the thick book from her bag. Its title, Understanding Cosmetics and Skin. A thought flashed through Dean's mind. Girls are all the same? He let out a small laugh, then said goodbye to her and left. All right, see you later. In the classroom, everyone was buzzing about Dean. They had all heard about the outstanding achievements of Dean. Why is he here? Could he be here for the lecture? The students in the back whispered again. Could it be? Being a count's son, he seems a bit cold, doesn't he? I think I know what you mean. Dean sat at the front, his brow furrowed. He felt annoyed and thought, gossiping about someone, so loudly that they can hear everything. I can hear you all. Dean sat down at his desk, placing the book he was holding down. He then opened it to read General Military Studies. He had read about this part before, so he roughly understood some of it, according to what I read yesterday. There's some content I already knew and some that's completely contrary to reality. That makes sense. If theory and practice were always in sync, no country would ever lose a war. Dean's gaze darkened slightly. He thought, but the reason military studies is taught is because the basic theory is very important. He was thinking when the noisy chatter of the students cut off Dean's train of thought. The professor is here. A stern-faced Francisco Gabos entered and shouted, "What is this class doing? Sit down now." He slammed his hand on the desk and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Francisco Gabos, and I will be in charge of teaching the theory of military studies. You can just call me Professor Gabos." He continued, "Next we'll have roll call just like in other classes. After roll call, we'll start the lesson immediately." Dean, sitting below, silently assessed him. From the look on his face, he seems to be someone with extensive battlefield experience. Thinking this, Dean smiled to himself. This should be interesting. Francisco paused for a moment, then shared some important information. You must delve deep into military theory to be truly effective on the battlefield. Soldiers often act impulsively, so the commander must always weigh achieving victory against preserving the lives of their soldiers. And by understanding the contradictions that exist in reality, we can grasp the core value of military theory. Francisco set his eyes scanning the students. He posed a challenging question. I'm truly curious, how many future talents here will become elite warriors? In your opinion, what is the most important factor in war? The moment the words left his lips, a hand shot up. Francisco's gaze followed it and realized it was Dean. All right, the student with their hand up, please share your opinion, he said. Without hesitation, Dean gave his answer loud and clear. Supplies. A murmur went through the hall. The students were utterly astonished. They never expected an answer so precise. Francisco nodded in satisfaction. Absolutely correct. He continued his lecture, his voice resonating. Victory, progress, and every great success can only be achieved when supplies are firmly secured. After speaking, he looked at Dean with an approving expression. The entire hall fell silent. Interesting. Someone answered correctly right from the start. Francisco crossed his arms over his chest, posing another question specifically for Dean. So do you know the three most important things in managing supplies? Yes or not? Dean answered confidently and decisively. First is strict military management. Supplying the battlefield from a central location is not merely a matter of physical distance, but a long and complex system. If any individual has malicious intent, corruption can easily occur, and this quickly leads to severe shortages in supplies. Dean seemed to be recalling the past. From my own experience, most supply problems stem from irresponsible people in the middle. Even if the initial shipment is transported safely, Francisco was very pleased with this student. Exactly. Next, Dean, with a calm expression, replied. Second is the standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of items are standardized, according to a common standard, mass production becomes feasible. This greatly supports rapid supply, helping frontline units maintain their combat strength without being weakened. As soon as he finished his answer, the hall buzzed with discussion again, because what Dean said was something they had never read in any book. What, that's not in the book at all? Francisco chuckled to himself. What is going on here? He continued to ask, precisely. So what is the last thing? Dean didn't make his teacher wait long, answering quickly. That would be on-site production. The longer a war drags on, the harder it becomes to strictly adhere to the 2 points above, and the quality of supplies will decline. He remembered the sight of people toiling to cultivate crops and suggested, that requires soldiers on the battlefield to find ways to be self-sufficient at a minimal level. Although the quantity and quality may be low, it's still enough as emergency rations in critical moments. Dean continued, his voice full of emotion. These are all things I've witnessed with my own eyes and felt on the battlefield. The rows of green cabbages under the sun, thanks to everyone's hard work. Once they heard Dean's analysis, the entire hall listened with bated breath. No one dared to make a sound, fearing they would interrupt. The students' eyes were wide. Their jaws dropped in amazement at what Dean was saying. It was all beyond their comprehension. Totally badass. Francisco, excited to have such a knowledgeable student, exclaimed, "Excellent. That was an outstanding answer." "What year are you?" Dean replied, "First year, sir." Hearing that Dean was a freshman, he was even more shocked. "What, you're only a freshman?" Looking at Dean standing calmly at the front, with an incredibly confident expression, Francisco thought to himself, how could a kid who just enrolled possibly know this material? He stepped away from the lectern and approached. Strict military management, standardization of supplies, and finally on-site production for self-sufficiency. Francisco showed a hint of suspicion. Those answers. That's the kind of practical experience that soldiers and officers gain on the battlefield. As someone with no combat experience, how could you possibly know? Cornered by his question, Dean didn't know how to respond and had to make up a reason. "My father often told me about these things, sir." Francisco was curious. "Your father? Then you must be—" Then he introduced himself, Dean Grace. The man asked in surprise, "Dean Grace?" Francisco broke out in a cold sweat. This aura feels all too familiar." "You're the son of the Blue Gale, so that's the reason." Francisco remembered the moment Dean's father stood firm against a monster's attack. If he's from the Grace family, then he's the student who got into the liberal arts major. Thinking of his confident demeanor, saying things that other students had never experienced, Francisco sighed. No wonder. His level is already different from the other first years. He spread his arms and cleared his throat. "Did you all hear that? Completing the military theory we will be learning is exactly what that student just answered. Applying theory appropriately to real situations, based on the knowledge in the textbook." The students below all listened intently. Francisco concluded, "This is the ultimate goal that military studies aims for." Francisco glanced towards Dean, silently appraising him. It's been a long time since such an outstanding student has appeared. Dean felt Francisco's gaze and looked back. Their eyes met. Francisco averted his gaze and continued teaching. "All right, let's move on to the next section." During the break, everyone gathered in the academy's large front courtyard. Dean looked annoyed, muttering as he walked. "I almost got dragged into graduate school." He remembered right after class, Francisco had stopped him and asked, "Do you want to study military science more deeply?" At that time, Dean was a bit suspicious. Calling me right after class ended, and trying to persuade a new student to enter graduate school. The professor seems a bit hasty. Dean remembered his older sister's advice when he was young. If anyone advises you to enter the Imperial Graduate School, just refuse and leave immediately. Dean was a bit pensive, but it seems he won't give up easily. Remembering the map in his hand, Dean shook his head. "My job right now is—" He took the map from his pocket to examine it. "I still haven't gotten used to the academy map. It's so big I'm still not used to it." While looking at the map to find his way, Dean's finger traced across the map. The meeting place with Layla is at the central fountain square. Then Dean noticed a location on the map. "Oh, here it is." As soon as he looked up, Dean had entered the Foggy Garden. Going through the Foggy Garden is the fastest way. In this garden, the magnificent splendor was just like a palace. The Foggy Garden was the place where even on a clear day, visibility was limited. Even when the weather was just a little gloomy, everything became blurry, making it easy for people to get lost and wander around. This was also a vast garden shrouded in fog, which made most people avoid it. He stood looking around, watching the birds flying and perching on the tree branches. Plus, there are rumors of ghosts appearing at night. He smiled, assessing it. But this place doesn't seem like what my sister described. He looked up at the sky. The sky was clear with blue clouds and warm sun. "The weather is good, so I arrived in a flash." He was walking when he came to a door. The desperate cry of someone begging for help came from inside. "Help, is anyone there? Is anyone there? Please help me." He turned his head doubtfully, wondering, is someone there? Dean noticed where the sound was coming from. The sound was coming from inside. Without hesitation, Dean dashed off. As he ran, he thought, there's still plenty of time before the next class. I can get them out. With that thought, Dean sped away. Dean pushed open the heavy door, freeing a person who was trapped. The other person clutched their personal backpack tightly, hurriedly thanking him profusely. "Thank you so much. I thought I was going to be trapped in here forever." Dean, with a concerned expression, asked, "Are you injured anywhere?" Opposite him was a young man with slightly messy hair, large round-rimmed glasses, and a pile of things in his arms. He squinted, gave a forced smile, and shook his head. "I'm just a little tired." "It's nothing." He hastily introduced himself. I'm Eric. Eric Zen, a freshman in the exploration department." Dean put his hands in his pockets, his eyes showing suspicion. "Huh, the exploration department? And you let yourself get lost like this?" Eric scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Well, I was just too excited, so I just kept wandering around unconsciously." Dean thought to himself, this reason sounds a little far-fetched. How excited do you have to be to get lost? He didn't comment further, changing to another topic. If you're a Zen, that must be the family from the West, right? That family's crest is a ship and a sailor, I believe. Eric was surprised that Dean knew so much. He excitedly spoke about his family's pride. Oh my goodness! You know about it. That's right, my family is the most famous family in the field of exploration, of course. My family has explored so many seas and strange lands from generation to generation. Dean silently observed Eric from head to toe. He didn't look very healthy, which made him think, but with your physical condition, that seems a bit difficult. Eric scratched his head and laughed, putting his heavy backpack down and stepping closer. It's surprising that you know about my family. What's your name? I'm Dean Grace, Dean replied. Eric's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment, and he exclaimed, You're the new student who passed the liberal arts major after 5 years. Dean scratched his head slightly, admitting, Yeah, that's me. Dean was a little embarrassed and laughed. Going that far is a bit. But while Eric was still excited, Dean sighed inwardly and began to observe him more closely. He noticed a strange mark on Eric's neck, and although he said he wasn't injured anywhere, what are those bruises? And there are scars too, he wondered. These scars are very different from wounds from exploring. Normally, Dean frowned slightly. Could it be? He got straight to the point. Are you exploring this garden? Eric didn't hide it, admitting, That's right. Exploring makes me incredibly excited. Actually, for me, it's not just this garden, but everything new I encounter is an exploration. Not just this maze-like garden, but also the people and things around me. He excitedly showed off the items he brought for his expedition. Inside were binoculars, a compass, and various other tools. Dean looked at the items with a skeptical expression. Is all of this exploration equipment? That's a lot. The two of them squatted down on the ground. Eric continued to explain, My goal is to explore every nook and cranny of this academy. Then he pointed his finger to the sky. This foggy garden is, of course, one of them. There's definitely something unusual here. The sky is cloudy, yet the fog is so thick. Isn't that absurd? Dean's eyes widened and he nodded, asking, It is. So have you found anything yet? Eric shook his head in disappointment. Not yet, but I'm sure. There's some kind of force present in this garden. Dean added, But isn't it true that no one has been able to uncover its mysteries? Hearing this, Eric's spirits suddenly lifted. He nodded eagerly. Right, but what if there's a reason why no one has thought to uncover it? Or they've tried and still couldn't? What then? This raises the key question, the reason it can't be uncovered. Eric avoided Dean's gaze and answered firmly, his brow slightly furrowed. Right, we can't know for now. He continued to present the hypothesis he had speculated on, assuming it's a power created by unidentified elements or objects, vicious monsters, for example, or the legacy of maybe the ancient kingdom has vanished, or perhaps they are summoned beasts from beyond the horizon. What do you think? Listening to Eris Din's face gradually showed a look of interest. If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would be really interesting. Hearing this, Eris grew even more excited. You think so too, right? I really want to find out that secret. Suddenly, Din remembered he had a class and quickly said, Oh right, I was on my way to a lecture. Eris panicked, turning left and right, not knowing what to say. Then he hastily gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. But as they were about to leave, a sudden rain began to fall. The rain was quite heavy, causing Eris to exclaim, Oh no, it's raining. The two quickly ran under a nearby awning to take shelter. Eris's eyes widened as he turned to look behind him, shouting loudly, Din, we're in big trouble! I heard that when it rains here, a fog. Hearing that, Din was startled. What? If that's the case, it'll be hard to get out right. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Eris was worried and anxious. That's right. We're going to lose our way. He hastily took out a small box containing a compass. The compass spun a few times and then suddenly spun, uncontrollably. Eris broke out in a cold sweat. This time we're really screwed. Then he announced gravely, As expected, the compass isn't working either. We can't move anymore, Din asked. Can't you solve this with your explorer skills? Eris helplessly clenched the compass box in his hand. His head bowed. An unknown force? Damn it, we're trapped! My body feels heavier too. What do we do? Seeing Din still looking amazed, Eris mentally repeated the words he had just said. An unknown force! Damn it, we're trapped! But Eris, feeling uneasy, said again, My body feels heavier too. What should we do? I'm sorry, Din. Because of me. Din reassured him. It's okay. Let's just wait here and see how things go. After observing for a while, suddenly a thick fog enveloped them. Din felt something strange. This fog feels familiar somehow. Or am I just imagining it? It's like this fog is giving me more power. Eris slumped down, his hair soaked, crying and wiping his tears. He blamed himself. This is a disaster. At this rate, Din will be in danger. Suddenly, a flash of blue light made him stop crying. Eris glanced over, his eyes wide with astonishment. He saw that power was overflowing from Din in an orderly manner. The power radiated so strongly that it amazed Eris. This power, it's radiating out, affecting... It feels like a strong wind hitting my face. He quickly cried out, bracing himself with both hands. Ah, such incredible magic power! After a long moment, the power gradually receded. Eris thought to himself, is the fog clearing from Din outward? Looking at the power still lingering around Din, he asked, Din, what on earth is happening? He didn't answer. Instead, he just gently told Eris, let's go. Then Din looked straight into Eris's eyes and said confidently, I think I know the way out. But Eris... The two stood on the shore of a tranquil lake, surrounded by a hazy mist, shrouding the center of the mysterious garden. Eris, with eyes full of curiosity, pointed to the majestic fountain before them and said, This is the magic fountain in the center. Din, with a puzzled look, asked, Is there something special about it? Eris suddenly took on a mysterious air. Of course. Most of the students who step into this misty garden come for it. As he spoke, Eris suddenly realized something and asked in surprise, Oh, don't you know the legend of this place? Din frowned and replied, A legend? There's something like that. And Eris began to recount the story that everyone often passed around. The legend says that if anyone can reach this place before the mist disappears, they will be reunited with the person they most wish to see. Din thought to himself, it's just a made-up romantic story. However, he had another question. How is the fountain's magic still active? Getting here was a huge challenge. So how does it work? Eris, startled, scratched his head and replied, You've got a point. Din, staring intently at the clear water flowing from the fountain, observed its enormous size and speculated, if there isn't someone constantly pouring magic into it, there must be an even more powerful source of energy. So powerful that it doesn't need magical replenishment. Eris mumbled, his eyes glinting with thought. A source of power. If so, could this garden itself be a giant organism? Din nodded in agreement. The layout of this garden doesn't need to be this complex and confusing. Maybe you're right. Hearing that, Eris cheered excitedly. Right! If the garden is a giant mechanism, then this magic fountain could be an artifact, an extremely ancient one. Din recalled what Eris had said earlier and thought to himself, and the mist is also related to this. He raised his hand and gently touched the flowing water, feeling the cool stream. This feeling, I'm sure of it. Then his eyes slowly closed, feeling something inside him reacting. It was like meeting an old friend after a long time, as if suddenly thinking of something. His body froze, his eyes snapping open. He had finally found the answer. This is ancient magic. His gaze suddenly fell upon strange characters that he hadn't noticed before. He reached out and touched them. Eris, following Din's action, exclaimed in surprise, Wait, this is the language of secret. Din asked, doubtfully, the language of secret. Eris nodded affirmatively, yes. I couldn't see it clearly, so I wasn't sure, but now that I've touched it, I'm certain. It's the language used in the vanished ancient kingdom of secret. Din was quite surprised. You know this too? Eris smiled shyly. Of course. I'm an explorer after all. Studying ancient languages is very important for an explorer. But as if to confirm his words, he reached out and touched the secret characters, muttering, It would be really frustrating to reach the ruins and not be able to read what's written there. With that, Eris took out an old brown notebook from his breast pocket. Of course I haven't mastered all the languages, he said playfully, twirling a pen in his hand. But I was taught this language since I was a child. Eris smiled and said, Let me try to decipher it. Din chuckled at Eris's quick work. Haha, your explorer instincts are really kicking in. Eris mumbled as he translated. Let's see, this word means worthy. And the next word is this world. The tip of his pen moved continuously across the paper, making a soft scratching sound. That's it. On Eris's excited face, a rare seriousness suddenly appeared. The speed of his hand increased. Eris lowered his voice. So putting it together, it's... Then he happily announced, Din, I've deciphered it. Din asked with anticipation, What does it say? Eris held up the notebook filled with writing and read, Those who are worthy shall prove their power. Din, stunned, repeated those words. Worthy. Prove. He thought to himself, Worthy? Does that mean ancient magic? Somehow the closer I get to the center, the more familiar it feels. Eris smiled. That's interesting. The worthy mentioned is ancient magic. No way such a person exists. Din also smiled and replied, Thank you. Then Eris's eyes widened in amazement, because he saw streaks of light, a mystical blue wrapping around Din. Eris couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Din, what are you doing? Din was still focused on the streaks of light, his eyes slightly narrowed. They say that ancient languages contain power through their very shape. He remembered the bracelet he was wearing and speculated, if I use this bracelet. Din raised his hand and the streaks of light streamed into the bracelet one after another. As expected, strange characters began to appear on the bracelet. He smiled, satisfied with his idea. Din raised his hand again, and the streaks of light flew back out in a line. The secret characters seemed to come alive, gently starting to move. Then they gradually transformed into characters of a different shape, and then again into another shape. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, as if a caravan of carriages was passing by. Then the tremors grew stronger. Even the stone pillars on the fountain collapsed. Eris frowned worriedly. What's happening all of a sudden? The shaking is so intense. The fountain suddenly began to sink. Then the speed of its descent quickened. Eris looked at the scene before him in amazement and exclaimed, Din, what exactly did you do? The fountain is sinking into the ground. Din smiled without saying a word, thinking to himself, awesome, I was right. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew past. Eris thought to himself, what the hell? He wondered doubtfully, the mist also activated the ancient ruins. That easily. His eyes were drawn to the streams of light wrapping around the bracelet on Din's wrist. Eris suddenly understood. The worthy one, turns out it's Din. Suddenly the blue object in the fountain began to emit a brilliant light. Din called out, look, something is glowing in the center. Both of them stared their mouths agape in astonishment. Eris exclaimed, so beautiful. It's like a gem. It must be the source of power that operates this fountain. Din voiced his thoughts. Perhaps it's the cause. Behind all the strange phenomena in this garden, Eris was in awe. So cool. Din's eyebrow raised slightly, his voice filled with anticipation. Now the gentle blue light from that object is still shining. Din's voice rose. Let's go see the ancient magic. Din stepped into the center of the circle. He gently raised his hand, feeling the waves of spiritual energy brush against his palm. Din frowned slightly and commented, this power is ancient magic. As expected, it's just like my power. Suddenly, the power within him surged, so strong that it overflowed. The ancient text suddenly appeared, surprising him greatly. Ah, this is Anna. Existed and was destroyed. This is the legacy. He was astonished with himself. This is amazing. I can understand the ancient language that I couldn't read before. This is truly the legacy of the magic kingdom of Anna. So now I've absorbed this power. Suddenly his chest throbbed abnormally. Din clenched his teeth, trying to endure the random pain. Ow! My heart suddenly... His heart felt like it was being torn apart by something invisible. Something is flowing into my heart. It feels like it's swelling up to the point that it's constricting my blood vessels, stopping the flow. A strange image appeared before Din's eyes. This circle is... After careful observation, he finally recognized it. A core and a circle. That made him think of the ancient mages who once possessed them. Their roles are contradictory, so it's very difficult to have both. Because of the low efficiency and the harm to the body, magic swordsmen often had to live with heart disease. That was Din's explanation for his body's reaction. Back in the present, he was striding across the school grounds, telling himself, so I don't want to create a circle. That can only use magic. But am I being forced to? Then regaining his senses, really? How did you know? Din looked at Eris, who was still agape with astonishment, and just smiled to himself. As the rain grew heavier with no signs of stopping, maybe I'll discover the secret of this entire place. He walked ahead, clearing a path for Eris. The blue light still enveloped Din. Eris was still skeptical. What is happening? Looking at the power surrounding Din, he thought this is the mysterious mist that many mages have yet to unravel. But Din can walk through it as if nothing is happening. Eris looked down at Din's footsteps. The mist automatically parted as Din walked through. Moreover, the mist clears where he walks, and the visibility becomes clear, Eris confirmed to himself. Truly a magical guy. After walking for a while, Din suddenly stopped and announced to Eris, we're almost there. Eris looked around blankly. Really? We found the way. But it wasn't the way out that surprised Eris. It was, this is the center of the misty garden. As Eris watched Din intently, his friend's face didn't seem as cheerful as usual. With a clear look of concern, Eris asked, hey, Din, are you really okay? You haven't looked well this whole time. Din forced a natural smile. Don't worry about it. I just have a few things on my mind, that's all. A spark of curiosity flashed in Eris's eyes. He recalled the strange scene that had just happened, and couldn't help but wonder. Oh, right. You can't imagine how surprised I was? But that power from before, did you absorb it? Eris tilted his head, trying to make sense of it. And that mist script, too. It seems like there's something special related to you. Din couldn't answer immediately. He was weighing something important in his mind. Eris must be extremely curious, since he witnessed everything firsthand. He thought to himself, but it might be better for both of us, if we don't know each other too deeply about these things. With that thought, Din just smiled gently and made up an excuse. I was just reacting the way my sister taught me to. I don't really know the specifics either. Hearing that Eris had to accept it. I see. If you find out anything later, you have to tell me, okay? Din readily agreed, his eyes holding a hidden expression. All right. A new idea popped into Eris's head. He suggested excitedly, I'm feeling really excited today, like a real explorer. What do you guys think? What if we uncover the mysteries deep inside this academy together? Din accepted the offer with a smile. All right then, if we discover any strange phenomena or magical places. Let's share with each other. He once again agreed, but in reality he was curious about another matter. Maybe there are other places with similar concentrations of magic. Suddenly Eris remembered something important. He quickly reminded Din, "Oh, didn't you say you had class?" Only then did he snap back to reality, lightly tapping his forehead. "That's right." Din immediately apologized to Eris. "Sorry, I have to go first." Then he rushed off, leaving behind a "see you later." Eris smiled and replied, "All right, see you later." He stood there, Eris exclaiming to himself, "What an interesting friend. If I explore with Din, we'll surely discover great things. This is something to look forward to." Meanwhile, Din was running at an incredible speed. As he ran, he felt the changes in his body. He wondered to himself, how strange. Why do I feel more comfortable moving like this? He began to notice the excess energy flowing in the space of his body, contemplating. The circle and the core coexist, but there's no feeling of separation or conflict. Normally, the core's magic power would be interfered with by the circle, making the efficiency extremely low. Din's steps became increasingly agile. His speed increased noticeably. But now, no matter how much magic I generate, I don't feel anything abnormal at all. Thinking this, Din's lips curled slightly. No, it's the opposite. He analyzed the secret, surrounding the circle and the magic core in his body. It feels like the magic is circulating smoothly through the circle, and then concentrating in the core. Furthermore, the magic concentrated in the core is purer, and much stronger than before. Din channeled more energy down, his feet continuing to pick up speed. He happily thought to himself, "This is amazing, I have to contact my sister immediately." A short while later, Din arrived at the Houston district, a place with a lively atmosphere and ancient architecture. Layla was excitedly pointing and telling him, "So, this is the Houston ward everyone talks about." Din looked, "The entrance is over there." As soon as Din saw the destination, his eyes widened in surprise. Layla quickly introduced him to the magic curtain, famous in this place. Hearing this, Din asked curiously, "A magic curtain?" Layla began her detailed explanation. "It was created by Saul Holstone, a legendary mage who graduated from this very academy. This is a special curtain that is only opened once a year, exclusively for new students with talent in magic." She added another important detail. "If you pass through here, the color will display differently, depending on the quality and level of each person's magic." He understood the situation. "Ah, so that's how it is." Layla continued to recount the history of the curtain. Originally, it was a state-of-the-art device, used to detect dark mages, secretly infiltrating the academy. She continued, "It seems that after the dark mages were wiped out, its function was changed, to serve the purpose of selecting students as it does now." Din still had a question in his mind. He asked, "So what color corresponds to each level?" Layla didn't hesitate, immediately answering, "Ah, that." She then pointed it out. "If there's no talent, the curtain won't change color. If it's at a decent level, it will be yellow. Relatively good talent is blue, and at an overwhelming level, it will be red." After hearing this, he couldn't help but be impressed. "It seems you've done a lot of research," Layla explained, "because I want to know everything about the academy." She also revealed another detail to Din. "Your sisters both passed with red." Then Layla nimbly stepped forward. "Din, I'm going in first." She confidently stepped into the magic curtain. Instantly, the entire space around the curtain suddenly turned a brilliant red. Layla cheered excitedly, "It's red!" Din couldn't help but praise her admiringly. "Awesome," she said. "I have to be at this level, of course." He too felt a bit curious and suggested, "All right, I'll give it a try." Din stepped into the magic curtain one step at a time. As he walked, he speculated, "Mine is probably red too, right?" Din was a little nervous, clenching his fists. He thought, "I've absorbed additional ancient magic, so it might be stronger than usual." However, the color that appeared was a strange emerald green. Both of them were stunned by this unexpected sight. "Huh, green, what happened?" "There's no green level," Layla exclaimed in horror. "Why are you always so different, Din?" Din could only laugh it off, trying to maintain a calm appearance. "Haha, you've got a point." But in his head, the question, "Why is it like this?" kept repeating over and over. In a classroom at the academy, a group of people were gathered, whispering amongst themselves. "See his badge? He's from the finance department," one whispered. "Why is a guy who only studies money in this class?" The whispering continued. "How should I know magic department courses are super popular? He'll probably just listen to the first lecture and then leave." The person being discussed slowly walked into the classroom. A friend quickly ran over and asked, "What's up?" Din asked, "Otho, why are you here?" Otho replied, "Oh, I dropped by because I have some business to take care of after class." This guy is Otho Met, the fifth-year student representative of the magic department. He's currently asking the person in front of him with great excitement, but he hasn't arrived yet. "Ah, the interdisciplinary student Din Sogris," the other friend stammered in reply. He said he would be in this class, but I haven't seen him yet either." Hearing that Otho sounded a bit regretful, "Is that so? He must be on his way." He also instructed his friend, "When he arrives, bring him to see me, okay?" Since he's Senior Arabella's younger brother, I have to take special care of him. He also quickly complied yes. Just then, another wave of commotion erupted in the hallway outside. Everyone turned their eyes towards the classroom door, then praised admiringly. So handsome. Look at his eyes, they're like emeralds. The person next to him is Layla Thermian, right? Layla heard them gossiping, and gently elbowed Din, teasing him. You must love this star student. You're the topic of conversation wherever you go. The moment Otho saw him, he smirked smugly. He finally showed up. He seemed very excited to greet Din. Nice to meet you, Din replied coolly. I saw you at the opening ceremony. Very flashy. He looked the person before him up and down, then wondered to himself, who is this guy? He seems to be an upperclassman. But why is he acting so weirdly familiar? So Din quickly and bluntly asked, but who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic introductions? Hearing that, Otho's face darkened, his tone changing. Ah, Din. Still ignoring his ugly expression, Din continued to speak. If you have business with me, you should at least say who you are. Otho was furious, cursing silently, this arrogant bastard. The surrounding group was also extremely surprised, whispering, he dares to talk to Senior Otho like that. This is gonna be big. If you offend a senior, your academy life is basically over. Otho immediately sharpened his tone, criticizing Din harshly. I came here personally, because you are the younger brother of a senior I greatly respect. And yet you act so arrogant and don't know your place. Have you ever thought that your attitude could affect your family's reputation? He just hummed in response, maintaining his calm demeanor. I never really thought about it. In my opinion, aren't you the one being rude? He ground his teeth, scolding him harshly. You don't know who you're standing in front of. Otho appeared tense and angry on the outside, but inside he was justifying his actions to himself. If I let this go, it will damage my reputation. But Senior Arabella will probably understand. With that thought, he raised his hand threateningly. It seems you need to be taught a lesson. The two students faced each other, the atmosphere tense enough to suffocate. Just then, a stern male voice rang out, breaking the silence. What is going on here? Is there a problem? Otho, with a nimble expression, quickly made up an excuse. Professor, I was just dropping by to greet the first-year juniors. The head of the magic department, Renavo, with a hint of impatience, reminded him, really? If you want to socialize, do it after class. Otho immediately complied, turning to leave and saying, I'll let it go this time. Beside Din, Layla whispered a warning to him. Be careful, that guy doesn't seem very pleasant. However, Otho hadn't given up yet. He whispered an order to his lackey. Take him to that place. The other person seemed a little scared and asked, but he's Senior Arabella's younger brother. Is it okay to do that? Otho quickly reassured him, I'll explain to the senior. Just take him there. During class, Professor Renavo took out a special device with a gem on top and began to introduce it. Today we're just getting acquainted with this subject, so I'll keep it brief and we'll dismiss early. Since this is a practical combat course, we need to measure our mana index. As soon as they saw the device, the group of students cheered excitedly. It's a mana measuring device. I've seen it before. Professor Renavo continued with his instructions. If you place your hand on the device and channel your mana into it, immediately, numerous streams of energy will appear around it. He explained further. You will know how many magic circles you have. Looking at the sparkling circles behind the professor, the students were all agape with astonishment. 18 magic circles as expected of the professor. Professor Renavo pointed to the number of circles and explained. Of course, the number of magic circles is the same, but the higher the level, the deeper the color will be. The professor also added comfortingly, sometimes a magic circle might not appear, but that doesn't mean you lack talent. So don't worry too much. The students below murmured in agreement. It's true, some people haven't even been able to create a magic circle yet. Professor Renavo quickly added, therefore we cannot rely solely on checking the magic circles for evaluation. He turned back to the board and continued, since you have chosen this subject, you at least need to master the fundamental spells. Professor Renavo pulled out a box filled with small orbs from thin air. We will be using these orbs to accurately assess the amount of mana you have. As soon as Dean saw them, he frowned and muttered, orbs. Professor Renavo raised his hand, controlling the orbs with his magic. He then gave the assignment, using the basic magic psychokinesis. I want you to demonstrate your ability to control these orbs. Having said that, Professor Renavo gently waved his hand as a demonstration. Like this. Immediately, a current of magical energy swept up the orbs, causing them to move in his direction. The entire class was stunned by this performance. They cheered with excitement. Amazing, he's controlling them perfectly. And their movement is so precise. Layla, however, seemed unfazed. What's the big deal? She casually pointed out, even the power and precision of basic magic depend on the caster. You have to infuse mana into each orb and then move them. With our current abilities, 3 orbs is the maximum. Layla turned to Dean and said, maybe you can control more. Suddenly, Professor Renavo called out a name. Arthur, you're just auditing the class? But could you provide a demonstration for your juniors? Arthur replied, of course I'd be happy to. Yes, Professor. Inwardly, he was overjoyed. He thought, I'll definitely show that arrogant little brat. Dean, what's what? Dean merely glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He thought, now let's see where that arrogance comes from. Arthur quickly stepped forward and activated the mana measurement device. Behind him, numerous magic circles immediately appeared. The students sitting below were incredibly shocked, gasping, whoa! As expected of Senior Arthur. He's already reached level 4. The color of his magic circles is great too. Professor Renavo patted his shoulder in praise. You've improved again. Arthur humbly bowed and said, it's all thanks to your teachings, Professor. He turned to the class and said loudly, normally, you would only reach 4 magic circles after graduation. But your senior has already achieved that. Professor Renavo continuously praised him. This is truly an outstanding talent. All of you should learn from him. Perhaps his advice can help you. The class continued to whisper and buzz. Arthur held his head high with pride, thinking surprised. It's too early for that, Din Grace. I'll show you the gap between us. He said nothing, just silently observing each orb as it was circulated by magic, flying in circles through the air. The students were once again astonished by Arthur's abilities. Senior is controlling the orbs so skillfully, they looked at the countless orbs floating in the air and asked each other, no way, that many orbs. At this point, Arthur was drenched in sweat. He thought, I've used up all my strength. He taunted again, how about that kiddo? Excellent. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause, as expected. That's Arthur for you. Professor Renavo said to Arthur, you've worked hard, you may go. Yes, Professor. Arthur shot a contemptuous smile towards Dean. Let's see what kind of power you have to be so cocky. Professor Renavo turned back and said, by the way, if any of you don't have magical power, then nothing will happen at all. If you are worried about this, you may leave the classroom right now. The whole class was silent. Then Renavo continued, no one. Good, then let's begin. Please come up in order, starting from the first row. Dean and Layla observed the unfolding events. Layla spoke up dissatisfied. This is called an orientation. But in reality, it's just a way to show off everyone's abilities to the class. Dean said, that's right. That's exactly what the Academy wants. The students came up one by one and placed their hands on the orb. The first one celebrated, shouting, magic circle complete. The second person was not so lucky. He said in frustration, ugh, why can't I feel anything? The third person failed miserably. Oh, the orb fell. Professor Renavo spoke in a low voice. What a shame. Next up was Dean. Professor Renavo thought to himself, in the entrance exam, you solved my test perfectly. I'm really looking forward to seeing how many magic circles you possess. He placed his hand on the magic orb. Immediately, streams of blue light erupted surrounding him. Instead of showing a power measurement, the system panel displayed a warning, cannot be measured. Layla and Arthur were both utterly astonished. What does that even mean? People couldn't believe it, whispering, is the machine broken? If he doesn't have a circle, then he doesn't have one. But how can it be unmeasurable? Dean thought grimly, is it because of the ancient magic? Professor Renavo frowned in disbelief, thinking, this machine has 100% accuracy. It can filter out anyone who tries to fake their rank. But now it's reporting cannot be measured. How? I've never seen this before. The professor said aloud, it must be overloaded. At the very least, let's have Dean complete the orb test. First, he replied, yes, Professor. Arthur at this point laughed smugly and said, ha, I knew it, this isn't surprising at all. Dean stood before the orbs, thinking, so it can't be measured, what a shame. But let's try this way and see. I wonder if this will work properly. Closing his eyes, he raised his hand into the air. Blue lights appeared again. He used his power, causing all the orbs to be lifted, flying into the air. Everyone was once again left with their jaws on the floor. He lifted all the orbs. No way! The highest record so far was only 5 orbs. A member of Arthur's group couldn't help but exclaim in horror, all the orbs. Is he insane or what? Arthur was frozen, an indescribable shock rising in his heart. How could this possibly be happening? Meanwhile, Layla just wore a dumbfounded expression. She had become so accustomed to the extraordinary things from Dean that she was no longer surprised. There he goes again. I'm not even surprised anymore. Dean, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, mused to himself. I never imagined that I myself could lift all of them. Perhaps after absorbing that source of ancient magic, I've become much stronger. He quickly focused intently, skillfully controlling the flow of ancient magic, and flashed a confident smile as he spoke. All right, let's make this performance even more impressive. All eyes were fixed on Dean. Professor Renavo watched intently, questions echoing in his mind. What am I witnessing? He's arranging the orbs with such precision to form a picture. Snapping out of his thoughts, a magnificent image had formed in mid-air, created from countless orbs of sparkling magic. Everyone exclaimed in unison, it's a lion and a snake. That's the Grace family crest. Dean smirked confidently. Professor Renavo, however, was completely stunned. He thought to himself, even Arabella couldn't do this. At that moment, Layla stepped forward, her voice calm. It's my turn. Everyone just stay calm. Professor Renavo turned to Dean, nodding in approval. Indeed, you've done very well, Grace. Even Siren, who has never taken a disciple, would surely be proud to call you his student. Dean bowed his head humbly and replied, Thank you, Professor. One of Arthur's teammates suddenly shouted, Wait, what? He's the disciple of the former Magic Tower Master. Now I get it. That's why he got into the Advanced Magic Major. He then turned frantically to Arthur and said, Arthur, what do we do now? That guy is not normal. He might even be stronger than you. Arthur looked annoyed and snapped, Shut up, I'm thinking. The other guy, seeing this, immediately pleaded, Sorry. Arthur clenched his hand into a fist, his heart filled with frustration. Damn it, the Grace family is truly terrifying. Why are they all such monsters? With that level, we need to change the plan. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! But if I pick a fight and end up being weaker, I'll lose so much face. If I can't beat him with skill, I'll have to win him over in another way. Arthur spoke up to his two teammates. We need to get him into the student council. The student council. Once I get him in there, controlling him will be easier. If he's under my command, that is. His two teammates immediately objected. But he's just a freshman. That's right, even. We never even thought about getting in. This would be unprecedented. A freshman joining the student council. Arthur replied decisively, but who cares? Rules are made to be broken, right? The two guys were dumbfounded when they heard that, unable to believe their ears. Arthur continued, Trust me, thanks to him, the reputation of the magic department will become much more well-known. He smiled cunningly, thinking, and of course, both my reputation and my career will advance along with it. The scene shifts to the inside of a room. A cheerful voice rang out, Perfect! Dean Grace. Thank you, Professor. Professor Renavo smiled with satisfaction. If I had known about this sooner, I would have consulted the other professors to ensure you could join the magic department. Dean replied sincerely, I will do my best whether I am in another department or not. Other students nearby whispered, Did you hear that? The students in the magic department better be on their guard. Professor Renavo slapped him on the shoulder and said, If you have free time, feel free to come see me. Dean enthusiastically replied, Yes, Professor. In the academy hall now. Layla turned to Dean and asked curiously, How are you so good? Why do you keep doing such unbelievable things? Dean smiled smugly. Well, to be honest, I don't know either. Layla said sassily, Do you think you're so special or something? He replied, But you managed to make 5 orbs fly. Hearing that compliment from you doesn't make me happy at all, Layla muttered. At that moment, Arthur's group walked up. Arthur spoke first. Hello, Dean. I've witnessed your skills. He acted warmly. Last time we met, my behavior was a bit out of line. Could we perhaps speak privately for a moment? Dean thought pensively. He changed his attitude completely when he saw my skills, huh? A moment later, a voice rang out. The student council. Yeah, the Royal Academy's student council. In front of them, a group of students appeared standing in the middle of the campus. The student council are the ones with the power to decide the Academy's policies and manage its budget. They all have a reputation, fame, and special privileges. People were buzzing with discussion. For example, the student council can issue punishments and disciplinary actions against students, or approve departmental events. Arthur laid out many attractive conditions to persuade Dean. Do you realize what you just missed out on? Getting into the student council is the dream of so many other students. Just spend a little time at the academy, and you'll understand just how amazing this offer is. Come on, just think about it. That's a hard offer to come by. Dean glanced over and saw Layla gritting her teeth, her face scrunched up like an angry, puffed-up cat. He thought to himself, why does she look so mad? Suddenly, Layla grabbed his hand, pulled him away, and said, Dean, if we're late, all the tarts will be gone. Hurry up. He said, Oh, right. I almost forgot. Arthur was alarmed. Hey, where are you guys going? We're in the middle of a conversation. He said with a smile, I have something more important to do, so please excuse me. He thought to himself, Thanks, Layla. Perfect timing. Arthur called after them. I'm not giving up. I will convince him. Dean and Layla walked away, and she said angrily, He's such an annoying guy. It seems like he really wants to pull you into the student council. If you accept that offer, it would be a perfect stepping stone for him to turn you into one of his pawns. Dean smiled and said, Thanks for helping me get away from him. Layla continued angrily. More importantly, he didn't even acknowledge me. He didn't even bother to ask me a single thing. Dean laughed helplessly. So that's the reason you're angry. Layla said, It must be because of your talent. All those badass test results. Today's test proved everything. Dean asked, So you finally admit it? Layla stammered, I have no choice. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, do they really sell tarts here? Layla said playfully, Of course, this is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists in the Empire, then it's here too. He said excitedly, Great, let's go. The scene shifts to Professor Renavo. He and Arthur are talking to each other. Renavo asked Arthur, "Have you seen Dean yet?" He replied, "Yes, he's incredibly amazing." The man smiled with satisfaction. "Ah, he might even be on a higher level than Arabella." He asked suspiciously, "Is he really on that level?" Renavo said matter-of-factly, "Magic is truly a vague discipline. It's hard to define, but when it comes to innate magical talent, it's not impossible." Arthur thought in disbelief, "Oh my God, does he mean his talent surpasses even the senior?" "I admire." Renavo asked a favor. "About that, Arthur, just turn a blind eye when it comes to Dean. Take good care of him. Get him into the magic class." But Arthur thought resentfully, "Damn it, everyone is like this. They're all overwhelmed by his talent." He said, "Actually, I met with him privately after class and offered him a spot on the student council, but he refused." "What?" Renavo was shocked. "Could it be that he heard something from Arabella? His talent is too amazing for us to just let slip by." The two men were lost in thought. Breaking the silence, Arthur spoke up. "Yes, it's about the letter of recommendation that the professor mentioned before." Professor Renavo smiled faintly and replied, "Ah, that. It seems things aren't going as smoothly as expected." Understanding the issue, Renavo continued to reassure Arthur, "Don't be too hasty. You still have 2 more years, don't you?" "Certainly. Someone as outstanding as you will be recommended by the Magic Tower before you graduate." Arthur forced a smile, but inwardly he was fuming. "Damn it! He said the exact same thing last year. Does he think I don't know his true intentions?" Professor Renavo was no less calculating in his thoughts. He thought to himself, "If I let Arthur take up a spot in the Magic Tower now, wouldn't I lose an interesting student for amusement?" Another thought flashed through his mind. Looking back, "I heard you were the one who destroyed the 2 magic towers that I loved. Is that right?" Arthur suddenly cut off his train of thought. "All right, then I will persuade Dean myself." Renavo nodded and said, "All right, Arthur. I'm counting on you this time." A sense of resentment welled up in Arthur. "Damn it! My future is completely in his hands. Whether I like it or not, I have no other choice but to listen to this decrepit old geezer." Back with Dean, he was carrying a bag over his shoulder walking with Layla. They chatted as they walked. "By the way, Layla, is the way to the cafeteria always this crowded?" The girl replied, "If a club has too few members, or can't prove it's operating effectively, it gets disbanded." Dean said curiously, "This is the first time I've participated in so many events." Layla glanced at him and replied indifferently, "Anyway, we've already won countless awards." One of Dean's bags was filled with valuable items: 2 mana-infused stones, 15 lunch discount coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 discount coupons for the convenience store, and countless other coupons. Dean pulled out a scroll and said, "And a treasure map, too." Layla cheered with delight, took it, and asked, "What's this?" He explained, "The senior host said it was bought from an auction in Anne." Layla's eyes widened like a small happy squirrel. "And then it must be very valuable." Seeing her adorable expression, Dean chuckled to himself. "That's right. My father once said that this auction house specializes in collecting rare and exquisite items from all over the empire, and they have the most talented appraisal team to ensure only masterpieces are sold. Jewelry pieces studded with sparkling and precious rubies," Layla exclaimed excitedly. "Look, an academy treasure map still in perfect condition." Dean continued Layla's thought. "I heard this academy has a lot of secret places and hidden mysteries." He smiled, clutching the map tightly in his hand, and thought, Eric would definitely be happy to see this. Dean headed towards the lecture hall. He finally found the right place, in the middle of the academy's vast campus. "Here it is, the history lecture hall," he sighed softly. Around him were the lively conversations of classmates from various other classes, which made him feel much more at ease. He thought to himself, "Thanks to the butler who gave me directions before I came here, I didn't get lost." Just then, Eric approached from a distance and greeted him. "Dean, we meet again." He asked in surprise, "Eric, you're in this class too?" Eric smiled cheerfully, looking surprised to see Dean sooner than expected. "All first years have to take this class? I was wondering if you would come, so I kept looking around for you. I finally found you. How have you been?" he asked while putting his arm around Dean's shoulder. Dean replied quietly, "Not much has changed." "It's a long story, I'll tell you later." Eric didn't mind responding concisely. "Okay. When you meet an old friend, there's always so much to talk about." Dean began, Right, there's something I wanted to tell you." But his story was cut short by a group of strangers. They walked in a group coming to intimidate Eric. Eric was too flustered to speak. Although Dean didn't understand what was happening, or who this group of people was, just by looking at Eric's expression, he knew something was wrong. "What's going on?" Eric's expression changed in an instant and his whole body trembled. Why is he so terrified? The leader of the group, Bron, smirked vilely and made a provocative comment. Well, Eric, I'm so glad to see you here." "It's been a while, huh?" Eric couldn't stop showing clear fear when faced with them, and that fear skyrocketed when he heard the sarcastic words of Bron. Dean stood by observing, while making a guess based on his reasoning. He looks like a soldier suffering from trauma. Eric hesitantly greeted him. Bron, hello? Bron pretended to scold him just to find a legitimate excuse to bully him. When you got into the academy, you should have told me. I enrolled first. Even Dean could see the fakeness in his words. He wondered, are they friends? They don't look like it at all. Eric could only cowardly bow his head and admit fault, even though he had done nothing wrong. Sorry, I didn't know, taking advantage. Bron grabbed his head and sneered, you little rat. How did you even get in? I thought you would have failed. You were such a wimp back then, weren't you? Dean remained silent, observing their actions, and Eric's small, insignificant resistance. Immediately after, like a superior giving an order to a servant, Bron smiled amicably and said, perfect timing. I'm too lazy to go to the cafeteria. What a coincidence you're here. Run and buy me a sandwich, will ya? Eric asked in astonishment. Right now. Bron, seeing he was still as timid as ever, pushed his advantage and asked back, what you don't want to. Behind him were his cronies, birds of a feather flocking together, looking at Eric with contemptuous eyes. Eric, who rarely refused, said honestly, I'm with a friend, so it's a bit awkward. Bron was shocked, not expecting that. Oh, this one's got guts. Using a personal matter to refuse being bullied. At the same time, he noticed Dean, who had been standing there observing without saying a word. He said mockingly, a friend, you have friends. Then Bron shifted his target, turning to mess with Dean. You look tough. Dean still remained silent, not saying a word. He sneered, what department are you in? Hanging out with a guy like Eric, you can't be any good. Dean curled his lip in a faint smile and thought, I wonder what family he belongs to. But the way he acts, all high and mighty, reminds me of the field mice on the battlefield. Seeing Dean still hadn't opened his mouth, Bron sneered again. What's wrong, loser cat? Got your tongue? Just then a monitor saw the group of big guys gathered around the smaller boys and shouted loudly, hey, what are you all doing? Class is about to start. Get a move on. Seeing the monitor arrive, Bron was like a mouse seeing a cat awkwardly scratching his head and obediently replying, yes, we're going now. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn the new student. See you later. I still have a lot I want to say. Those words scared Eric to death, his whole body trembling, but he didn't dare to talk back. Bron's group left, laughing and talking casually as they went. This school life just got more interesting. Dean glanced at his friend, whose hands were shaking from fear, his body slumping weakly. He quickly reached out a hand to steady him, preventing Eric from actually collapsing, and asked worriedly, Eric, are you okay? Eric said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, it's because of me. Suddenly the young man cut him off, asking urgently, who were those guys? It seems like you know them. His eyes followed the disappearing figures of those who had just left. Eric replied softly, they belong to a noble lineage in my hometown. Back when I was there, they constantly bullied me. I knew they were also attending here. But this academy is so vast with so many departments. I thought I would never have to run into them again. I'm truly sorry. I must have caused you trouble. Dean gently patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's okay, let's just go to class. He also said goodbye, to give him some private time to regain his composure. But looking at Eric's pale face, still staring off into the distance, even though they were completely out of sight, it was easy to understand the aftershocks of the days of being bullied, how intense they were. So Dean tactfully suggested, don't worry, I'll go with you. Eric was startled and exclaimed, go with me! No, I can go by myself. Dean looked straight at him seriously. You mean you want to endure the insults from those bastards alone? If you just let them be, they'll just push further and bully you. But Eric looked at him stunned. However, he still hesitated. But Dean immediately cut him off, declaring arrogantly, you've witnessed my power, right? What's there to worry about? Reminded Eric couldn't help but remember that time, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. That's right, Dean is very strong. He stood there dumbfounded, not knowing how to argue. So Dean took charge and decided, all right then, let's go together. Besides, not saying anything means you agree, right? Just then Eric awkwardly wanted to speak but stopped himself. Right at that moment, Dean and Bron came face to face, but he maintained his usual phony demeanor. Well, it's a peaceful day, isn't it? Eric, does this place bring back any old memories? Dean rudely questioned. Are you really his friend? Why'd you drag him out here just to pick a fight? Bron cursed crudely. Probably annoyed with him since this morning when he was quiet as a mouse. Is there a problem? You got a death wish, Dean said coldly. I was about to ask you the same thing. Seeing his defiant attitude, Bron seemed to be provoked to the point of fury. Hey! The Soares family, you've heard of it, right? I'm the heir to the most powerful family in the Western Empire. You got that? Dean casually cleaned his ear to hear better and replied arrogantly, Soares? Never heard of it. Eric looked at Dean terrified. It was such a blatant provocation that even an idiot would understand it. Sadly, Bron's friends next to him chimed in. What did that brat just say? Bron, are you just going to let that slide? He angrily ordered, take him down. The whole group smiled vilely. It's rare to get a chance to stretch our legs under such a nice blue sky. They leisurely walked over, preparing to deal with Dean while taunting. Eric, you should pick friends who can actually help you. Guess we'll have to beat you twice as hard to make you remember. Eric trembled and pleaded softly, stop while you still can. We should run. No matter how strong you are, they're too dangerous. Especially Braun. He's been called a sword prodigy since he was a kid. A sword prodigy, huh? Sounds interesting. I'll leave one for you. Go knock him out. Eric was stunned and exclaimed, me. Dean simply replied, trust me. Are you just going to keep trembling in front of them forever? Hearing that Eric could only stay silent, unable to say another word, he thought to himself, Dean is really unpredictable. He could only awkwardly turn his face away. Just then Braun rushed forward with a battle cry, Dean! Braun sneered, well, look how confident you are. At the same time, he swung his fist with a boast, you're dead. The fist slammed hard into Dean's handsome face, knocking his head to one side. Eric cried out worriedly, Dean! Braun laughed maniacally, turning back to show off his strength to Eric. He said rudely, how'd you like that, you mutt? Woke you up yet? He grinned wickedly again, looking at his handiwork before swinging his next punch. We're not done with you yet. However, this time it wasn't as easy as before. The punch was blocked by Dean from the very start. His face was as impassive as ever. You hit me first. Amidst the sea of confusion just waiting for this moment, Dean grinned playfully. That means everything that happens next is self-defense. Immediately after, one of Braun's gang, with a cold look in his eyes, using the right-hand rule, threw a powerful punch towards Dean. But Dean just tilted his body slightly, dodging the punch with ease, as if he were playing. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Without letting his opponent recover, Dean clenched his hand into a fist, muscles tensing, and threw a precise punch into the buzz-cut guy's ribs. A pained grunt escaped his mouth, his face contorted, eyes wide with shock. He staggered, his legs trembling as if they would give out, but with what little pride he had left, he gritted his teeth and tried to compose himself. But Dean didn't give him the chance. With lightning speed, he delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's knee. The kick made a dry, cracking sound, sending the buzz-cut guy tumbling to the ground. Without stopping, Dean spun towards the remaining guy. He rushed forward, an uppercut striking the purple-haired guy's chin hard. Dean took the opportunity to shoulder tackle him in the chest. The force of the push made the purple-haired guy stumble back a few steps, his legs unsteady. He wasn't done yet. Dean waved his hand, and a brilliant blue stream of magic gathered around his hand, forming a sparkling circle. He took a deep breath, feeling the energy coursing through his body, then unleashed a powerful magic blast towards the two remaining guys. The stream of light exploded, knocking them backwards, sending them tumbling to the ground. Braun stood nearby, witnessing the entire scene. With eyes wide in utter disbelief, he silently cursed, damn it. Dean frowned slightly, raising a hand to his chin, thinking, his voice low, was that stronger than I thought? Is it because of the ancient magic core? Over on Braun's side, things were no better. Looking at his minions lying on the ground, his gaze darkened, eyebrows furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. Damn it! What a bunch of idiots! He muttered, his voice trembling with anger and shame. One of the gang members tried to get up, coughing violently, his mouth full of dirt. Cough, cough, Braun. This guy's no joke. Hearing this, Braun's eyes widened, his face flushing with anger. Shut up, you lost this badly to a first year? You guys go down that easily. Dean turned his eyes challenging, the corner of his mouth lifting into a contemptuous smile. So you still want to continue? All talk and no action. The provocation was like adding fuel to the fire, making a muscle in Braun's jaw twitch. What did you just say? The slicked hair guy next to him, sweat beading on his forehead, hurriedly advised Braun, stop. That guy is strong. Look at the way he fires those magic bullets. But the advice had no effect. Braun roared, shoving his teammate away, his voice filled with outrage. You coward, acting so pathetic in front of these kids. Let me show you how it's done. As he spoke, he raised his hand. A turquoise vortex of magic flashed into existence. The circle rapidly expanded, transforming into a mysterious black hole. Dean stood there, his eyes as calm as a placid lake, unwavering before the strange sight. But Eric was completely different. He was almost frozen solid, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his voice cracking with fear. What? Don't tell me, from a dimensional hole. Braun slowly drew a sword that gleamed with the light of steel. He looked up, a chillingly wicked smile on his face. There's no one around in this deserted place, so everything will be fine. You've made a huge mistake. You forced me to draw my sword. In complete contrast to Eric's panicked expression, Dean just tilted his head slightly, observing the sword with interested eyes. That sword looks pretty impressive. Dean glanced at Braun, frowning slightly, thinking to himself, what a rash fool. Doesn't he care about the Academy's rules? Seeing the two talking, Braun turned, his threatening voice ringing out. You know, when the sky is cloudy, the fog rolls in, right? The kind of fog so thick that no one would be able to find a missing person. His crony with the slicked-back hair stood beside him, sweat dotting his forehead. He spoke worriedly. "Bron, is this really okay? What if we get expelled from the academy?" Bron spun around angrily and roared, "Shut up! Beat that idiot and his friend to a pulp and get back here!" After hearing this, the slicked hair guy nodded slightly and replied, "All right." As he spoke, the two cronies rushed towards Dean. Eric panicked, his voice trembling. "What should I do, Dean?" "If you fight Bron, then Before he could finish, Dean cut him off, his tone calm but filled with confidence. "Don't worry, those guys are nothing. You can win," he added. "That's right. You've done a lot of exploring, so your lower body is definitely in great shape. So try to land a really solid hit." Hearing those words, Eric was still trembling with fear, his heart pounding relentlessly. But deep inside him, a faint spark of determination slowly began to ignite. Bron's men approached, roaring threateningly, "You're dead meat!" Dean immediately spun around, running in a different direction. With the quick and agile movements of a cheetah, Bron was furious, his face flushing red from the provocation. "Not letting me get close, huh? Turns out you have some actual combat experience." Dean turned back and gave a provoking smile. "Shut up and just keep chasing." Turning back to Eric, he clenched his fists, his heart beating faster than ever. He told himself, "That's right, Dean is right. We can't keep being scared like this." The slicked hair guy approached, smirking. "What are you clenching your fists for? You've got a fierce look in your eyes, too. Friends really are important, huh?" He laughed loudly, cracking his knuckles menacingly. "You seem pretty confident standing next to him. Just take a few hits and leave. I'll hit you real gently." Hearing those words, Eric frowned slightly. His heart was still trembling, but he told himself, "Don't panic." In this situation, what would Dean do? The images of Dean defeating the others just now appeared clearly, one by one in his mind. His determination burned brightly. Eric got into a stance, his eyes flashing with resolve. The slicked hair guy clenched his hand into a fist and threw a powerful punch towards his face. Eric only had time to lean his head to the side, but the punch still grazed the top of his head, making him cry out in pain. His head was spinning. He bit down hard. His trembling but determined voice rang out. "The person you knew was the old me, and he's gone now." Immediately, Eric clenched his fist, gathering all his strength. He threw a powerful punch into the slicked hair guy's face. The punch hit its mark, contorting his face, his eyes wide with surprise. But Eric didn't stop. He continued to throw a flurry of punches, each one aimed straight at his opponent's face, as if releasing all his long-held fear and frustration. The slicked hair guy staggered and finally fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his face and moaning in pain. Even though he had won, Eric still couldn't believe his eyes. His legs trembled. The corner of his mouth twitched, but inside he felt an indescribable sense of joy. Calming down, Eric clenched his fists, his voice choked but full of pride. I really did it." Dean from the side, after witnessing Eric take down the slicked hair guy, smirked slightly, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. "Looks like your last teammate has fallen." The words were like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Bron's pride. He spun around, his face flushed with anger, his voice trembling with disbelief. "What? That's impossible." But the sight before him left him speechless. His last crony was sprawled on the ground, clutching his face and moaning. Bron screamed, his voice cracking with indignation and shame. "You lost to a pathetic failure like that." Dean didn't answer, just silently glanced towards the corner of the garden, where two old brooms lay on the ground. "Looks like I found something useful." Without a moment's hesitation, Dean picked up a broom, gripping the rough wooden handle firmly. Bron saw this and burst out laughing contemptuously, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Ha, you think you can deal with me with that thing?" But Dean just smiled, his expression calm but his eyes ice cold. "For someone like you, this is more than enough." The words, though spoken softly, were as sharp as a sword, causing Bron's expression to darken. He gritted his teeth, the muscle in his jaw twitching with rage. He roared, "You insolent bastard! I'll crush you today. I'm not going to kill you, so don't worry too much." As he finished speaking, Bron charged forward like a tempest, the sword in his hand flashing with steel, his eyes burning with the intent for revenge. He tightened his grip on the hilt and roared, "I'll just leave a little scar on your face, so that every time you see me you'll tremble in fear." A series of slashes cut through the air, aimed straight at Dean. Each strike carried extreme ferocity, but Dean, with astounding composure, gracefully dodged each blow like a deadly dance. Each time the blade swiped past, he could feel the cold wind brush against his skin, but his heart beat steadily without a single flutter. Bron grew increasingly frantic, sweat pouring down his forehead. He shouted, "This bastard is stronger than I thought." Dean, in contrast, remained composed, his sharp eyes observing his opponent's every move. He spoke in a level but provoking tone. "Your sword strikes are too predictable." The words were like a splash of cold water to Bron's face, driving him nearly insane. He roared, his face contorted with fury. "How dare you say that about Tucker's swordsmanship? Who do you think you are, Duke Tommy's son?" Dean frowned slightly, feeling the broom in his hand begin to vibrate from the pressure. "He's channeling magic into the sword. Bron continued to charge, his voice full of contempt. You're just a scared rat caught in a trap. What can you do with that stupid stick? Suddenly, Dean tightened his grip. A stream of blue magic shot out, letting out a low hum, and his speed skyrocketed. Bron only had time to widen his eyes in shock. Before he could recover, a hammer-like blow from the broom slammed squarely into his chest. Bron cried out in pain, his face still filled with astonishment. Just a wooden stick has this much power, he thought, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and disbelief. But before he could regain his senses, a final blow from Dean sent him sprawling to the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and his sword clattered away, rolling on the grass. Eric stood nearby, his mouth agape, his eyes as wide as saucers, stammering in amazement. Amazing. He won with just one blow. His heart pounded, a mix of admiration and incredible shock. I knew Dean was strong, but I never imagined he was this strong. Dean strode majestically towards Bron, his eyes radiating a cold aura. Get up and keep fighting. Once you've drawn your sword, you must fight to the end. He paused, his gaze turning thoughtful. My father used to teach me that once you draw your sword to challenge someone, it means you've accepted any outcome. Bron lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning, sweat and tears mixing together on his face, which was contorted in pain. A storm of emotions raged within him. Damn it! This guy is on a completely different level, he exclaimed, his voice cracking with fear. Who are you? Dean replied decisively, each word seeming to hang in the air. Dean Soares, son of the Count Soares family, and a new student in the self-study department. Hearing this, Bron's eyes widened in shock, his face paling. What? The Count Soares family? So that means you're the one who got a special admission to the self-study department? After half a century, that youngest genius. Dean just shrugged, his tone still nonchalant. Maybe I introduced myself a little late, huh? Bron screamed internally, despair gripping his heart. Damn it! No wonder he was so confident. He mumbled, his voice trembling. Why would someone like him be hanging out with an idiot like Eric? Dean approached, his eyes as sharp and cold as a knife. So what should I do now? You drew your sword and lost. Should I end your life right here? Bron flinched, clutching his chest and backing away, sweating profusely. What are you saying? Dean continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm but still cold. That's right. From my point of view, this wasn't exactly a fair duel. He thought to himself, this bastard, he really seems like he wants to kill me. Without a second of hesitation, Bron dropped to his knees, bowing his head, prostrating himself before Dean, his voice pathetically shaky. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I never knew you were from the Soares family. I'll never do something so stupid again. Dean cut him off, his tone icy. Do you really not get it? He pointed at Eric, his gaze stern. You're apologizing to the wrong person. The one who needs an apology isn't me, it's Eric. Immediately, Bron spun towards Eric, grabbing his hands, his voice almost a plea. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm sincerely sorry for everything I've done to you. Please forgive me. Eric stood frozen, his eyes wide, his heart racing from the shock. Painful memories flooded back. The times he was bullied by Bron and his friends, humiliated, making him live in constant fear. And yet now, the person who was once his greatest nightmare was kneeling on the ground, trembling like a pathetic wretch. He felt a tightness in his chest, a mix of hatred and bewilderment. Dean turned to Eric, his voice gentle but carrying a deep meaning. You handle this yourself. You can beat him until you feel satisfied, or accept his apology and let this go. The decision is entirely yours. Eric pressed his lips together, his heart in turmoil. He looked at Bron, who was still kneeling, sweat dripping his eyes, pleading. Bron continued to beg. That's right, just hit me as much as you want. I deserve it. Eric closed his eyes. I really want to punch him just to feel better. He thought his hands clenched so tightly they shook. But then he took a deep breath. He opened his eyes, his voice both decisive and magnanimous. Bron, next time fight me fairly. I'll forgive you after that. Hearing those words, Bron looked up, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with surprise and relief. He stammered, You really mean that? Eric nodded, then turned to walk away, his voice firm. Then I'll let this go. Dean, standing beside him, nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. You did great. The two of them turned and walked away, leaving Bron still kneeling, not yet recovered from the shock. Eric glanced at Dean, his heart filled with gratitude. His voice was choked up. Thank you. Dean just smiled, his eyes warm. No problem. Just as Dean and Eric's had taken a few steps, Layla suddenly appeared, her voice a mix of reproach and slight annoyance. Dean, I was waiting forever for you. I had to look all over the place. Dean turned slightly startled, but then quickly smiled. Ah, Layla. Layla rolled her eyes, glancing at the bruised and battered group lying in the distance, then raised an eyebrow and asked, What happened? Did you get in another fight? Dean shrugged, his tone casual. Just someone looking for trouble with me, Layla asked curiously. Looking for trouble with you, who'd be that bold? Dean glanced towards Bron, who was still sitting there in a daze, his face still showing his shock. Layla followed his gaze. Of all people. He had to pick you. Talk about seriously bad luck. But from a distance, when Braun saw Layla, he felt his heart drop into a pit. He thought to himself, sweat beading on his forehead. Is Duke Tommy's precious daughter coming over here? Dean continued, his tone still calm. They say he's some kind of sword prodigy. Do you know him? Layla crossed her arms and snorted. Her eyes were full of indifference. Nope, don't care. Then she turned to Eric, who was standing quietly beside them, and raised a curious eyebrow. But who are you? Eric scratched his head shyly, looking down, his cheeks slightly flushed. Dean quickly introduced him. This is Eric, a first year in the exploration department. Eric hurriedly nodded and stammered. It's nice to meet you. Lady Tommy. Layla laughed and waved her hand. Come on. Don't use lady, it's so embarrassing. Just treat me like a normal friend. Eric nodded slightly, a relieved smile on his face. Okay? Layla asked curiously. So what do you study in the exploration department? Your family is famous for exploring, right? Eric nodded, his voice gradually becoming more confident. That's right. Things like ruins, secret locations. Exploring different types like treasure hunting or archaeology. Layla's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands. Then shouldn't we show him the map we found? I bet he'll know something about it. Hearing the mention of a map, Eric frowned curiously. What map? Dean smiled, his eyes twinkling. It's the map we got from the club event, part of the prize. Eric's eyes widened, his voice full of astonishment. I heard a rumor that someone got a treasure map. So it was you guys? His eyes lit up, like a child who just found their favorite toy, which made Layla frown slightly and laugh. He's like a different person now. Dean shrugged. I guess he has a special obsession with ancient artifacts. Eric said excitedly, All right, let's find a quiet place. Holding the map in his hands, Eric observed it intently, his eyebrows slightly furrowed in deep concentration. This map seems quite complicated. Since this is a treasure map, deciphering it with just a glance is impossible. He muttered, instead of leading to the entire academy, it focuses on a more specific location. Layla pointed to a spot on the map, asking curiously, What's this place? Eric replied thoughtfully. There are a lot of strange characters running all over the map. I can identify them, but they don't form any meaning. Is this some kind of symbol or code? Layla turned and asked impatiently, So what do we do now? Eric replied, his eyes lighting up as he began to analyze. First, we have to find out who created this map. There's no common standard for things like this. But if we know who made it, we'll have a better overall perspective to make deductions. Dean stroked his chin, his voice thoughtful. So it'll be really difficult to decode it right away, huh? Eric nodded. But one thing is certain. The location indicated on the map is on the academy grounds. However, this architectural style was only used when the academy was first built. Hearing that, Dean and Layla exclaimed in unison, their eyes shining. So it's somewhere nearby, right? Eric continued the story with a serious expression. Actually, the difficult problem lies in the fact that this architectural style was built based on a secret type of magic, a very special one, created by Saul Houston himself. Eric's words made Layla jump in surprise. Saul Houston. He's the legendary sorcerer who founded this prestigious academy. Dean, in a thoughtful tone, added, Then that type of magic probably can't be used by anyone anymore. Right, I remember. That Saul Houston didn't seem to have any disciples to succeed him. Eric's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, You know a lot, Dean. Layla frowned slightly and sighed wearily. I knew this mission would be difficult, but I never thought it would be this impossibly hard. Eric added, The key now is to find out who created this map. Only by doing that can we follow the trail and find clues to solve these mysteries. Dean smiled brightly, his voice full of excitement. So once we've decoded it, all that's left is to go treasure hunting. Right. That appealing prospect made Layla nod vigorously, her eyes sparkling with desire. That sounds awesome. Before coming to the academy, I only ever worked with my family, so this is the first time I get to experience an adventure on my own. Eric also nodded in agreement, his voice enthusiastic. I'm also really looking forward to joining everyone on this journey. Dean smiled, thinking to himself, These two seem really excited, but it will definitely take quite a bit of time. So let's just take it slow and enjoy it. Eric suddenly handed the map to Dean, which surprised him quite a bit. Wouldn't it be better if you held on to it during the decoding process? Eric smiled confidently. It's fine, I've already memorized the whole thing. Both Dean and Layla's jaws dropped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, No way is your memory really that good. He explained sheepishly, For some reason, I'm especially good at remembering things related to maps and codes. Dean burst out laughing. Well, then you have a special talent, don't you? Layla chimed in jokingly. Tests must be a piece of cake for you, huh? Dean took the map and nodded. Anyway, I get it now. If you need any help, just call us, okay? Eric nodded, his eyes lighting up. Thanks a lot, everyone. This is my first time searching. As a team or something, with people other than my father. So I'm really happy. Layla giggled. All right, let's go eat. Let's celebrate the formation of our team. Dean and Eris nodded, replying in unison, sounds like fun. The three of them left together. Scene changed to late evening at the dormitory. Dean's thoughtful voice echoed in the room. So much happened today. I should take a moment to organize my things. He began to clean up the mess in his room. His gaze softened as he held the egg that his sister Clara had given him. Important family heirlooms should be placed somewhere easy to see like this. He mumbled to himself, but then frowned. But where should I put this egg? They say you shouldn't keep living creatures in dark, hidden corners. Suddenly, the egg began to vibrate abnormally. Dean was startled, his heart pounding in his chest. Why is this suddenly happening? He watched it intently, his voice trembling with excitement. This hasn't happened in the last 7 years. Could it be because I've come to the academy? He shook his head, telling himself, no, the academy is mysterious, but the amount of mana here isn't that different from my room. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be because of the ancient mana I absorbed in the garden? Dean placed the egg on the table. His voice was full of determination. Incredible. It activated instantly. All right, I'll pour all my energy into it. Today is the day it hatches. He focused the mana from his hands, channeling it powerfully into the egg like a river. The egg vibrated more violently, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated a corner of the room. Dean laughed loudly, his heart racing uncontrollably. It's absorbing my mana. And like crazy. I've been pouring mana into it for 7 years. Just how much can it hold? But then he realized with a start, I can't do this here. This room is going to collapse. Dean hastily grabbed the egg and ran straight to his sister Clara's lab. Seeing the intensely vibrating egg, Clara cried out, her eyes shining brightly. Oh my God, it's reacting so strongly. What did you do to it? Dean explained out of breath. It keeps vibrating even when I'm not channeling mana into it anymore. Clara examined the egg for a moment, then suddenly frowned. Dean, isn't it time for the dorm roll call? You'll be in huge trouble if you miss it. Scene changed to the dorm hallway. 3 figures approached. The person in the middle spoke with an authoritative voice. I am Manhwa, the dorm president. I will now begin the roll call. Noticing the arrival of the inspection team, all the dorm residents quickly stepped out and stood at attention in front of their doors. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. At the Royal Academy, the roll call ritual was always conducted with the utmost strictness, without any leniency. But in a corner, a blonde-haired young man whispered softly, his voice full of worry. Why aren't Priscilla and Dean out yet? Don't they know it's time for roll call? He gulped, thinking about the severe consequences. 1 demerit for being late, 2 points for being absent. 3 violations in 1 semester will lead to labor punishment. And being absent more than twice means demotion and expulsion from the dorm. Another student replied, his voice hesitant. I saw Dean cleaning his room earlier. Manhwa, the dorm president, had an icy expression. His gaze, as sharp as a knife, swept across the crowd. Everyone stand still, no talking. He stopped, his tone steely. 9th floor, Dante Hall. Don't expect an easy time tonight? The blonde-haired young man frowned slightly, muttering, what does he mean? But inwardly he thought, why is he so serious today? Manhwa pointed to the surveillance screen above. His voice was cold. In the mana surveillance footage. Interestingly enough, it shows resident Priscilla leaving. We confirmed she left the dorm premises 5 minutes ago. But now the system shows she's in her room. His words made the students turn pale. A few thought to themselves, we're so screwed this time. Manhwa stopped in front of a room door. He pushed the door open and entered. His eyes scanned the room as if to pierce through every corner. He spoke in a low voice. Normally, we don't check if they're actually in their rooms. But from now on, the rules have changed. Hearing this, the students were startled. Their faces turned white as they thought, damn it, a disciplinary storm is about to hit. After making a round of checks, Manhwa spoke up. The rest of you seem generally fine. The dorm is also quite clean. Priscilla gets 2 demerits for her unexcused absence. The person in charge nodded. Yes, I understand. I will inform everyone. Manhwa continued with a suspicious tone. Finally, the new student Dean. Why is he not present? Don't tell me. He missed his very first roll call. A student quickly replied, his voice trembling, no way. I'm sure he's still in his room. I think Dean was busy organizing his things and couldn't come out in time. Manhwa smirked. All right then, we'll see about that. With that, he opened Dean's door and stepped inside. He was greeted by the sight of Dean cleaning, sweat beading on his forehead. His belongings were still in disarray. Seeing Manhwa, Dean turned, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Sorry. I was so caught up in organizing my things I forgot about the roll call. Manhwa nodded, his voice softer. Right, I suppose so. It's your first day. These things can happen. Scene changed to Clara's lab. She gasped, that's an illusion artifact, Mark. Why? Dean smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Most people won't notice. My image is being projected from a station, connected to a remote imager. Clara was endlessly amazed. As far as I know, this thing is extremely difficult to use. The remote connection can be unstable. Just a small interruption and you'll be exposed. Dean replied confidently, I anticipated that. I've checked it many times. As long as they don't get too close, it'll be fine. Clara shook her head, looking at her brother with a mix of worry and admiration. You've really got guts. They both turned to look at the egg on the table, still shaking violently. Clara exclaimed, Anyway, how's the egg? It must be reacting strongly to your mana. That means the chances of it hatching are very high. However, there have been quite a few cases where they react like this and still don't hatch. Regardless, just getting a reaction is a rare thing. Consider it progress. Dean nodded, his eyes lighting up. So what's next? Do I just keep channeling mana into it? Clara stroked her chin thoughtfully. There's still so much we don't know about these spirit beast eggs. Placing it in a mana stabilizer is risky, but I don't think we should stop. This lab is the most optimal place for it to hatch. Don't I always maintain a strong mana barrier to keep everything secure? Dean nodded, his voice firm. You're right. If we just leave it, it might suddenly hatch somewhere unsafe. Clara took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. All right, let's get started. Your mana is extremely pure, but I'll still install a mana filter just in case. Dean got to work carefully channeling mana into the egg. After a moment, he frowned slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Is it still hungry? It's already absorbed a huge amount of mana. What on earth is inside this egg? Clara stood beside him, her eyes watching intently as she thought, spirit beast eggs. Anyone with enough money can buy one. But getting it to hatch is a whole other story. The specific conditions for hatching are still a mystery. There's only one certainty, the nurturer's mana. I must have a compatible frequency with the spirit beast inside the egg. And you need a great deal of luck. Looking at Dean, Clara couldn't help but feel impressed. This kid's talent. What level has it reached? I knew he was formidable, but seeing it with my own eyes, I'm truly at a loss for words. Suddenly, the surface of the egg made a small cracking sound. Tiny cracks began to appear and spread. Dean exclaimed, his heart pounding, Did you see that? Clara moved closer, her voice trembling with excitement. It looks like it's about to hatch. Just a little more. Dean gritted his teeth and poured more mana into the egg. His eyes shone. Let's see what kind of creature you are. The cracks on the egg spread rapidly. Then a blinding blue light erupted, accompanied by a surge of pure energy, so powerful that both Dean and Clara had to shield their eyes. As the light faded, a tiny creature appeared before them, with delicate wings and sparkling golden horns. Under the pressure of the energy, Dean was suddenly thrown back, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Clara rushed over worriedly. Dean, are you okay? He gave a weak smile, his voice still full of excitement. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. But more importantly, look, something has come out. Amidst the lingering haze, a tiny purple dragon remained, with 2 golden horns and big round eyes, sitting on the table. It flapped its wings, flying up and circling a few times in the air, looking incredibly adorable. Clara's jaw dropped. Wait, is that a wyvern? The dragon let out a soft hiss, spitting a few small sparks, which astonished Clara even more. It can breathe fire, too. She turned to Dean, her voice urgent. Don't just stand there, get closer to it. There are cases where a spirit beast accepts the first person it sees as its master. Dean, that's your spirit beast. Hurry up. Dean stepped forward, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Looking at the little dragon up close, he chuckled, his gaze gentle. You're pretty cute up close, aren't you? Seeing Dean, the dragon tilted its head, its round eyes looking at him curiously. Dean gave a friendly smile, his voice warm. Hello. It's nice to meet you. He held out his hand to introduce himself. I'm Dean. Seeing that the little dragon had no intention of resisting, Clara cheered, her eyes sparkling with joy. Congratulations, Dean, you've bonded with it. The dragon chirped a few times, then flew towards Dean's hand, landing as gently as a small bird. Clara approached, her eyes wide with astonishment. You really did it? How did you do that so easily? Let me see. She looked at the dragon intently, then paused. Her brow furrowed slightly. Wait, something's not right. Dean's heart skipped a beat. Huh? What is it? It looks like something summoned from another world. Dean's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Clara nodded, her expression grave. Yes, only a select few. Chosen summoners can do that. Even I can only summon half a spirit. I never thought the youngest in our family could summon something like this. This is truly a great feat. Dean was stunned, his eyes fixed on the dragon. So, you mean this isn't a summoned creature that actually exists in this world? Clara explained in a thoughtful tone. I know most summoned species can be called upon even when they're young. But I've never seen one with the exact characteristics as this little one. The closest species might be a wyvern, but the details clearly don't match. Dean looked down at the dragon and smiled softly, his eyes gentle. It doesn't look that special, does it? So no one knows what it really is, Clara nodded. We'll have to find out from now on. The problem is, there are no records of a summoned creature, like this one. Dean frowned. It's a new entity. While the two were talking, the dragon began to yawn, its little wings flapping gently before it puffed out a tiny flame in protest. Dean chuckled to himself. How did something like this come to me? Could it be related to some ancient magic? Clara pointed to the eggshell fragments scattered on the floor. Her voice was firm. That's right, keep these shells carefully. Some creatures born from eggs eat their shells for nutrients. Dean nodded. Got it. So what do I do now? Clara stroked her chin, her tone serious. First, interact with it very carefully and record everything. What the little one likes, what it dislikes, how long it sleeps, any strange behaviors, how it grows, things like that. Dean frowned and sighed. That sounds like a lot of work. He looked at the dragon, his eyes sparkling with determination. But it's definitely worth it. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I need to protect this little one. Clara continued. By the way, are you planning to keep it with you all the time? People will be very surprised if they see it. Why not leave it in the lab? Dean shook his head, his voice firm. That's an idea, but we can't hide it forever. If it's discovered, I have my sisters to back me up. Besides, it would feel cooped up if it's always stuck here. Clara nodded, her eyes lighting up. Yeah. Then let's use this opportunity to make your official mark. Dean was surprised. A mark, you mean a summoner's seal? Yes, Clara smiled. That's right. You're still a novice. But your talent is so obvious. Having this summoned creature is your chance to shine. Dean stroked his chin, his voice excited. That makes sense. Then let's get to it. Clara turned to him. You signed up for the summoning class, right? Tomorrow's orientation is with Professor Tamurik Piano. It's perfect. If you perform well, a special approval will come your way. She placed a hand on Dean's shoulder, her eyes full of trust. Normally, it's very difficult to meet the requirements. But you're different. I believe you'll pass. Dean smiled, his eyes sparkling. Special approval. That sounds interesting. He thought to himself, what should I name this little one? The next day, at a different location, a blonde-haired young man struck up a conversation with Dean. Where'd you go last night? You weren't in your room during roll call. Dean smiled sheepishly. I had something urgent to take care of. The young man frowned. How'd you manage to skip roll call? Priscilla got caught right away. Dean winked. There are always ways. The young man nodded and laughed. The Grace family is as always full of surprises. Dean was curious. My sisters were like that too. The young man nodded enthusiastically. Of course, your sisters are legends in Dante Hall. Just ask any of the dorm residents. You'll see their reactions. The young man patted Dean's shoulder. Anyway, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out, so don't worry. Dean nodded. Thanks. The young man waved and turned to leave. As soon as he got back to his room, Dean flopped onto his bed with a sigh of relief. That was close. We're safe. What was Priscilla thinking just walking out like that? The small dragon emerged from his shirt, flying around with its wings free. Dean laughed. The little one is too excited. He watched it breathe fire and couldn't help but marvel. This creature is really special. Scene changed to a hidden corner. Dean stood before a secret gate. He murmured, This is it, the gate my sister mentioned. The main entrance is closed. This is the only way we can get out of here. He whispered, his fingers gently touching the mana curtain, the transparent protective layer. Dean's brow furrowed tightly. An unsettling feeling crept in as he realized its complexity. They've enveloped this entire dormitory with a layer of mana defense. How thick? Can we get through this wall of energy? He focused all his senses, trying to feel the flow of mana, the vast current swirling around him. There has to be a weak point somewhere, a crack no matter how small, he told himself, his eyes determined. While Dean was diligently analyzing and searching for a weakness, the small dragon, an adorable summoned creature, flew around him playfully, occasionally breathing out tiny puffs of fire like a child playing. Suddenly, a flame accidentally touched the mana curtain, and something magical happened. The mana layer immediately vibrated intensely, creating visible ripples of energy. Dean was stunned, his jaw dropping in amazement. What did you just do? How could you affect it? Back in his room, Dean looked up at the small dragon still flying overhead. A thought flashed through his mind. So that was a flame that could temporarily suppress or weaken mana, he thought to himself, his face beaming. Whoa, that's seriously cool. This little one is truly an amazing summoned creature, with hidden abilities. The next day, Dean and Eris were strolling leisurely through the campus, enjoying the fresh air. Seeing Dean, looking unusually bright and energetic, Eris asked curiously, You named it. Happy? Seriously, who came up with that name for it? Dean smiled and explained, I thought the name sounded friendly and easy to say. Or maybe you can think of a better one. Eris pondered, her eyes scrutinizing the playful little dragon. Let's see. It is cute. But its name should probably have a little more weight. Something that sounds a bit more respectable. Dean chuckled silently, finding Eris's seriousness endearing. You don't have to be so serious about it, he thought. Suddenly, Eris stopped walking. Her eyes lit up. How about Gainas? Dean turned back, his eyes full of interest. Oh, that sounds good. What does that name mean? Eris explained. It means mystery. It suits him, don't you think? Dean nodded in agreement, his face showing clear satisfaction as he looked at the dragon. From now on, your name is Gainas, he announced gently. The scene shifts to Bermuda Hall, a magnificent and ancient structure, named after the great scholar Bermuda, who laid the foundation for the arcane arts of summoning. The students had already gathered quickly, their eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and nervousness. In a hidden corner, hidden behind the rows of seats, Degrand, who held a deep grudge against Dean from a turbulent childhood memory, stood silently. He recognized Dean immediately, his eyes flashing with utter astonishment mixed with extreme bitterness. He hissed through gritted teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like morning dew. The bastard who stole my summoning contract. After the humiliation at that banquet long ago, my family fell apart under the public's ridicule. Now, we're just trying to cling to our status as minor city nobles. He's taking a summoning class. Why now? Of all times, Degrand gritted his teeth, telling himself, his face so tense that sweat poured down like a stream. I have to avoid Dean at all costs. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from behind. Hey! Degrand retaking the class for the first time. Degrand jumped and turned, replying awkwardly, Ah, yes. Senior. Come on. It's no big deal. Everyone has to retake a class once or twice. Take me, for example, just for this subject alone. This is my second time. Just think of it as an easy A. Crushing the newbies will be a piece of cake. Soon after Professor Tamurik Piano entered the lecture hall, and his appearance immediately silenced the noisy hubbub in the classroom. As if completely dispelled by a silence spell, he stood solemnly before the lectern. This class will begin with the most basic theories of summoning. This is the vital foundation and the key factor for anyone wishing to embark on the path of a summoner. Notably, these theories will appear on the certification exam for summoners, so study them carefully and master them. His words sent a ripple of murmurs through the class. A student whispered, Geez, this professor is really strict. I heard the summoner certification exam is as hard as reaching for the stars. Tamurik heard the chatter and nodded slightly. His eyes were as sharp as blades of ice, sweeping over the entire class. Of course, if you are capable enough, you can take on the special admission exam. But be warned, that path is not easy at all. A curious student shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. Professor, what are the requirements for the special admission exam? Tamurik smiled faintly. Of course. I knew you would ask this. Look here. He waved his hand, and a magnificent blue screen appeared in midair. One first. You must summon a beast of rank 5 or higher using your own seal. 2, you must maintain that summoned state, and for more than 30 minutes. The students stared at each other wide-eyed. A rank 5 beast, even with a seal, that's practically impossible. A basic rank 7 beast is enough to drive someone crazy, let alone maintaining it for 30 minutes. Tamurik didn't let them chatter for long. And finally, you must demonstrate your own unique quality, enough to pass the special admission, even if you meet the first 2 conditions. Without that unique quality, you will still fail. To become special, you must leave your own indelible mark. The entire class seemed to explode with shock. The atmosphere became as heavy as the air before a storm. That's ridiculous. The first 2 conditions are already nearly impossible. And now there's this subjective condition on top of it. Has anyone ever passed this exam? Even Dean pouted, thinking to himself, basically, if the professor likes you, you pass. If not, you fail. Professor Tamurik observed the students' reactions without any surprise, as if he had grown accustomed to this scene over many seasons. He chuckled to himself, his eyes twinkling with a cunning look. Now do you understand why it's called the special admission exam? You also need letters of recommendation from at least 2 experts in the field. The entire class was dead silent, their faces dazed as if lost in a magical labyrinth. Tamurik glanced towards Dean, thinking, Dano Grace wasn't it. This interdisciplinary student, Professor Jen Pineso, said he formed a secondary bond with the B-rank heiress that she summoned. But unless I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. She might just be showing favoritism to the House of Count Sogret and making things up to help him. I have to verify it myself. He continued his lecture. Your first goal is to pass the regular exam, so do your best. If you can already summon, it'll be easy. But for first-year students, that is very difficult. The students looked at each other in confusion. No one dared to speak. Degrand swallowed, sweat beading. Dean frowned in thought. The freshmen must be very confused. They've only learned theory and had compatibility tests. Tamurik smiled brightly, his voice ringing like a bronze bell as he challenged them. Are there really no first years who know how to summon? This year is truly disappointing. Dean felt his scalp tingle and his heart race as he thought, he's targeting me. He wants to test my abilities for himself, refusing to be outdone. Dean shot to his feet, boldly challenging him. I can try, Professor. His declaration made the entire class hold its breath. Oh ho, really? What is your name and major? Dean replied, I am Dano Grace, a first-year interdisciplinary student. Tamurik nodded, his eyes sparkling with interest. I've heard about you from the department head. She said you have outstanding talent. Yes, well, if the department head said so. Tamurik's face stiffened slightly as he assessed him. This kid isn't arrogant, nor is he overly humble. His responses are as sharp as a blade. He spoke bluntly. There are many rumors about you, but that talent sounds absurd. Can you demonstrate it right here? Dean nodded. If you wish, Professor, I can. But if I can prove my ability, will you write a letter of recommendation for the special admission exam? For me, the lecture hall was dead silent, the air as heavy as lead. After a few seconds of silence, Tamarik's jaw dropped. A letter of recommendation for the special admission exam. Do you understand what that means? Dean affirmed, his voice as steady as a rock. Yes, I have to show you. My superior talent right here. What if I fail? Dean shook his head slightly, the corner of his lips curling into a confident smile. I've never even considered that possibility, to be this confident. Even his older sister wouldn't dare say something like that. With the intention of teaching Dean a lesson he'd never forget, Tamarik agreed, his voice booming like thunder. All right then, step up here. If you can do it, I will personally write you a letter of recommendation. But the surrounding students started murmuring, buzzing with gossip, with voices mixed with astonishment and doubt. What is he thinking? The summoning department isn't even his major. What's going on with the House of Grace? Tamarik gave a final warning. If you fail, you must bear all the consequences yourself. Still want to try? Dean didn't flinch. His gaze as firm as a rock, he nodded decisively. Yes, I'll do it. An amused smile appeared on Tamarik's lips. Very well. Then come down here. Coincidentally, I have a blank summoning seal ready. Dean stepped down from the platform. But he thought to himself, I didn't plan on showing off in the very first class. But oh well, I'll take every opportunity I can get. He held the pristine white card, whispering an ancient incantation like a mysterious curse. Answer my call. The moment those words were spoken, the space around him suddenly trembled violently. A brilliant magic circle gradually appeared, emitting a mystical blue light that enveloped the entire platform. From the very center of the circle, a giant wolf shot out. A dangerous aura emanated from it. Just one cold glance was enough to make the students tremble like lambs, lost among wild beasts. Oh my God, seriously, is that a 5th-rank summoned beast? How could he do this? With just a blank seal, in a hidden corner, Digron was stunned. His heart pounded as he realized this was his wolf, Genfu. Dean turned to Tamarik. Professor, I've summoned Genfu. But Tamarik was still stunned by the extraordinary sight. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he screamed internally. How could this kid do that? With a blank seal. Did he form an official contract instantly? Or is there some other secret art that I don't know about? But then he tried to calm down. Even if he can summon it, there's no way he can maintain it for 30 minutes. He cleared his throat. Impressive, just as the rumors said. But the second condition is not easy to overcome. Dean didn't want to waste time. He smiled boldly. I don't want to waste the class's precious time. How about I show you something else, Professor? These words made Tamarik raise an eyebrow. What? Something else? Not only Tamarik, but the entire class also began to murmur. Their eyes were glued to Dean. What is he going to do this time? The House of Grace is truly terrifying. Digron's heart beat like a war drum, anxiety surging within him. The third condition is to show something special. The professor was so insistent. What on earth is he planning to do? All eyes in the room were on Dean. Tamarik nodded. All right, let's see what you can do. This is... Dean began to release his mana. Powerful streams of blue energy erupted surrounding Genfu like magical ribbons. He parted his lips, whispering an ancient spell. Genfu's giant body was lifted into the air. Before the astonished eyes of the entire class, Genfu began to swell in size. Its claws grew sharper. This is the power of ancient magic. The students were practically petrified on the spot, their mouths agape in astonishment. The wolf roared like a resurrected dinosaur, strengthening a summoned beast. That's something only 5th-year students can do. He's clearly not a student in the summoning department. Genfu let out a booming roar, the powerful sound silencing the entire classroom. Dean smiled at Tamarik, his voice low but full of confidence. Professor, is this enough to prove my specialty? Tamarik was speechless. His eyes were wide, as if he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. My God, he can even perform a bond enhancement. All the rumors were true. How can a student possess such earth-shattering talent? Dean gently stroked Genfu's fur, his eyes gentle yet full of pride. After a few seconds, Tamarik coughed, regaining his composure. His voice still trembled slightly. This is indeed very special. Yes, we'll discuss the letter of recommendation later. Dean smiled brightly and nodded. Yes, I understand. In the back, Digron swallowed hard, his heart pounding. So scary, he's grown so much since back then. After the commotion, the class gradually returned to normal, but the gaze of Tamarik remained fixed on Dean with a hint of confusion. Dean thought to himself, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. I heard he's a very strict teacher. My sister Clara will get a kick out of this. I've got one part of the recommendation letter. Should I ask Professor Zenfoso for the rest? Soon the class ended. Tamarik cleared his throat. All right, that's all for today's class. Suddenly a voice called out. Dean turned around, frowning slightly when he saw the familiar red hair. Ah, you're Digron, right? Genfu's former master. Digron seemed a bit flustered, scratching his cheek. You remember me, yeah. I'm retaking this class because I failed. Dean was curious, his eyes probing. You didn't come here for revenge, did you? Degron was flustered, his voice sincere. Actually, I saw you earlier. I was going to ignore you, but I realized I was wrong back then. I want to apologize for what happened. Please forgive me. He bowed a full 90 degrees. Dean smiled lightly and nodded. That was years ago. Don't worry, I'm fine. Degron's eyes lit up, his voice cheerful. Really? So can I continue to study here? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Dean frowned, thinking to himself. Is he afraid I'll report him and get him expelled? He gently patted Degron's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Degron was thrilled, his voice enthusiastic. Thanks, Dean. If you need any help, just let me know. Suddenly, the back of Dean's shirt bulged, a small round lump moving inside. Dean immediately guessed that Canis had woken up and was probably hungry. He turned to Degron. Right, you're in the summoning department, aren't you? I need to buy a few things at the shop. Could you show me the way? Degron nodded cheerfully. Of course. The place is called Orban Ben. I go there all the time, he chattered on. That shop was founded by 2 former students over 35 years ago. They have all sorts of supplies. The latest trend these days is... Dean listened, thinking to himself, he seems to be genuinely sorry. No need to be hostile anymore. Suddenly, Canis poked her head out of Dean's shirt, her sparkling eyes curiously observing the surroundings. Dean quickly reminded her in a gentle voice, Calm down, little one. Soon after, the two of them went to the store together. On the way, Degron turned, his eyes curious, and asked, What do you need? I can help you find it. Actually, just tell me the rank of your summon, and I'll take care of the rest. Dean replied, I just need food for it. Degron nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Oh, that's my specialty. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is a piece of cake. But what species is your summon? Dean hesitated for a moment, then replied, a wyvern. He thought to himself, well, Canis does look a bit like a wyvern. Their diets are probably similar. Hearing the answer, Degron suddenly shouted in an excited voice. A wyvern, a rank 3 summon, that's awesome. Seeing Degron getting excited, Dean quickly raised his hand to signal him, lowering his voice. But she's still small, so please keep it a secret. Degron was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Just then, the little wyvern named Canis, hiding in Dean's shirt, began to squirm, making small, curious noises. That's right. Degron, still full of excitement, continued, A baby wyvern, huh? Then soft food is the best choice. Even though they're small, they have big appetites. In about a week, you can start. Switching to meat. Dean nodded slightly, inwardly impressed. A true expert. But why did this guy fail his class? When they arrived at the store, a bustling atmosphere immediately enveloped them. Degron quickly scanned the shelves, then swiftly grabbed 2 small bags of food, turning to Dean with the triumphant smile. Found it. This one is made from 17 rare ingredients. And this one is a special soft mix with milk. You should take both. Dean took the 2 bags of food, a radiant smile on his face. Thanks a lot. Thanks to you, I was able to buy everything I need. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Dean being so formal, Degron frowned slightly, nodding and asking back, Is that all you need? Do you need anything else? Dean shook his head. This is enough for now. All right, Degron suggested enthusiastically. Since we're already here, why don't you look around a bit more? They have a lot of useful items here. The 2 of them leisurely strolled through the store, admiring the countless magical items on display. From shimmering outfits, brightly colored support potions, to brilliantly glowing magic staves. Suddenly, Dean stopped. His eyes lit up as he saw a magnificent magic staff right in front of him. He exclaimed, This one looks really interesting, doesn't it? But at that very moment, a warning voice sounded from the side. Wait, that's not an item for beginners. Your summoning skills aren't even proficient and you're already looking for a weapon. Be careful you don't get hit with a magic curse. Back off now, right? Right next to the staff was a carefully placed warning sign. It clearly stated absolutely do not touch carelessly, especially new students. We are not responsible for any consequences that may arise. Degron nodded in confirmation. That's right, Degron. This staff is usually only for students, from the 4th year and up. Just touching it will drain all of your mana. However, Dean seemed to pay it no mind. He thought to himself, what's the big deal? The more it's forbidden, the more I want to try it. Ignoring all warnings, Dean reached out and grabbed the scepter. The shopkeeper shouted in panic, New student, don't touch that. It's very dangerous. But before he could finish, Dean had already gripped the staff tightly. The orb at the top of the staff suddenly emitted a mystical light. Dean smiled in satisfaction, thinking it's craving mana. Without hesitation, he immediately transferred his mana into the staff, feeling a surge of power coiling within. The shopkeeper stared in astonishment, stammering. What the hell just happened? Did the staff absorb enough mana and stabilize? He thought to himself, no matter how much mana one has, almost no one can control this staff. Dean maintained a calm expression, smiling and remarking, This isn't too bad, is it? I know you're good, but you're truly a genius beyond compare. The shopkeeper approached, hands on his hips, his tone full of annoyance. Are you really a first-year student? I've never met anyone like you. Dean just chuckled and replied, I'm Dean Grace, Clara's younger brother. Hearing that name, the shopkeeper was startled. His tone immediately changed. Oh, the top student of the interdisciplinary department. Wow, I underestimated you. If only you had said so sooner. I would have given you a more thorough consultation. All right. Dean just gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, his attitude changes on a dime. The shopkeeper continued. So are you planning to buy this staff? Dean shook his head, carefully placing the staff back in its place. No. It seems quite troublesome and can't handle as much mana as I'd like. The shopkeeper was surprised. Huh? This staff is more than enough for 5th or 6th year students to use. Dean looked at the staff and a thought appeared in his head. It feels like trying to pour an entire well into a small teapot. Completely unworthy. Completely unworthy. Finally, he decided, I just need these bags of food, that's all. The shopkeeper mumbled, Are all the children of Count Grace this strange? Even your sister is like that. Dean asked curiously. My sister? The shopkeeper replied. In the past, everyone was eager to try holding this staff. Only Clara flat out refused, saying it didn't look very elegant. Dean frowned slightly, then nodded, thinking to himself, that sounds just like my sister. After that, he and Degron paid and left the store. The shopkeeper watched their receding figures, mumbling to himself, why do all geniuses have their own weird quirks? Leaving the store, Dean found a quiet, secluded corner with few people around. He carefully took out the 2 bags of food he had just bought, placing them down in front of the impatiently squirming little canis in the fold of his shirt. Here is it good. Eat slowly, okay, don't choke. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the narrow alley nearby. The clanging impact and shattering fragments made Dean pause. He frowned and mumbled, What was that? Coming from the narrow alley. Keep your head down, you little brat. Beat him to a pulp, said another voice. You stupid coward. Just a few punches and you can't even open your mouth. Dean narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising. The taunts continued to echo. There was no one here yesterday to protect you. You're out of luck today. I'm not afraid of you guys anymore. Hearing this, Dean froze. His heart pounded. Wait a minute. That voice! It's Eric's! He immediately turned his head. There Eric was surrounded by 3 thugs. His appearance was pitiful beyond description. The one with bright red hair. Clearly the leader sneered. His tone was full of contempt. Did you hear what he said? He said he's not afraid of us. The guy standing next to him laughed loudly and added, He talks tough, but he's shaking like a leaf. Eric gritted his teeth, his hands clenched in frustration. These bastards, they only gang up on me when I'm alone. This is it. Another member of this group spoke up, his tone arrogant. Who wants to go first? There's no one around to be afraid of. The last one smirked. Let me. My jaw still hurts from him last time. The 3 of them advanced with aggressive intent. Eric, though terrified, still tried to assume a defensive stance, growling, Don't come any closer. All 3 of them burst out laughing, their tones mocking. Ha ha! This failure dares to raise his fists. You got lucky once, and now you think you're hot stuff, huh? In Eric's mind, a wave of utter despair rose. This is bad, what can I even do this time? But just at that moment, from the distance, the sound of decisive footsteps echoed, drawing the attention of the whole group. You guys again? The blonde-haired guy turned his face in surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment when he recognized the newcomer. He shouted, his voice tinged with panic, Dean Grace. Dean calmly walked forward, a faint smile on his face, and raised his hand to wave at Eric. Hey there. When Eric saw Dean appear, it was like grabbing a life raft in a swirling current. His eyes lit up, his voice trembling with emotion. Dean. When Dean revealed himself, the group of bullies started murmuring amongst themselves. What the hell is this? You said no one was coming, one of them grumbled. Another one replied, Who cares about that anymore, bust out the heat. Dean glanced at them, thinking to himself, this is a real pain. He glanced around, muttering, there's no one else here. Right, in that case, I'll teach these guys a lesson. A powerful surge of mana suddenly erupted from Dean's body. In an instant, countless spears of energy appeared in midair, all pointing directly at them. One of the thugs exclaimed in terror, What the hell is this? He can use magic too. The one with the buzz cut stammered in fear, Isn't the Grace family famous for their spearmanship? The red-haired one frowned angrily and growled, You idiot! Did you forget? Even Eric, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Dean! With a cold gaze, Dean looked directly at the cowering bullies, while the spears still hovered menacingly. He spoke, All right, you have 2 choices. 1, retreat quietly on your own. 2, get a beating so bad your own mother won't recognize you. Hearing those words, the 3 bullies' faces immediately turned pale. An overwhelming fear surged within them. Soon after, the nearby stone wall suddenly developed numerous cracks, as if pierced by a hard object. The ground suffered the same fate, cracking into pieces. The bullies now lay sprawled on the ground, letting out pitiful moans of pain. Eric, still trembling, limped closer and said, "Thanks, Dean. My hands and feet are still shaking." Dean smiled reassuringly. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." He looked at Eric more seriously. "Eric, from now on, let's train together." Hearing this, Eric asked in surprise, "What?" Dean reminded him, "You said you wanted to defeat Brown, right?" Dean continued, "So I'll help you get stronger." Eric could only smile. "Haha, I'm always relying on you." Dean turned to ask, "Hey, have you joined any clubs yet?" Eric replied, "Not yet. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find any exploration or archaeology clubs." Dean was puzzled. "I thought there would definitely be one," Eric explained. "In our year, there's a map study society, but that's a mandatory class, not a voluntary club. I also checked out a few map analysis clubs, but they were all just making excuses to be lazy." So disappointing. Hearing that, Dean stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Seems like most people just want to take it easy, huh?" At that moment, Eric nodded in agreement, then asked back, "But why are you asking about clubs?" "Are you planning to join one?" Dean replied. "It's just that everyone seems so eager to recruit new members. It made me wonder if it's really that important." Eric explained, "They say you have to choose carefully. Once you've joined, you can't switch for 2 whole years." Dean gave a wry smile. "The rules are stricter than I thought. If you choose wrong, you'll waste 2 years. At that moment, the schoolyard was filled with colorful signs, recruiting members for various clubs. There was the Dessert Connoisseur Society and the Ancient Book Discussion Club. Suddenly, Dean stopped, turned to look at Eric, and said unexpectedly, "Hey, why don't we start our own club?" Eric was astonished. What kind of club?" Dean replied, "A club where we can do whatever we want." Eric was still confused. "What does that mean?" Dean explained. "I mean, we can practice, explore ancient ruins, and when we have free time, we can eat together. Do whatever we want, total freedom." "What do you think of that idea?" Eric's eyes lit up. He quickly agreed, "I'm in. It would definitely be fun with you." But before his joy was complete, he suddenly asked, "Will a club like this even be approved by the Academy?" Dean replied confidently, "It's fine, just leave it to me." Eric nodded. "If you say so, I'm sure it'll be fine." "But why did you suddenly think of this?" Dean smiled. "Because all these invitations to join clubs are so annoying. I have to refuse them every time. There aren't any clubs that interest me, so I decided to make my own." Eric asked further, "If I join, can I learn more spearmanship or swordsmanship?" Dean smiled. "Of course, that's a given. Who knows? You might even discover your hidden talents." Eric was overjoyed. "Awesome. We'll definitely learn a lot from each other." Then he suddenly remembered. "But I heard you need at least 3 people to start a club." "Right," Dean nodded. "We have Layla," he continued. "Speaking of which, let's go ask her now." Cut to the club registration office. The 3 of them walked and chatted excitedly. Eric spoke up. "So we just need to submit this form here and we're done, right?" Layla cheered excitedly. "That sounds so simple. Let's hurry up and fill it out." Dean glanced at her, thinking to himself, "That's so Layla. She even quit the Sweet Exploration Club just to be with us." Layla turned and said cheerfully, "The Sweet Club, which specializes in gathering to taste sweets every week, was also tempting." Dean nodded. "We can do that too if you like." Eric quickly chimed in, "I love desserts too. We can do whatever we want, right?" Dean added, "If you want to get to know the upperclassmen, feel free, but just follow Eric's lead." Hearing this, Layla looked satisfied and beamed a bright smile. The 3 of them filled out the club formation form together, then brought it to a room for confirmation. Suddenly, Layla shouted, "What, the rules changed?" A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and explained, "That's right. Currently, the Academy has over 3,000 clubs. Most of them are inactive. It's very difficult to manage. So starting this year, forming a club requires approval, not just a report." Dean's brow furrowed slightly. He asked, "For approval, what do we have to do?" Layla sighed. "Oh man, what rotten luck." The blonde girl continued, "You need a letter of recommendation from an official professor." "Do I need to give you the form?" Dean nodded. "Just give me the form for now." After that, the 3 of them left the room. Layla lamented, "For first-year students like us, where are we supposed to get a letter of recommendation?" Eric nodded in agreement. "Seriously, we haven't even met any of the professors yet." Layla continued, "We can't just randomly pick a teacher to ask for a signature." Dean smiled mysteriously. "Actually, I already have someone in mind." Layla and Eric shouted in unison, "What? Who is it?" "We're just first-year students. They'll probably look down on us." Dean gave a confident smile. "Just trust me." Eric and Layla could only stare, speechless. Cut to the office of Professor Lordo Zenfos, a man famous for his free-spirited style. Dean sat and presented his plan to form the club. After a while, he thought to himself, "Damn it, he said he'd hear me out. But why is this so difficult now?" Zenfos spoke up, his tone somewhat absent-minded. "Why did you all come here?" Dean replied, "Professor, actually we want to start a club." Zenfos was quite surprised. "Oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club is it?" Dean smiled. "A club that combines sword practice, exploring the academy and fun adventures. But now we need approval. So we need a professor's letter of recommendation. Zenfos was puzzled. A letter of recommendation, huh? Dean nodded. Yes, we're looking for a great professor to get a signature from. Hearing this, Zenfos tensed up slightly, thinking to himself, looking for a professor. You've come all this way to find me and you still say that. You little brat. Do you think you can find a better professor than me? Isn't there a professor right here? Why search far and wide, I will recommend you myself. Dean replied, Professor, you're always busy. I was afraid of bothering you. What should I do now? Dean smiled. Really, then please sign here, Professor. He quickly took the application form out of his shirt and handed it over. Zenfos cheerfully took the pen, signed the form, and said, My only student wants to start a club. Of course I have to support you enthusiastically. Thank you so much, Professor. After he was done, he immediately met up with Eric and Layla. Layla cheered excitedly. I can't believe it. We got the recommendation letter that fast. Are you close with the professor or something? Eric chimed in, still amazed. We didn't even get to say a word. Holding the recommendation letter, Dean laughed. I pretended to ask about swordsmanship, and luckily I got on his good side. Anis nodded. Well, either way, I'm glad we succeeded. Layla puffed her chest out excitedly. So does this mean we can really start a club now? Dean nodded. Now we just have to submit the application. I'm actually really excited. This is sure to be an amazing and memorable experience, Eric exclaimed with a radiant smile. Dean took out a pristine white sheet of paper and spoke. Okay, the most important thing now is coming up with a name for the official registration. What do you guys think would be a suitable name for us? Anis stressed her point. A name isn't just a title. It has to represent our identity and image. This is an extremely important issue. Layla nodded in agreement, adding, I don't want a name that's too naive, childish, or completely meaningless either. The two of them started racking their brains, muttering random nonsensical names. What should we call it? Why is this so hard? Watching them, Dean let out a discreet little smile. He thought to himself, they're really serious and putting their all into this. Suddenly, a strange sensation crept over Dean. He glanced down and muttered in surprise, Canis is waking up now. The little dragon started to squirm, moving all over his body, creating an indescribable restlessness. Dean whispered softly, trying to stay calm. Not now, Canis. Just then, Anis asked Dean, have you thought of any names yet? Dean answered dismissively, I'm fine with whatever. Layla looked confused. She wondered, You're the one who started all this, and you don't have any ideas. She suddenly pointed at Dean's shirt. Her eyes widened. There's a lump in your shirt. What's that? Fearing his secret was about to be exposed, Dean muttered to himself. I haven't even had a chance to introduce her yet. He stammered, well, this is... Eric and Layla's curious gazes were glued to him, not leaving for a second. Layla interrogated him relentlessly. What are you hiding in there? Suddenly a button on Dean's shirt popped off, and a small figure shot out. It turned out to be Canis. The mischievous little dragon had escaped her confinement. Seeing the adorable little dragon, both Anis and Layla's eyes went wide, their jaws dropping. Dean could only give a sheepish smile, sighing internally. Welp, the cat's out of the bag this time. Layla immediately pointed an accusatory finger. What is that? A summoned beast. Why did it come out of your shirt? Don't tell me the egg you got from Clara already hatched. The little dragon hovered over Dean's shoulder, letting out a cute little growl. He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, she hatched not too long ago. Her name is Canas. Eric gave a cheerful greeting. Hi, Canas. Long time no see. Layla turned to Eric, her voice angry. Eric? You knew about this too. Eric quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important than Canis right now. Let's just think of one on the way to the registration office. At the registration office, the blonde woman in charge held up the registration form and read with a frown the Summoning Magic Spearmanship and Swordsmanship Exploration Club. The three of them could only look at each other and grin sheepishly, because the name couldn't possibly be any more generic. The woman asked for confirmation. Are you sure you want this name? Dean nodded decisively. Yes, please approve it for us. After getting approved, the three left the registration office. Layla turned to reprimand Dean. Dean, from now on, I'm never letting you name anything ever again. Dean frowned, looking unconvinced. Doesn't it sound okay? Layla practically shouted, No, it's not okay at all. Anis quickly mediated. Haha, don't worry too much. We can always change the name later. The scene changes to Professor Tamarik's office. Someone entered and asked, I hope I'm not disturbing you by stopping by right now, Professor. Tamarik replied with a friendly smile. Haha, not at all. Head of department. The visitor was Jen Pineso. She sat down gracefully and inquired, How has your work been lately, Professor? There are so many talented students. But I'm afraid the professors will be overloaded with this number, Tamarik replied. She emphasized, especially, I've heard a rumor, that there's one student who stands out far more than the rest. Tamarik stammered, Yes, that's right. He thought to himself, Did the news from my class spread that fast? Jen Pineso picked up her teacup and continued. I heard your class has had some rather interesting stories. I won't interfere with your teaching methods. I'm just a little curious. Tamarik immediately responded. No, of course, there's no problem at all. You are the head of department. After all, taking an interest in the general situation is only natural. He put down his teacup and continued, there is one very remarkable student. He's even more outstanding than Clara. This really came as a huge surprise. Yes, Jen Pineso smiled. It must be Dean Stress, right? I was the one who approved his admission. She continued, I hear you promised to write him a letter of recommendation. Is that correct? Tamarik nodded. Yes, that's right. Jen Pineso continued, the special admission requires 2 letters of recommendation. I think I'll write the other one. Tamarik looked surprised. You'll write it yourself, ma'am. She smiled. The boy clearly has exceptional abilities. How could I possibly sit by and do nothing? He looked at Tamarik thoughtfully, thinking to himself, what a cunning snake. She's trying to claim everything for herself. He clenched his fists and muttered, that's right. She's always been like this. I underestimated her. Jen Pineso spoke up, breaking Tamarik's train of thought. Professor, is something on your mind? Tamarik, startled, quickly replied, no, not at all. Jen Pineso looked him straight in the eye. Is that so? Well, let me see the letter when you're finished with it. After all, we should be upfront with each other about this. Tamarik frowned slightly, feeling the pressure. Of course, ma'am. Having achieved her goal, Jen Pineso stood up. Then I'll be on my way. Watching her back as she left, Tamarik gritted his teeth, his expression deep in thought. His hands were clenched so tight they trembled as he muttered, You think I'll just sit back and let things go your way? She's trying to pull Dean to her side, but I won't let that happen this time. I have to secure that genius first. The scene changes to the school grounds. Dean was walking and muttering to himself. The only class left today is History of the Empire's Founding. Right, he sighed. Still got some time. Maybe I'll go get a tart or something. Suddenly a figure approached and called his name. Dean turned his head. He saw a beautiful blonde girl he had never met before. He asked, Who are you? She replied, Hello. I'm a messenger from Professor Jen Pineso's academy office. The head of the summoning department has summoned you. He asked further, Why does the department head want to see me? The blonde girl answered, She only mentioned it's about the recommendation letter, and she requested that you come immediately. Shall we go now? Dean nodded. The recommendation letter. But he muttered to himself, a sudden summons like this. It feels like something is wrong. The Imperial Academy has long been known as the cradle that nurtures the brightest talents of the Empire, a place where the flame of academic passion always burns fiercely. It is famous for its fierce level of competition, which surpasses all expectations, especially the covert power struggles among the professors. The influence of a department not only determines the budget they receive, but also affects the equipment and facilities they have access to. Here, the 3 largest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, are always allocated the highest budgets. A professor's reputation and evaluation also change, accordingly, directly impacting the core responsibilities they hold. At the office of the head of the summoning department, Jen Pineso looked out the window, muttering to herself, I can't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I can't keep losing to those guys like this. She pondered, if that boy joins our department, we could easily surpass the magic department. The only problem is Professor Kentis from the interdisciplinary department. However, his sister Clara is studying here, so it would be difficult for him to refuse our offer. I just need to get him interested in summoning and the opportunity will come. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Professor, I've brought Dean here. Jen Pineso replied, Come in. She smiled and spoke. The academy must be very busy, right, Dean? With your abilities, many places must be inviting you. Dean humbly replied, I still have a lot to learn, so I'm approaching everything with the mindset of a first-year student. Jen Pineso nodded. A humble attitude and a desire to learn are very admirable qualities. Are there any subjects that particularly interest you? Dean gave a slight laugh. Ha ha! I haven't chosen a specific subject yet. I want to try to do well in all my subjects. Jen Pineso nodded thoughtfully, wanting to excel in everything. That's truly the spirit of an enthusiastic new student. Do you know why I called you here? Dean shook his head, feigning ignorance. She continued, I heard that something miraculous happened in Professor Tamarik's class. You summoned Genfu, and even performed an enhancement link. With such outstanding skills, how could a department head like myself just sit by and do nothing? She smiled. With your exceptional abilities, you should take the Academy's special placement exam. He replied, Thank you for thinking so highly of me, ma'am. Head of Department Jen Pineso continued the conversation. The professor and I have both agreed to submit a special letter of recommendation for you. Honestly, this is the first time I've written a letter of recommendation for a student outside the summoning department. But your exceptional talent is a rare thing that I couldn't ignore. She frowned slightly, getting straight to the point. Why don't you try to delve deeper into the field of summoning? He looked surprised. Summoning? She nodded in confirmation. To be honest, Someone who qualifies for the special placement exam. Doesn't need any more lessons, but because of that talent, I wish to personally teach you. Dean pondered for a moment. If the department head is making a personal offer like this, the summoning department must be really lacking in talent. He replied politely, I truly appreciate your kindness, ma'am. But regarding the club issue, I've already started a club with a few friends. Jen Pineso was startled. What? You've already started one, but the new rules are so strict. Dean smiled and explained, yes, it wasn't easy. But luckily, Professor Kentis wrote us a letter of recommendation. Hearing this, Jen Pineso's eyes widened. She whispered, that detestable Kentis, he never attends faculty meetings. Always so lazy, and yet he beat me to it. Well, congratulations on starting your club then. When you have some free time, you should stop by my lab. She thought to herself, for now I'll just put out some bait. Then she added, I have some rare treasures, like unhatched spirit beast eggs. Just one of them is valuable enough to be worth an entire castle. Dean was startled, his hand unconsciously touching his shirt. He thought, oh crap, I'm already raising one. He replied, spirit beast eggs. I'll definitely come by to take a look. Jen Pineso smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about the recommendation letter. Professor Tamarick and I will issue it for you. If you have any questions about the exam, just ask me anytime. Dean said cheerfully, thank you for your concern, ma'am. She picked up a cookie. Have some dessert while we talk. The ones you brought look delicious. As she enjoyed it, she muttered to herself, Tamarick is probably planning to make his move first. I have to write that letter quickly. Let's see how surprised their faces are when they see it. The next day, Clara met Dean and said, Dean, Professor Jen Pineso just contacted me. Dean was puzzled. She contacted you, sis? Clara nodded. Yeah. After the recommendation letter was sent, the Summoners Association contacted her today. They're sending examiners to the academy immediately. Dean was startled. They're coming that fast. He muttered, that's too fast. They clearly want to recruit me. Clara's eyes widened. Professor Jen Pineso must really like you. What did you do to make her, a person who's usually so picky, take notice of you? Dean gave a forced laugh. I don't even know. Maybe it's just because I'm a top student. Clara continued. Anyway, you're about to be called for the test. Back in my year, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, and then perform an enhancement link. Dean was horrified. 3 at once. This is a really big deal. He muttered, but sis, you passed the special placement exam when you were only 16. Clara continued to explain, yeah, but no one knows what this year's test will be like. They don't announce it beforehand. Even though you have Professor Jen Pineso's recommendation, you already qualify. But there are conflicts within the Summoners Association. Dean asked, internal conflicts. Clara explained further. You probably don't know, but Professor Jen Pineso has refused the association's requests many times, so they don't like her. They won't make it easy for her to gain an advantage. Dean pondered. Does that mean the test might be harder because of it? Is that right? Clara nodded. It's possible, but I'm not too worried about you. If you got hurt because of the adults' power struggles, I would feel very guilty. Dean smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, sis. That won't happen. He thought to himself, I have no intention of getting caught in those traps. 2 days later, the Summoners Association's examination team arrived at the academy, led by Chairman Elga Poten. He spoke, It's been a while, Professor Jen Pineso. She replied, You've been well, I hope. Elga nodded. Yes. So just how talented is this student you've recommended? Jen Pineso calmly replied, My apologies, Chairman. His talent is too exceptional. I couldn't ignore it. Elga continued, Then you should have accepted a seat in the association when we offered. Handle things quickly. Jen Pineso gave a wry smile. You know I still value my responsibilities at the academy. If I took a position in the association, I couldn't be fully dedicated to the academy. She gritted her teeth, thinking, You think I don't know you're pulling influence to your side? Because of the association's greed, I nearly died several times in those reckless incidents. She turned. Then please follow me. We can talk as we walk. Elga nodded. Very well. He thought, the recommendation letter was sent, so I'll cooperate. But I don't like this kid one bit. On the way, Elga asked, That boy Dean Stress, my Clara's younger brother, correct? Jen Pineso replied, Yes. His talent truly runs in the Stress family bloodline. Elga continued, I heard he summoned a Tier 5 Genfu, performed an enhancement link, and during the interdisciplinary exam, even performed multiple links with spirit beasts at once. Jen Pineso nodded in confirmation. That is correct. He turned to her. Such an ability is truly extraordinary. It sent shockwaves through the association, even for a Stress. I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass his predecessor. Could it be that he's already on par with Gadarin? Well, Jen Pineso smiled. I'm not sure if he has reached Gadarin's level, but when you see for yourself, you will understand. Elga frowned. We will be evaluating very strictly. The special placement exam has always been this way. Jen Pineso nodded. Yes, I understand. The sudden appearance of the Summoners Association caused a stir among the students of the academy. One exclaimed, "What the Summoners Association is at the academy? What for?" Another replied, "I heard Dean Stress received a special letter of recommendation." Another student chimed in, "Ah, the first year who caused a shock in Professor Tamarick's class. Right, he can even do spirit beast enhancements." One student shouted in frustration, "Damn it! Is there anything related to summoning that he's not good at?" After a while, Jen Piniso and Elga arrived at the entrance of the summoning department. She said cheerfully, "All right, this is where the exam will take place." Elga glanced at the summoning department's emblem and muttered, "Good, let's go in." At the testing site, light seeped through the cracks in the doors, illuminating a vast room. At this moment, Dean was standing in the middle of the field. He spoke in a clear, confident tone. "I am the youngest son of Count Stress, Lord of the Southern Region and head of the Stress family. My name is Dean Stress. It's an honor to meet you, sir." As he finished speaking, a confident and proud smile was on his lips. Seeing this, Elga quietly muttered to himself, "Impressive. It's hard to believe he's only 14 years old and already has such charisma. Now I understand why they were in such a hurry to send the recommendation letter." Elga gently stroked his chin and spoke. "I am Elga Poten, chairman of the Summoners Association. I have heard a great deal about you. You have been praised quite a bit. However, this test will not be easy." Seeing this, Dean didn't flinch and immediately replied, "Yes, I am prepared." He muttered to himself, "He's pretending to be friendly, but nothing about this is going to be pleasant." Elga turned to the assistants behind him and said, "Enough talk, let's begin immediately. Everyone get ready." Seeing this, the two people standing behind him immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Jen Pineso from behind frowned slightly and spoke, "I wonder what challenge the chairman has prepared for us." Looking at Dean, Elga spoke, "Whether you pass or fail will be entirely up to my discretion. If you object, you may withdraw from the exam right now." Dean immediately replied, "I agree." He continued, "During the exam, all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited, and if the exam is deemed to be unfair, the results will be voided, and your status as a summoner may be revoked. Remember that." Dean calmly replied, "Yes, I understand." Elga continued, "Good. Then I will be waiting to see what is so special about you." Immediately after, he raised his hand high and said, "The test begins." The facilitators were standing around him. In front of each person, at this moment, a brilliant summoning magic circle had appeared. Immediately after, it began to draw in all the surrounding energy to further strengthen the magic circle, making it even more powerful and potent. Seeing this, Dean muttered, "These are—" The magic circles suddenly began to vibrate, emitting a strange sound. Then a powerful energy spread out, engulfing the entire testing area. Witnessing this scene, both Dean and Jen Pineso frowned. Jen Pineso thought, "They've activated the magic circle. So this is—" Immediately, the surrounding mana surged towards Elga. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice, "Answer me." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of mana surged out from his magic circle. Next, a gigantic, ferocious creature with the head of a lion appeared majestically. Noticing the immense amount of mana spreading, Dean quietly muttered, "Just as I predicted. The chairman's mana is truly terrifying. I didn't expect the test to be on such a large scale." His eyes widened, staring at the creature before him, silently speculating. This monster is far more dangerous than usual. Around it, bolts of lightning carrying immense amounts of mana continuously crackled, creating a sense of extreme danger for anyone who faced it. Seeing the terrifying monster, Jen Pineso standing behind suddenly exclaimed, "No way." A Tier 3 summoned beast, that's Antares. It clenched its two fists, tilted its head back, and let out an earth-shattering roar. The mana power around it exploded violently, kicking up a cloud of dust throughout the testing area. Dean had to brace himself with his hands against the immense pressure. He whispered to himself, "Now I understand why my sister was so worried about me." Then, looking at the ferocious summoned beast, Elga crossed his arms and calmly said, "Because you are a genius. This level is certainly appropriate for your class." "Right." He raised an eyebrow and continued, "You may use any weapon you deem necessary. The mission is to subdue Antares by any means." Elga looked at the summoned beast facing Dean and added, "This is the requirement for the special selection test." Witnessing this, Jen Pineso gritted her teeth, her heart filled with anger. "That old man clearly wants to see me disappointed. He's trying to embarrass me," Elga said in an annoyed tone. "But with your outstanding talent, there's surely nothing to worry about. Of course, if you're scared, you can still withdraw right now." Dean immediately replied without hesitation, "No. I will take the test as planned." Seeing this, Elga smiled faintly. "Very good, I will give you a moment to prepare." Immediately after, Dean reached his hand into the subspace before him, fumbling around for something. He muttered to himself, "Perfect. I have the perfect thing for a situation like this." He took out an object and said silently, "The spear that father gave me for my 7th birthday. Now I have an occasion to use it." Looking at the giant beast, Dean muttered, "Since it's so large, it's bound to have many openings. I'll attack quickly and then retreat." Seeing Dean's actions, Elga frowned slightly. He's using a spear, as expected of the stress bloodline. His gaze quickly scanned to a corner of the testing area where Tama, Rick, and a few other students were approaching to observe Dean's test. Witnessing this scene, Tamarick could only gape and stammer, "What the hell is this?" Making him fight a Tier 3 creature. Isn't that going too far? Hearing the familiar voice, Jen Pineso glanced over and said, "It seems Professor Tamarick has also arrived. I'm sure he'll object to this." Elga, unconcerned, replied, "It's fine. He's ready. Let's begin." Immediately, his expression turned serious. He held out his hand and commanded Antares, "Destroy the enemy before you." As he finished speaking, Antares gritted its teeth, its eyes glowing red. It immediately pushed off with great force, charging straight at Dean. Dean remained calm, waiting for the monster to approach. He muttered, "All right, bring it on." As it got closer, the monster suddenly accelerated and lunged at Dean. But immediately, with his skillful use of the spear, he easily parried its ferocious attacks. Then he swiftly dashed behind the monster. At this point, Dean's expression was no longer as calm as before. He had started to take this fight seriously. Dean's recent performance left Elga stunned and amazed. His heart pounded as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. Even Professor Jen Pineso, who was known for her composure, widened her eyes, her face clearly showing shock at what had just happened. Tamarick, standing nearby, was gaping, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of surprise and pride. The students who had come with him were in a similar state, shouting in unison with excitement. "Oh my God, what kind of movement was that?" Their shouts echoed throughout the stands, filled with astonishment and excitement. Back to Dean, who was now unusually calm. He immediately stomped his foot on the ground, then skillfully spun the spear in his hand to maintain his balance. Facing the giant monster, Dean's eyes shone with confidence, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. In his heart, he refused the invitation to join the student council. If he joined, he wouldn't just get a position. He could even advance to a key role, deciding the policy of the academy in the future. Hearing these words, Professor Renault seemed to understand something. He turned and continued to look at the sky, letting out a sigh and whispering, "So that's how it is. Even when I sent an upperclassman like you, it was still a failure." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. He's truly an unpredictable child. He doesn't have the vanity or arrogance common for his age. All my predictions were completely wrong, but he won't escape my grasp. I will definitely hold on to him tightly." Scene changed to Arabella's laboratory. She then spoke up and asked, "Din, is the student council still pestering you?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's a bit annoying." She sighed angrily. "That professor hasn't changed a bit. It was the same during my time." He asked curiously, "He did the same thing to you?" She nodded in confirmation. "He even said he would make me the student council president or something." Hearing that, Din praised student council president. "That sounds pretty impressive." She sighed in response, "That professor likes to lure talented kids and turn them into his pawns." Arabella, with a serious expression, warned, "Talented young people who lack a solid foundation and a clear career path often fall easily into the trap of temptation. That's the reason why Arthur is always sticking so close to Professor Renault." Hearing this, Din quickly understood the issue and asked, "So my task is simple. Just firmly refuse any offers, right?" She nodded decisively in confirmation. "Exactly. Professor Renault is an extremely dangerous person. Not only does he possess a superior intellect, he's also a master in the art of manipulation and persuasion. If you carelessly get involved, you'll be nothing more than a puppet on his strings, completely losing your free will. Therefore, you must be extremely vigilant. No matter what attractive conditions he offers, refuse immediately, without any hesitation." Accepting the sincere but strict advice from his seemingly difficult sister, Din gave a small smile and reassured her, "I understand. I'll definitely be careful." However, the conversation between the two siblings was suddenly cut short by a loud noise. The laboratory door suddenly burst open from the outside, startling Arabella, who exclaimed in surprise, "Good heavens, what is this?" Immediately after, a group of three, consisting of Layla, Eric, and Priscilla, entered. Layla approached. In her hands was a strange sphere, and she said excitedly, "Din, so you were really here. Look at this. I just found something incredibly amazing." Eric brought it back from the Forbidden Zone. "Can you help me see what this is?" Seeing the sphere in Layla's hands, Arabella's expression immediately changed and she screamed in horror, "What, the Forbidden Zone? Did you guys really break into the Forbidden Zone?" The three young friends could only manage a forced smile, rendered speechless. Din, witnessing this sudden and unpredictable event from his friends, could only cover his face and sigh to himself. "Oh my God. I told them to keep a low profile for a while. Sorry about this, sis." He turned to look at Eric, questioning him with a skeptical tone. "I thought after the visit to the Imma Sanctuary, the guard force was reinforced and patrols were made much stricter." Eric smiled confidently and replied, "Don't worry, Din. I'm an explorer, and overcoming challenges like this is second nature." Hearing this, Din pouted slightly and said, "Yeah, that's your specialty, all right. But don't you think that was too dangerous? Faced with Din's worried gaze, Eric lowered his head slightly, a bit embarrassed, but still resolute. I understand your concern, but the explorer's blood in me won't stop boiling. I really can't sit still. Observing his best friend standing before him, Din thought to himself, ever since the trip to the Ima Sanctuary, Eric seems to have become much more proactive and daring. This is completely understandable. After Saul Houston, the only great sorcerer, believed to have reached the 9th tier realm after the fall of the demon kingdom of Arak, a place that once belonged to such a genius, would surely ignite a fire of passion and desire for exploration in any adventurer. His gaze then shifted towards Layla and Priscilla. Layla then approached Arabella, carefully presenting the sphere to her, and said respectfully, "Senior, please examine this item for us." Looking at the two troublesome girls, Arabella sighed lightly and replied with a sense of helplessness, "You guys are really good at causing trouble." Noticing the unusual behavior of the two girls, Din turned to Layla and asked, "Layla, what are you holding? Did you put something inside my magic wave detector?" "Did you?" Eric, standing beside them, explained awkwardly, Well, here's what happened. I couldn't sleep last night, so I decided to take a walk around the Forbidden Zone. You know, Saul Houston's lab is deep within that area. I kept hearing strange sounds coming from inside the building, noises like machinery operating or something being manufactured. It gave me goosebumps, and there were even human voices." Din interrupted skeptically, "So what? Even though it's a forbidden zone, guards still have to go in and out regularly. What's so strange about hearing human voices?" Eric quickly scratched his head and firmly denied, No, it wasn't just the guards' voices. I'm sure of it. And the most suspicious thing is that the magic wave detector that I left running as a backup suddenly detected a massive amount of magic power. Hearing this shocking information, Din exclaimed in disbelief, "What? No way." He continued, his voice full of doubt. "After Saul Houston passed away, all the items and equipment in his laboratory were moved to the memorial for preservation. So how could anything inside there possibly emit magic waves?" Eric nodded seriously. "Exactly. That means inside Saul's laboratory, Houston is definitely hiding some secret that we don't know about yet." Din was still lost in his own thoughts, muttering magic waves. After carefully examining the mysterious sphere, Arabella spoke in a thoughtful tone. "Eric, you guessed right. There really is something inside this object." This discovery startled Eric in amazement. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Really, Senior Arabella?" She nodded in affirmation, "Yes. And it's not ordinary at all. Look at the analysis data I just ran." Looking at the complex analyses flowing across the table, everyone was astonished. Din casually picked one up to examine it more closely. Arabella continued to explain, "The oscillations we're seeing are very similar to the sample you collected. Of course, not everything matches perfectly. So I removed the vague and unclear samples." After a moment of thoughtful silence, Din turned to ask her, "So what's the final conclusion, sis?" Arabella frowned slightly and replied with a serious expression, "Inside that building, there is definitely something massive." This caused the three young friends, standing opposite, to shout in unison, filled with astonishment. "What's something massive?" Arabella nodded in confirmation. "That's right. This type of oscillation is usually only emitted from objects containing an enormous amount of magic power. You said you had a very difficult time capturing these oscillations, didn't you? I think something was deliberately blocking the magic waves from escaping. As for who concealed those magic waves, whether it was Saul Houston or some other mysterious figure, we still can't know for sure." Din, standing beside her, added, "The only thing we can say for sure is that whatever it is, it must be extremely valuable to be hidden so carefully." And Arabella continued to affirm, "In short, that's the situation. And from what I know, the guards don't even ever set foot inside Saul Houston's laboratory. Even back in the day, I even used to sneak into the Forbidden Zone when I got too bored." This information made Priscilla, who was standing opposite, couldn't help but be surprised, wondering, "Really?" Arabella just winked mysteriously without answering. This also startled Din, who was standing next to her. He thought to himself, "Even my sister did that. That's right, I think. No one can resist the mysterious allure of Saul Houston. He truly was an extraordinary sorcerer, even at a very young age." She continued to speculate, "Anyway, I'm not sure what they're hiding, but if it's really related to Saul Houston, it will definitely be a groundbreaking discovery. It could be Saul Houston's own magic core, or maybe even something more powerful than that." Hearing this, everyone's spirits became incredibly excited and enthusiastic. Din clenched his fist and nodded resolutely. If that's the case, it would be absolutely amazing. Then Layla, standing beside them, asked with a puzzled look, "But why would those things be in a laboratory that's supposed to be completely empty?" Arabella continued, her eyes full of admiration. "Eric is truly extraordinary. He discovered this entirely, thanks to the sharp instincts of an explorer." Faced with such sincere praise, Eric couldn't hide his delight and replied, "Thank you so much, Senior. You've helped me a lot." After that, Arabella turned to Eric and asked with a slightly teasing tone, "Hey kiddo, what do you plan to do with something like this?" At this moment, Din was still listening intently, thinking to himself, but it's highly likely this isn't a real magic core. If it were a magic core, I would have felt it, and recognized it the moment I stepped into the forbidden zone. So what exactly is inside there? Seeing Din still deep in thought, Layla turned to him and asked urgently, "What should we do now, Din? I told you to be careful for a while. These magic waves, aren't they worth investigating?" Priscilla, standing beside them, added in a determined tone, "Even if you don't go, we're still going no matter what." Din nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. We can use that to avoid surveillance, but no one can predict what else might appear in the laboratory. Is everyone really confident about this decision?" He was met with the determined, confident gazes of the whole group. Layla winked playfully and said proudly, "Of course our club is very strong." Eric added enthusiastically, "That's right. Besides, Canis will be coming with us." Priscilla, not to be outdone, declared, "I'm not going to stand on the sidelines either." Hearing this, Din sighed softly and exclaimed, "It's one thing for Eric and Layla, but even you, Priscilla," understanding her little brother's worries. Arabella beside them added in a somewhat helpless tone, "At this rate, we really can't stop them anymore." Then she made a decisive decision. "All right, if no one is going to listen to advice, at least take this with you." Looking at the strange item in the girl's hand, the people around them couldn't help but be curious. Asking in unison, "What is that?" she slowly explained, her eyes scanning each face. "These are magic scrolls. You all know how to use them, right? If you happen to encounter danger, don't hesitate or delay, tear it apart immediately. The magic scroll will instantly teleport you back here. The teleportation process might cause a bit of a shock to your body and magic power, but it's still better than dying, right?" Receiving the 3 precious magic scrolls, Layla couldn't hide her joy and exclaimed, "You're really giving us these 3 priceless magic scrolls. Thank you so much." Arabella then reminded them, her eyes full of seriousness, "Always remember this. Entering the forbidden zone will result in suspension. Yes, and if you get suspended twice, you will definitely be expelled permanently. Does everyone understand?" Hearing this, the group's initial excitement suddenly plummeted. They mumbled together in response, "Yes, we understand." Seeing this, Din immediately reassured them with a confident tone. "Don't worry too much, sis. I believe nothing bad will happen." The girl pouted and replied, "Don't just be all talk, okay?" After conveying the important instructions, she gave a final reminder, "All right, now come back safely. And don't forget to tell me what you discovered, okay?" The group immediately returned to their base, spread the old map out on the table, and began to carefully map out a detailed route. Eric, with his sharp analytical skills, explained, "This is our infiltration route. The main entrance is from this point. There will be a blind spot in their line of sight. As we move towards that building, we will take full advantage of that gap to secretly advance." Hearing Eric's meticulous and logical explanation, Din nodded in admiration. Eric is actually really good at this. "All right, we'll make our move in 2 days. We have distributed enough exploration equipment for everyone. Now, the important thing is to recheck the infiltration route in detail." Eric continued to add, "From here on out, we must sprinkle anti-tracking powder as we move. And when we get there, Canis's role will become extremely important. To disable the dense magic barrier without leaving any trace, we'll need Canis's special flame." Din beside him nodded in agreement. "Got it. I'll prepare everything thoroughly." Realizing that having only one plan was too risky, Priscilla made a strategic proposal. "We should also prepare a plan B for emergency situations. Instead of just blindly tearing the magic scrolls, we need to assume courses of action for each specific case that might happen." Hearing the detailed and cautious analysis from the older sister, Layla beside her nodded in agreement. "That sounds very reasonable, Priscilla." By this time, Din had also prepared his own plan. He spoke up, "All right, let's do this. We will arrange our combat formation as follows. I'll be responsible for detecting magic up ahead to clear the way. Eric and Layla will provide support from the rear, and Priscilla will be in the middle of the formation." Noticing that Priscilla seemed more vulnerable to ambush, he turned to Eric and continued, "This time use a short bow instead of a sword. You've practiced a lot, so just shoot with a supportive mindset." Eric nodded in confirmation. "Okay, leave it to me." Din's voice immediately deepened with seriousness. "Everyone remember this carefully. Our top priority is not to get caught. We have absolutely no idea what's hiding inside there." Eric, now full of energy, replied, "All right. I'm so excited. I want to know what's waiting for us." Layla began to describe worriedly, "I just hope it's not ghosts." After all preparations were complete, Din called out, "Is everyone ready?" The group replied in unison, "Ready." He exclaimed enthusiastically, "All right, Namen Club, let's go make some trouble." After some time moving, the group arrived outside the forbidden zone. Being outdoors for so long caused mosquito bites to swell up red all over them. Layla whined, "This is so annoying. If it's like this every day, I'll die." Eric reassured her, "Just try to wait a little longer. There's about 20 minutes until the guard shift change. What kind of idiot would dare to sneak into the forbidden zone like this? Just wait until they get caught." Seeing that the guard squad had not yet moved, Layla wondered, "Why are there so many guards?" Eric added, I heard they recently doubled the number of soldiers on watch. Turns out it was true. Oh my god, it's probably because of us. Layla asked, so what do we do now? Eric calmly replied, everyone is tired at this hour. There will be an opening. I know which side has the most guards. We'll just take that route. As soon as the words were spoken, the group of 4 immediately sped up, secretly advancing deeper inside. Just then the shift change arrived. A group of soldiers approached and announced, it's time for the shift change. Seeing someone arrive, a guard replied, I'm bored to death. I almost fell asleep. Another one asked, why are you guys so late? Everyone else has already dispersed. Taking advantage of the guard's conversation, the group quickly snuck in from behind with great decisiveness. The action was so fast that one soldier was stunned. He turned to look behind him, but didn't detect any movement at all. Seeing this, another soldier approached and asked, what's wrong? The other one replied, did you hear something? He shook his head, probably just the wind. After handing over the watch, they turned and left, saying, all right then. Good work, everyone. Make sure not even a mouse gets in. It wasn't just one mouse, but at this moment, 4 big mice had successfully infiltrated the Forbidden Zone. They approached an ancient chapel and descended into the cellar below. Eric reminded everyone, watch your step. We're about to reach the cellar entrance. After moving for a while, they arrived in front of a large door. Din wondered, is this it? Priscilla added, thanks to Eric, we got in quite easily. Letting him lead the way was a wise choice. First, Din glanced upwards, discovering a very powerful magic barrier here. Eric explained, the closer we get to the center, the stronger the barrier becomes. Saul Houston was certainly extremely cautious about anti-intrusion defenses, but Din immediately denied it. It doesn't feel like that. He approached the barrier to analyze it more closely. This barrier doesn't have Saul's characteristic magic feel. Houston, it's completely different. This made Layla very curious, really. How did you know? He explained, Saul Houston lived a very long time ago. This barrier looks very new. Eric thought for a moment. So that means someone else came in here before us and set up a new barrier to hide something inside. Din nodded in confirmation. That's right. There might be something very dangerous hidden in there. So Priscilla hesitated and asked, so what do we do now? Are we going back? Layla immediately objected. We've come this far, how can we turn back now? Maybe an academy official came in here, set up the defenses, and then left. But Eric disagreed, I think otherwise. This looks more like the work of an intruder from the outside. If the academy discovered a new relic of Saul Houston's, they would have no reason to keep it so secret. This made Layla angry, and she slammed her fist, saying, so besides us, someone else is after this treasure. No, this treasure has to be mine. Priscilla sighed. We came here to explore, not to steal treasure. Din nodded in agreement. That's right, they're different from us. They are deliberately maintaining the barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, if we run into them, it will be a huge problem. Layla sighed. If they have malicious intent, it will be hard for us to stop them. Din continued, that's true. This place might have become much more dangerous, but I believe in the strength of the Naman Club. We are strongest when we are together, right? He thought to himself, that sounds reasonable enough. But honestly, I'm dying of curiosity too. Inspired by Din's enthusiastic encouragement, the group seemed to gain a new surge of energy. Eric was so moved he was speechless. Layla puffed out her chest and said, well, it's rare for anyone to beat Din. That's just how it is. Seeing the two of them full of spirit, Priscilla frowned slightly and replied, if I let you guys go, something will definitely happen, so I'm coming too. There's no other way. Din drawing strength from Priscilla's support, Layla's and Eric's eyes suddenly lit up brightly. After a moment of thoughtful silence, the group reached a silent consensus. Din broke the quiet atmosphere, speaking with a resolute voice, no one objects to this plan, right? Good. Then we will push forward to the very end. Although a little fear still lingered in their hearts, along with a fleeting hesitation about the potential dangers, their determination pushed them past all apprehension, moving forward. Canis, with its incredible ability, easily broke the magic barrier surrounding the passage. As the heavy door slowly creaked open, a dark corridor was revealed. The group had to go through an arduous struggle, coordinating closely and remaining constantly vigilant, to overcome each obstacle one by one. After the challenging journey, they finally reached their destination. Standing before a surprisingly vast hall, Layla couldn't help but exclaim in utter astonishment, what is this? Where are we? I can't believe there's such a large and magnificent room underground, like this. Throughout the room, old wooden chests, scattered wine barrels, and countless sacks of food were piled up, messily creating a chaotic scene. Seeing this, an idea sparked in Eric's mind. Everyone look, there's a ton of food here. Someone must be living in this place. Din, with his sharp eyes, silently observed the entire room. A thought flashed through his mind, how strange. There are no recent signs of activity. It's as if their owner left, or has been here for a very long time. Layla turned back and speculated. Could it be that the academy once came here to conduct research? Priscilla immediately shook her head, dismissing that possibility with a firm expression. That's highly unlikely. Look closely. If it were really an academy investigation, they would have surely provided uniform and complete equipment for the participants. But what about the items here? They are completely different from various places. There are even some forbidden items. The academy would never act so secretly and arbitrarily. Din nodded in agreement, reinforcing Priscilla's argument. Priscilla is right. This is clearly the work of another group, not the academy. Then he quickly made a decision. Let's hurry up and check our surroundings. We don't know when the owner of this place will return. Immediately, the group split up, each person taking charge of an area in the empty room to search for clues. Din bent down, placing his palm on the cold floor, and a powerful wave of energy suddenly rushed into his mind. What is this beneath this room? I can feel a massive flow of magic power. At that moment, Eric's loud call rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Din, come look at this. He stood up and asked hurriedly, Did you guys find something? Layla quickly replied, There's a staircase leading down behind this wall. This was truly a valuable discovery. At this moment, they could now see with their own eyes and check the source of the mysterious magic power Din had felt from above ground. Without hesitation, the group descended together into the dark cellar below. At the far end of the cellar, a mystical purple-blue light emanated, shattering the silent darkness. As the group ventured deeper inside, a gigantic magic stone appeared before their eyes, sparkling and full of power. Layla exclaimed in amazement, Unbelievable! I've never seen a magic stone this big before. It's been hidden underground all this time. Din approached to inspect it, thinking to himself, there's no doubt about it. This is that characteristic aura. But inside the Saul Langston item, it's emitting a terrifyingly overwhelming magical power. And there are other magic circles carved around it. What in the world are they planning to do with this thing? Who are they and what is their goal? While the group was engrossed in examining the mysterious magic stone, Eris suddenly gasped in alarm. Crap, everyone. Someone's coming this way. Our perimeter warning devices are going off. Her words made the atmosphere in the cellar instantly become incredibly tense. Even Jin, who had nerves of steel and rare composure, widened his eyes in shock at the sudden news. Meanwhile, above ground, a group of strangers appeared, swiftly approaching the church door. One of them urged in a cold voice, Hurry it up. The other three responded in unison, Yes, Captain. They immediately entered, moving quickly and professionally. The captain continued to remind them in a firm tone, Just focus on extracting the magic from the essence of the Saul Langston inside. That's it. The damn glory will be ours. The subordinates shouted in unison, Yes! After moving swiftly through the darkness, the group finally reached the last room, in the basement. Looking at the brilliantly glowing magic stone before them, the green-haired captain reported, We're inside safe and sound. Then he turned and ordered his subordinates, Clear the room. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately. Hearing this, the two subordinates nodded and replied, Yes. Then they both immediately turned and headed back upstairs. After a few steps, one of them sighed in relief. Finally, we can get some rest. The other green-haired man turned and asked, We have to stay here for 2 whole months. A comrade replied, Maybe even longer, but at least we have enough food, so that's not a problem. Just as they took a few more steps, one of them unexpectedly hit a tripwire that Jin's group had set up earlier. Instantly from the ceiling, countless sharp iron spears shot straight down. The two soldiers were completely caught off guard. They couldn't react in time and were knocked back by the spears, thrown to the floor below, crying out in pain. Hearing the unusual noise, the captain inside quickly turned around and shouted, What's going on? Immediately after, from within the cellar, a pinkish-purple gas suddenly erupted and spread bizarrely. The captain blurted out, What is that gas? A subordinate quickly guessed poison gas. Before the captain could react, the subordinate turned his head back, his panicked voice echoing, Captain, it's a trap. Although his words were dramatic, just moments later, all 4 of them were captured by Jin's group. With incredible ease, Eris searched the bodies of the captives. Her eyes widened slightly as she found their belongings. There's more here than I thought. She announced, a notebook, some silver coins and all sorts of miscellaneous items. And there's something else in this pocket. Looking at the unconscious people lying before him, Jin wondered, who the hell are these guys? They were clearly after the Saul Langston magic stone. But could they be from the academy? Just then, Priscilla, after carefully examining one of the recovered items, approached Jin. Jin, look at this notebook. There's important information inside. Jin took the old notebook and began to look through it. The pages contained detailed instructions. During the extraction phase, always maintain 2 extractors for the essence. When the process reaches 60%, add another one. If the magic circle fluctuates, stop immediately and reinforce it. Check the attached diagram of the magic circle. Reading this, Jin furrowed his brow in confusion. Extracting the essence, he murmured. Priscilla, this sounds really dangerous. Jin nodded gravely in agreement. Yeah, it's extremely dangerous. But Eris, still rummaging through the captive's pockets, found something else. That's not all, she interjected. They also have a map of the 6 lands. Jin's eyes widened. A map of the 6 lands. Layla immediately added, her voice serious. The Empire keeps that under extremely tight control. It's absolutely forbidden to take it outside. And Eris then offered her judgment. Could they be some kind of rebel group? Faced with these countless oddities, Jin fell deep into thought. There are too many suspicious things, he murmured. However, his gaze suddenly sharpened and landed on the unconscious captain. Jin was startled when he noticed a faint light emanating from the man's mouth. He quickly moved closer and skillfully removed a small object. He held the small glowing pill in his palm. Jin murmured, just as I thought, this is a suicide pill. I remember learning about this from my mother. This kind of thing is often used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence their members, to prevent secrets from being revealed in an emergency. They're brainwashed to commit suicide and are given poison. What kind of organization does something like this? Meanwhile, Priscilla, engrossed in the notebook, suddenly called out, Look at this. There's a charter written here. This new information stunned the other three. A text that began with For a New World. Article 1 security must always be the top priority, more important than life itself. Article 2, we always act to change the world. Article 3, do not inquire about the identities of other members. We are one, but we are also separate individuals. Countless other articles were listed after that. After reading, Priscilla raised an eyebrow. This part is the most suspicious. She declared, there's a coordinate written here. I don't know the exact location, but it's near the academy. Jin immediately wondered, where is 3458? That's right, it's the supply route near the back gate. Layla, standing nearby, chimed in, so they got in through that route. Eris confirmed, that's highly likely. There must be someone inside the academy helping them. The situation was growing more and more complex, forcing them to start thinking seriously. Jin finally broke the silence. A secret organization trying to extract the essence of Saul? Langston, what are they planning to do with this essence? We've made our decision, let's move quickly. All of their belongings were carefully gathered into a subspace storage for further investigation, and they agreed to report everything to the Academy's leadership and the guards. Jin then added, and it would be a shame to go back empty-handed. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three turned to him with confused expressions. What? Jin's eyes narrowed, showing his resolve. Let's take this magic stone, he declared. If we leave it, it'll just fall into their hands anyway. Instead of letting some unidentified people use it for some plot, it's better if we take it ourselves. A while later, the captured men began to wake up. Captain, wake up, one of them shouted, while another also yelled, Wake up, Captain. The captain slowly came to. What's all this noise inside my head? Then one of the subordinates stared in horror at the magic stone, which now looked lifeless. Its brilliant color had faded and grown dim. The magic stone, it's empty, he cried out. These words struck the captain like a bolt of lightning. What? What nonsense are you spouting? He roared in fury. Then he cursed viciously, Damn it! It must have been the ones who set the trap. While they were still struggling to figure out who had done this, the academy guards quickly arrived below, surrounding them. A guard's voice rang out, All of you freeze! Who dares trespass in this sacred academy? We won't let any of you escape. One of the men shouted in shock. How did the guards get here? Another guard ordered, Arrest them. Don't let a single one get away. The captain could only grit his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it! This is so messed up. Did the organization abandon us? After escorting the intruders outside, the captain of the guards let out a weary sigh. This is insane, he muttered. After decades of peace, this restricted area is causing trouble again. He pointed towards the captured intruders. Did the trespassers confess anything? He asked. A bald guard stroked his chin and reported, Sir, they haven't said a word. We may need to use stronger measures. The three intruders stood sullenly, saying nothing. The captain pointed and gave a decisive order. Then beat them until they talk. After the initial investigation is complete, take them to the interrogation room. The bald guard nodded sharply. Yes, sir. The captain thought to himself, this incident is serious. Even after doubling the security forces, 5 intruders still managed to get in here. I'll definitely be punished, and I might even lose my position. Just then a soldier rushed in from outside. Captain, the investigation team from the Ministry of Magic has arrived. Hearing they had arrived so suddenly at this hour, the captain was startled. They're already here, he exclaimed, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. He cursed inwardly, Damn it! I can't believe that lazy old professor came all the way here himself. After hearing the whole story, Drenavo summarized it. So you heard a noise in this building, discovered the mana barrier was gone, and then saw intruders inside. Is that correct? The captain nodded in confirmation. Yes, sir. Drenavo thought for a moment, then said, How strange. Saul Langston's mana barrier isn't something that's easily broken. If they were capable enough to do that, why would they get caught so easily? He shook his head, looking puzzled, and spoke. I can't make sense of it either. By the way, we found this item in their luggage. Would you like to take a look, Mr. Drenavo? looking at the object in the captain's hand. Dranavo raised an eyebrow inquisitively. A book. He reached out, took it, and flipped through the pages. But he found nothing out of the ordinary. Dranavo surmised this book has been magically sealed. Only authorized individuals can open it, but clearly someone has already broken the seal by force. Yes, the captain replied, utterly astonished. What? How is that possible? Dranavo carefully tucked the book inside his robe. I'll take this back for a more thorough investigation. There might be other hidden spells inside. Hearing this, the captain scratched his head and gave a weak smile. Ah, yes, of course. I only glanced at it, but it seems they belong to some kind of secret organization. Dranavo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A secret organization. The captain continued. We also found a mana stone, a giant one deep in the basement. It was taller than a grown man. Dranavo was shocked. A mana stone? But that basement was supposed to be empty. The captain explained. We found it very strange as well. Why would there be a mana stone? A giant one in a restricted area. After a moment of contemplation, Dranavo ordered, take me there. I want to check it myself. At the academy, the atmosphere on campus was buzzing, with excited whispers and chatter among the students. Did you hear the news? There's trouble in the restricted area again. The guards are running all over the place. Another voice chimed in. There's been one problem after another lately. It feels so unsettling. Hearing these rumors again and again, Priscilla sighed helplessly. Geez, the restricted area has been in chaos since yesterday because of that incident. Jin turned and asked Priscilla. Priscilla, have you found out anything? She nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I heard the Ministry of Magic's investigation team is on the case. Even Professor Dranavo personally went to the scene, Eris added. If even Professor Dranavo showed up, this must be more serious than we thought. Jin spoke with a worried expression. We've really gotten ourselves into a huge mess. He added, the story is already in the Academy Daily. Do you guys want to see? Holding the newspaper, Eris exclaimed in surprise. What? That was fast. News really does travel at lightning speed. The headline read, Restricted Area Breached. 5 intruders being interrogated by the Ministry of Magic. Resisting the guards. I'll take all the blame. Sitting behind them, Jin thought, if Professor Dranavo came in person, he must have realized how serious this situation is. He said aloud, but if the Ministry of Magic is handling it, we should be fine, right? And Priscilla sighed, replying, yeah. They're notoriously ruthless. I'm sure. Those guys will be greeted with all kinds of torture spells. Layla exclaimed in alarm. But will they find out about us? Eris smiled reassuringly. Come on, calm down. We erased all our tracks. Priscilla said confidently, actually, the Academy should be thanking us. If it weren't for us, those intruders would never have been caught. Jin chimed in, don't worry too much. They're at Satatap. How would they know we were there? For now, let's just lay low for a while. Then he turned to Eris. Did you bring their stuff? Eris nodded. I brought it. Here are the analysis results. Take a look. Jin thought, maybe by following their trail, we can find another treasure. Like the essence of Saul Langston, for example? A few days later, the Academy was once again in chaos. But this time, it was due to the arrival of a royal investigation delegation. The royal family rarely set foot in the Academy, but this time, they arrived with an unprecedentedly large force. Banners fluttered in the wind, creating a majestic scene. The royal army advanced deep inside. Standing before a massive door, the 4th commander of the Royal Knights, Delvin, frowned slightly. How strange, he murmured. The Holy Church of Ina was infiltrated without a trace. And now strangers have been found? Hiding in Saul Langston's laboratory. Professor Dranavo, standing beside him, added, this is truly bizarre. We've been searching for clues, but still have no clear results. Delvin glanced over and asked, what about the barrier? A female professor replied, we are still investigating. But so far, we haven't detected any clear signs of a breach. Delvin sighed faintly, his expression frustrated. This is a mess, especially since this is one of Saul's creations, Langston. He directed his sharp gaze behind him. Your Highness, what did you think of this? The red-haired young man was the 3rd prince, Edward Antones. He stammered, his expression still vague. I don't quite understand yet. Hearing this, Delvin turned and replied coldly, I understand, Your Highness. But on Dranavo's side, he was startled. His eyes widened as he cursed internally. Wait a minute, the 3rd prince is here in person. Why would His Highness need to come to a place like this himself? Edward closed his eyes slightly in thought. Then he opened them, staring intently at the door before him. He thought, is this a sign of this barrier being melted? It's hard to notice, but there's something different about the surface, as if it was dissolved and then put back together. Even so, this is truly impressive. Professor Dranavo explained. Saul Langston's barriers were designed to last for centuries. No one has ever been able to break one before. Delvin nodded in confirmation. That's right. A perfect steel fortress that has never been breached. And yet now it has been broken. From behind, Edward continued. That means that even the royal family's barriers could be breached. As he said this, Edward's eyes suddenly widened. A strange energy enveloped his body, causing sweat to pour down his face. His hands clenched tightly to maintain his composure. Seeing this, Delvin turned to him with concern. "Your Highness, are you in pain anywhere?" Edward gently rubbed his other arm and replied, "I'm fine. It's just a normal ache," Delvin advised worriedly. "Your Highness, if you feel any discomfort, please tell us immediately so we can return. This investigation is important, but your health is more important." He shook his head, refusing. "No, I came here of my own will. I won't give up. Don't worry, my hand is fine." Looking at them, Drenovo's eyes were full of contemplation. The prince and the knight commander appearing together. "Perhaps we need to be much more cautious this time," Delvin urged once more. "Perhaps you should go outside and rest for a bit. If your condition worsens, please let us know immediately." Edward nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I will." Delvin stepped outside, thinking to himself, such a pitiful person. Known as the useless prince, he can't even control his own hand. If only his Highness had been born with a healthy body, how great it would have been. Then Edward stood motionless, lost in thought for a few minutes. Then his gaze fell to his own hand, and he muttered in frustration, "Damn it, there's always something in my way. But now is not the time to hesitate. I need more clues. I have to find them myself. Even though they told me to stay put, I'm sorry." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Delvin spoke, his voice filled with impatience. "You haven't found any traces?" "You said it was around 5 in the morning." Drenovo nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yes, sir. It happened just before dawn." Delvin continued, "And what about mana detection spells?" "Nothing, you found nothing." Drenovo bowed his head timidly and replied, "Absolutely nothing, sir." Delvin's face suddenly darkened. He exploded, growling, "Then turn everything upside down." Suddenly, from outside, a soldier rushed in, his voice urgent as he reported the news. "Captain, bad news, His Highness has disappeared." Hearing this, Delvin was so shocked he almost screamed. "What, impossible? He was just here a moment ago." The soldier quickly explained. It happened in an instant. The guards let their guard down. He scolded angrily. "What a bunch of useless fools." Delvin spun around and bellowed, "Stop! Halt all other activities. Stop the current investigation, and immediately focus on finding His Highness." The soldiers quickly assembled, shouting in unison, "Sir!" A wave of anxiety washed over Delvin. His body is already so weak. Why now, of all times, Edward had run deep into the dense forest next to the academy. As he ran, he told himself, "I must push this investigation forward at all costs, so that this time Father will finally notice me. Even without natural talent, I will prove myself through effort. I can't remain a useless prince forever." In the Bonia forest, Jin's group of 3 was training hard. Jin focused on cultivating his magic, while Eris and Layla enthusiastically practiced their weapons. Layla spoke, correcting Eris. "Eris, that stance isn't stable. Try again properly this time." Eris immediately changed her stance and asked again, "How about this, Layla?" Layla nodded with a smile. "Much better." Watching the two of them train, Jin off to the side smiled to himself. "Looks like she's starting to get used to the training intensity here. Layla is also helping her a lot. Thanks to that, I can focus more on controlling my mana." After a few hand gestures, Jin was now able to easily create countless magic circles surrounding his body. Looking at his hands, he smiled to himself. "I've now completed 2 mana circles. I've even succeeded in creating a 4-layered magic structure. The magic of an archmage is truly incredible." But his eyes suddenly widened, focusing on one point. "But every time I focus on the 4-layered spell, I see it more clearly. The flow of mana moving through the human body is truly extraordinary. I wonder what I'll discover next time." Then, with a casual gesture, Jin created a bomb out of mana, making it float in midair. The sphere of energy immediately shot upwards, circling above Eris and Layla's heads, making Eris extremely curious. "Is that wind?" Layla looked towards Jin and asked, "Jin, what spell is that?" He explained, "It's a wind bomb, a compressed air projectile made from mana." Witnessing this marvel, Eris's eyes widened in astonishment. "That's amazing. I've never seen a mana explosion that big." Layla added, "And since it's a 4-layered spell, its power is truly terrifying." Jin observed the mana bomb in front of him, then said with a flick of his wrist, "Well then, just a light toss." He channeled his magic, directing the bomb to spin around his body, then threw it straight towards the edge of the forest ahead. It seemed like just a gentle throw, but unexpectedly the bomb flew off with incredible speed, and it seemed that all of them sensed it. Someone was nearby. In just an instant, a massive explosion echoed from deep within the forest, earth-shattering. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the entire area. Countless trees fell, flattened by the bomb's terrifying power. The path the bomb took was leveled into a wide empty space. Layla, startled, shouted, "Jin, did you hear that too? There's someone over there." Sweat poured down Jin's face from fear as he replied, "Yeah, I heard it loud and clear." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it! I thought we were the only ones here." Then he suggested, "Let's go check it out." Layla added, her voice full of worry, "Be careful. What if they're hurt?" But back to a few minutes earlier, Edward was searching for something in the forest. He took a look around. Then he mused to himself, so, there's a forest this big on the academy grounds. The students here must be very happy, studying and laughing with their friends. I'm truly envious. If I hadn't been born a prince, could I have attended the academy like them? Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Then he immediately pushed the thought out of his head. No, I'm daydreaming again. Focus on finding clues about the intruders. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a sound caught his attention. Following the sound, Edward wondered, what's that noise? Is someone in the forest? Those people were none other than Jin's group training. Watching their actions, Edward thought, are those students training? They look my age, but their skills are already so refined. After finishing a sword form, Layla turned to Jin. Jin, could you check my sword technique again? This transition feels a bit awkward. Jin walked around her, observing, then spoke. It's your footwork. After you spin step back half a step with your rear foot, it will be smoother. She nodded in understanding. Let me try again. Here I go. Watching from the side, Edward murmured to himself. She just said D-I-N-E Grace. The freshman who's got the whole academy talking, that's him. Dine Grace is a name that even the royal family knows. Admitted to the research department with honors in 4 different fields. And I can't even handle one small task. And he hailed as a genius among geniuses. Is still training so diligently. If I could have attended the academy, maybe I would have made friends. Learned all sorts of things and laughed just like them. Then from ahead, some object came hurtling towards him at the speed of light, making Edward exclaim in shock. What is that flying towards? This is the bomb. It was the monobomb that Dean had thrown at the edge of the forest. The moment the impact occurred, a loud explosion shook the entire forest, causing trees to collapse. Edward was not spared from the aftershock. His entire body was instantly thrown backward, tumbling several times on the ground. His eyes were filled with astonishment at the situation. Just a moment ago, all he could do was let out a cry of pain that echoed throughout the forest. Knowing for sure he had hit someone, Dean quickly ran over to check the situation. Eris asked in a worried voice, "Are you okay?" Dean spoke up shyly. "I'm sorry, I thought no one was here." After writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach for a moment, Edward tried to sit up, but he couldn't stop groaning in pain. Then Eris suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, that uniform? It looks like the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team. Hearing this, Layla exclaimed in surprise. So you're a member of the Royal Investigation Team? Dean saw that things were starting to get complicated. He scratched his head and continued, "No, Layla." Eris spoke up, assessing the situation, his voice gradually becoming serious. "That's the Royal Investigation Team's uniform and that red hair. The symbol of the royal family," Eris stammered almost in a whisper. "Could it be? Are you really the prince?" The moment she said those words, both Dean and Layla felt a flicker of fear. After composing himself, Edward slowly stood up and walked towards the 3 of them, his voice filled with anger. "You fools!" Dean immediately took a step forward, bowed formally, and introduced himself. "I am Dean Grace, son of Count Grace. Greetings, Your Highness. I sincerely apologize for my carelessness. I have made a grave mistake." Eris also quickly bowed and said, "I am Eris Gen, son of Baron Gen of first year in the magic department." Layla followed, her voice calm but also filled with remorse. "I am Layla Smian, eldest daughter of Count Smian, a first year in the swordsmanship department. Please, Your Highness, forgive our disrespect." But contrary to their expectations, Edward had no intention of blaming them. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's all right, I'm not injured. Just a little surprised, that's all. More importantly, I'm glad to have met you under these circumstances. Dean Grace, I've heard a lot about your talent. The Gen family is famous in the field of exploration, and I believe you will also become an excellent explorer. And Lady Smian, you're the one who won the DNG Cup, aren't you? I watched the final match that year." Hearing this, Layla bowed her head and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. It's a great honor." Edward gestured with a gentle wave of his hand. "All right, that's enough with the introductions. You may all stand." The 3 replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Eris, with a puzzled look, spoke up. "I'm truly relieved to know Your Highness is unharmed. But why did Your Highness come to such a remote place?" Layla added an explanation. "This place is so remote that even students from the academy rarely come here. That's exactly why it's so suitable for training." Edward's eyes narrowed slightly as he stammered an explanation. "Actually, I came here with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I took a walk by myself and unfortunately got lost. Do you know about the strange incidents happening in the rear building of El Hunkston? Hunkston. We are investigating that case, but we haven't found any leads yet. It's really frustrating." Eris replied, "Your Highness came to investigate. We've also noticed some unusual things, but it's hard to say for sure." At that moment, Dean looked at Edward, thinking to himself, they've discovered something. "What is it?" A normal person probably wouldn't have noticed. After hearing the information from Edward, Eris surmised, "So, the strange phenomenon was discovered by Your Highness." Edward continued, "You could say that. Both Eris and Layla were slightly startled. Just then Edward turned to whisper to Layla, "Damn it, this is all related to us." Layla replied, "If we're discovered, we're all toast, Dean." Dean stood pensively observing Edward and began to analyze. Unlike the two older princes, this youngest prince is the same age as us. People rumor that he's just an ordinary person, with no special talents. How strange. We carefully spread anti-tracking powder around here, yet he still managed to find us. But more than that, he noticed a strange phenomenon that others couldn't. This can't be an ordinary person. Could it be that he's hiding some special ability? Observing them, on the corner of his lips, Edward let out a mischievous smile and explained, "Actually, I just got lost and ended up here. This academy is quite complicated." And Eris suggested, "Then you should head back soon. The investigation team must be looking for you everywhere. They seem to be lost as well, since this is their first time at this academy. The campus is also incredibly vast." Edward took the opportunity to ask while I'm still here, "I'd like you to tell me a little about what life is like in the academy." This startled Eris and Layla. "Our stories," they exclaimed. Dean, standing beside them, thought, even though he's a prince, he's still just a teenager. He has lived for so long confined within the palace, so it's understandable that he's curious about a normal life. Edward continued to ask, "So what were you doing just now?" "Training," Eris replied. "Yes. Since this place is quiet, we often use it for training." Dean continued to muse, "But there's something very strange. This prince, he gives me a suffocating feeling, as if there's a stream of mana tightening around me. Can mana flow this way? Perhaps I should observe more closely." But in the meantime, inside the academy, the soldiers were still frantically searching. They were bustling about, looking everywhere. "What about over there? Not here. Damn it, move on to the next building." The students looked towards them and began to gossip. "Oh, that's the Royal Investigation Team. So what's going on? It looks like they're searching for something. Did they catch the culprit? No way. If they'd been caught, the Magic Corps would have arrived. Not the investigation team." The atmosphere is really tense. But elsewhere, Delphin was still actively searching for Edward. After searching everywhere with no results, he cursed under his breath in frustration, "Damn it! Not here either. Where on earth did he go? We don't even know who's involved in this, or what force is behind it. If the prince with his hand still not healed gets into trouble while alone, then what? If I just get demoted, it wouldn't be so bad. But if something happens to him..." Just then a soldier approached from behind, hurriedly reporting, "Captain, we have a witness. Someone wearing a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading towards the forest outside the academy." Hearing this, Delphin immediately turned back and asked, "Really? Bring that person here now." He immediately moved with haste, giving orders. The entire squad advanced to the forest outside the academy immediately. The top priority is to ensure the absolute safety of His Highness. The soldier nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." As he walked, Delphin thought, "The forest? Why would he go to a place like that? Don't tell me he's discovered something." Before, with Dean's group, Edward let out a sigh. How enviable. If only I hadn't been born into the royal family. Perhaps I could have lived like a normal person, not bound by the responsibilities of a prince. Perhaps the gods truly hate me. Dean approached him and said, "Your Highness, if I may, I'd like to ask something." Edward replied cheerfully, "What is it, Dean? Go ahead." Dean looked at Edward's arm and spoke. "Is your hand in a lot of pain?" Edward was startled. He thought to himself, "No, how could you possibly know?" Beside them, Layla was extremely curious. She tilted her head and turned to ask Dean, "His Highness's hand, why?" Edward immediately hid his hand behind his back, stammering, You must be mistaken." But Dean maintained a firm tone, his eyes probing. "Really? But from what I've observed..." Before he could finish, Layla quickly interrupted, her voice a bit flustered. "Dean, what nonsense are you talking about? This Dean guy acts so weird sometimes. Please, Your Highness, ignore his foolish words." However, Edward unexpectedly denied it, shattering Layla's confusion. "No, he's right." Hearing this, both Layla and Eris, who were standing nearby, were speechless. "What is it true?" Edward was silent for a few seconds, a complicated look in his eyes as he glanced down at his right hand. "This right hand of mine," he said, "is no different from a crippled hand." Then he turned to Dean, his eyes filled with curiosity and a faint glimmer of hope. "How did you realize that?" Dean explained calmly, "Your Highness, to be precise, I didn't directly see the physical condition of your hand. What I saw was the flow of mana. The flow directed towards that hand is completely blocked." This completely stunned Edward. He gasped, unable to hide his utter amazement. "What? You can see the flow of mana with your naked eyes?" Dean nodded in confirmation. "It's an ability I gained after a lucky artifact fused with my body." Deep down, Dean thought, it's actually because of ancient mana, but I can't tell him the truth. "So you can detect the real cause of this condition. The mana flow that should be traveling down to the hand is blocked at the wrist and is flowing back up. A hand without mana to nourish it is slowly dying." Dean stepped closer, his voice becoming unusually serious. "Your Highness, may I be so bold as to ask what happened to your hand?" This unexpected and somewhat forward request made Edward flinch slightly. His gaze once again turned to his right hand. He pondered for a few seconds, then slowly began to recount. It all started when I was about 1 year old. There were no problems when I was born. But then at some point, this hand became like this. I struggled just to hold utensils, to eat when I turned 7, and I could only hold a pen to write after I was over 10. I couldn't learn swordsmanship, couldn't ride a horse, and all the skills a prince must master. Even magic, a field considered to be innate. I was completely helpless. All my efforts were meaningless, and I've lived a life like this until now. A shameful prince, a secret I dared not reveal to anyone. Hearing Edward's bitter confession, Dean thought to himself, so from a very young age, he's had to face this problem. That explains why he doesn't have the illustrious reputation of the other princes. Beside them, Layla and Eris, who hadn't known about this secret, now trembled even more intensely with fear. Layla stammered, "But, Your Highness, is it okay for us to hear that story?" Eris added, his voice full of worry. "You're telling such a huge secret." Edward smiled reassuringly, a smile of relief as if a burden had been lifted. "It's okay. I trust you will keep it a secret. Besides, I'm in a very good mood today. Even though all the royal physicians and the most talented mages have tried, they still couldn't find the cause, but I've finally found it." His gaze rested on Dean with sincere gratitude. Dean looked directly at Edward and asked a straightforward question. "Do you trust me?" Edward smiled without hesitation. "Of course I do. A member of the Grace family. How could you lie to me? If there were, that person would have to be a master swindler to dare deceive a prince." But Edward looked down at his hand, his voice pensive. "Many have noticed the strength gradually leaving my hand. I know that sooner or later this hand will become worse than useless." He looked up. "So can you heal me?" Faced with this somewhat sudden request, Dean thought for a few seconds. His two friends held their breath, not daring to utter a single word. After some consideration, he bowed his head and replied, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I am not a physician." This answer left Edward slightly disappointed, but he still accepted it with a sigh. "All right, I understand this certainly isn't an easy matter." But then Dean unexpectedly made another offer. "However, if Your Highness wishes, I can try." "Really?" Edward exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. "Then do it now if you can heal my hand. I will do anything you ask." Dean asked, his voice becoming more serious. "Truly, if that is your wish, I will attempt to change the mana flow. However, if I fail, you could lose your life." As soon as Dean's blunt words were spoken, Edward froze, stammering incoherently. What? Dean continued in a steady tone. "If this attempt goes wrong and harms Your Highness, I will certainly be executed for attempted regicide, but I have many years to live and many things I want to do. So, if I succeed in healing your hand, how will you reward me?" Dean's firm and somewhat bold statement made Edward pause for a few seconds to think. As for Layla and Eris, they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Edward spoke, his voice slightly stunned. "You want to make a deal with me right now?" Dean nodded in confirmation. "Yes. I don't accept vague risks. However, if a large and attractive reward is offered, things will be different." Faced with Dean's decisive and calculated proposal, Edward stood frozen for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. He looked at Dean with intrigued eyes. "A deal with me? You're the first person to ever suggest that." "You're very different from them, Dean Grace." He smiled and continued, his gaze firm. "Very well, Dean Grace. If you can heal my hand, I will grant you any request you make. First, failure would only make it happen a little sooner." He approached and placed a hand on Dean's shoulder. "So give it a try. Even if you fail, at least I'll leave behind a will saying you are innocent." These gentle but understanding words made all three of them, including Dean, feel a little embarrassed. After a few seconds of contemplation, Dean nodded in confirmation. "I will try." Edward cheered happily. "Excellent. Thank you." Looking at Edward's excited face, Dean thought to himself, "This could be the biggest event of my life. If I succeed, it will be a resounding victory. And if I fail, it will be an unavoidable catastrophe. Then I must succeed at all costs." He began to lay out his plan. "First, Your Highness, please sit and get comfortable." Edward nodded and complied. Dean thought to himself, "I've been practicing controlling mana flow since I was a child, so I'm very confident. Moreover, I have ancient mana supporting me." Then he began to approach Edward. He took his right arm with both hands and began to carefully examine the situation. He spoke in a low voice. "Then I shall begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of mana, powerful from within his body, began to flow into the body of Edward. Dean slowly felt the flow of mana in his body, probing every nook and cranny. As soon as the two mana streams, one ancient and one weakening, collided, a fierce internal explosion erupted from within Edward's arm. But in another area deep in the forest, the troop of soldiers was still searching relentlessly. A voice cut through the silent air. "What's the situation on your end?" The response came immediately. "We're blocked by a sheer cliff. We can't advance any further." Just then, a soldier rushed over, panting to report to his superior. "Captain, there are many forks up ahead." Noticing that his forces were becoming too spread out, Delphin's eyes narrowed with annoyance. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it! We don't have enough men to split up here." Suddenly, his gaze swept over a strange spot hidden deep in the foliage. A sense of unease washed over him, making him think, "No way, what is this feeling?" Without hesitation, he raised his hand, signaling for the entire team to hide. Delphin's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, drawing it from its sheath, ready for a fight. His expression became extremely serious as he gave the order, "Move silently." Then the group began to quietly advance in the direction where he had detected the anomaly. Just a few minutes later, they were near Dean's group's position. All eyes of the troop were fixed ahead. Delphin stepped forward, his gaze as cold as ice, and yelled, "You scoundrels! How dare you do that to His Highness?" He charged forward, roaring with anger. "You bastards, what do you think you're doing?" Faced with Delphin's aggressive and determined demeanor, Dean's group couldn't help but be terrified. Layla cried out in alarm, "Knights are surrounding us!" Dean, also astonished, cursed under his breath, "Damn it! They're closing in. I need to explain." As he finished his thought, his hand began to summon a swirling stream of mana. Delphin didn't flinch. He charged straight at Dean, preparing to strike. "How dare you touch His Highness?" He attacked with terrifying speed, leaving Dean stunned and exclaiming, "He's too fast. At this rate, I'm going to be defeated." But just as Delphin's blade was about to hit Dean, Edward suddenly rushed out to block it. "Stop!" Seeing Edward safe and sound, Delphin was startled. "Your Highness." Seeing his determined gaze, Delphin gradually regained his composure. He turned to ask, his voice full of worry, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Edward reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He continued to ask, "Why did you venture so deep into this dangerous area? And who are they?" Edward explained, "I was just wandering around during the investigation and accidentally got lost. As for them, I'll explain on the way back." He looked down at his arm, thinking, "The feeling in my arm is different. There's definitely been progress." Then he turned to Dean, smiled, and said, "Goodbye, I'm leaving now, thank you." Dean also smiled back in response. "I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was my honor." On the way back, after hearing Edward recount the entire story, Delphin said thoughtfully, "So, he's the son of Count Grace, huh?" "Yes." Edward nodded in confirmation. "That's right, and he is my benefactor." These words made Delphin extremely surprised. "Your benefactor," Edward explained. "He did something incredibly valuable for me. So tell me, what gift should I give them?" Delphin narrowed his eyes slightly and asked back, "A gift? What do you mean, Your Highness?" He thought to himself, they may be children of nobles, but he only met them today. Edward stroked his chin and mumbled, "Ordinary gifts aren't satisfying enough. I want to give them something truly precious." Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his eyes lit up as he turned to speak to Delphin. "Then what about that other thing?" He leaned in close and whispered in his ear something that made Delphin's eyes widen in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Your Highness, even so." Edward scratched his head shyly and asked, "Is that reasonable?" He asked again, "Isn't that a bit much?" He thought to himself, "You're this happy just from making friends." Edward said happily, "Compared to what Dean did for me, this gift isn't excessive at all. Yes, you send word to the royal palace. Bring them all here immediately." Delphin helplessly gritted his teeth and replied, "I understand." Watching Edward's back as he walked away, humming a cheerful tune, thoughts began to form in Delphin's mind. On second thought, this isn't a bad idea. They are the children of Count Grace and Duke Smayan. Thanks to this, the relationship between the royal family and the great noble houses could become stronger. It will also be a great support for His Highness in the future. But cutting to 1 week later, Dean's group received an invitation to the royal palace. In the reception room of the annex, sitting opposite, Edward smiled and said, "Dean, my hand is much better. There haven't been any side effects, thank you." Dean bowed respectfully and replied, "That's a relief." "Your Highness?" Edward gestured towards the table. He continued, "Please sit. I've prepared a small gift to show my gratitude. Please accept it. This is all I could think of that is worthy of you." 3 servants entered, carrying 3 small, exquisitely carved boxes. As soon as they left, the eyes of all 3 of them, Dean included, widened in amazement. Eris exclaimed, "Your Highness, this is—" Edward nodded in confirmation. "Yes, this is the royal family's token. Using it is very simple. If you run into trouble, just present this token, and everything will be resolved." Holding it in his hand, Eris asked in surprise, "Can we really accept this?" Edward affirmed, "Of course." Dean cheerfully bowed, "Thank you very much, Your Highness." Edward waved his hand. "Enough with the formalities, just enjoy yourselves today." The 3 of them replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Afterward, they began their meal according to royal etiquette. Meeting the prince today was indeed an unexpected piece of good fortune. But the identity of the intruders remained a mystery, unsolved. None of them suspected anyone, and the incident gradually faded into silence. Sometime later, the midterm exams were over. In the schoolyard, Dean let out a sigh of relief, saying, Finally, the exams are done. He turned to ask Layla, "How did you do?" She replied confidently, "My major-specific paper wasn't too hard." The general subjects were probably fine, too. Priscilla stood nearby, her fists clenched. As for me, I wish the world would just burn. How can the exam be so hard even after I memorized the entire Holy Scripture? Dean could only laugh awkwardly, thinking, turns out the Department of Holy Studies is not easy at all. Eris spoke up encouragingly. Anyway, the exams are over. Dean added, "We're free. Hang in there, everyone. We have a few days off." "What are you all planning to do?" Eris said cheerfully. "I'm thinking of joining the fitness club, the one that specializes in physical training." This greatly surprised Layla, who was next to him. She exclaimed, "What? You're joining?" Priscilla stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Looks like you've realized your weakness. After those combat simulations, huh? You know what you have to do." Eris smiled brightly and replied, "That's right. Just wait for the results." Priscilla reminded him, "Don't get hurt, okay?" Layla gently cupped her cheek and said, "I think I'll go home for a bit. My mother has been wanting to see me for a long time." Then she turned to ask Dean, "What about you?" He hesitated for a few seconds, then replied, "I'll probably spend my time at the library studying more." This made her very curious, studying after exams. He explained, "Well, there's not much else to do." "Oh, wait a minute." Dean seemed to remember something. He thought to himself the words of number 3. "I remember now. When I was 7, this Duke gave me a gift. It was the badge of the Jensmian workshop. I've been planning to forge a new sword, so I should probably stop by the forge." Seeing his familiar, focused attitude, Layla could only sigh in resignation. A helpless smile appeared on her lips. "Oh dear. It's been a long time since you mentioned that."